Now he's trying to undermine the Supreme Court itself.
Former President Trump calls the immunity ruling a big win for democracy, and while it may delay future criminal trials, there are reports he may use the court decision to appeal his New York convictions. Israel appears to be readying a new offensive in Gaza, ordering new Palestinian evacuations in an area where rockets were fired at Israel.
People in the city of Khan Yunis first received audio messages telling them to leave. Then the Israeli military posted the order in Arabic on social media. It suggests Khan Yunis will face new Israeli raids as the attempt to defeat Hamas continues.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Hurricane Beryl, now a monster, Category 5, the earliest one in the Atlantic ever.
And this one is massive, the biggest we've seen ever when you talk about this early and this size of a storm. It grew really big, really defined eyewall, winds at 165 miles an hour.
Fox meteorologist Adam Klotz. Jamaica's in the path tomorrow after a lot of damage done on other islands like Barbados and Grenada and the Grenadines. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-887-1010. 800-887-1010.
With plans starting at $20 a month for unlimited talk, text, and tons of data, switching your wireless service to Pure Talk is a no-brainer. And right now is a great time to make the switch to help Pure Talk support America's Warrior Partnership and their mission to help prevent veteran suicide. You can help too. Switch your cell phone service today to Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It is Tuesday, but for most of us, it feels like Thursday. Isn't it terrific? I love it. I'm a fan of this 3-day work week. I mean, I don't know why we didn't do this years ago and every week. I don't know why we need to. We need to lobby for it. We need to ask for it.
Our work email included that Tuesday was the new Thursday.
That's exactly right.
I've been celebrating it accordingly.
Yeah, as soon as that popped up yesterday, I read that out loud to Erin. She's like, "It is.
It is a new Thursday.
Let's go!" I love it, dude. This is the greatest ever. It's really warm outside, which is fine by me. But
not in here.
But not in here, man. I brought my.
It's prison rules in here,
dude. I had to go get my sweatshirt to put it on. It's so cold.
Yesterday, I was so warm. I wore shorts today for probably the first time in my entire life wearing shorts into this building.
Okay,
and I'm freezing.
Wow,
absolutely
it's so cold in here. Yeah. I walked in shorts and a t-shirt because it's 80 degrees driving up here, and it was 96 degrees, and I was already thinking about how I got to do some yard work today. So I'm not going to put anything on that's going to, I'm going to wear like long sleeves. As soon as I got in the building, I went, enough of that. So,
cold chill.
So if you see us on the YouTube channel, just know that it's because it's like 55 in here.
I didn't even think about that. You're streaming on the YouTube channel at Extra 106.
Why are they dressed up like it's fall?
Yeah, that's right. 2 of the 3 are wearing freaking sweatshirts.
I might not be able to see Tug. He's all counted up on us.
Well, just my arms. You wouldn't be able to see that. You can probably see the chest.
He's all camouflaged.
That's right. Absolutely. But, man, good morning so far. I mean, I feel a little tired, but I got a little 0 FG to
I dropped one in this morning.
Yes.
Typical.
There it is.
Drive it into work.
Yes, I will.
A little bit of extra caffeine. It's fine.
Yeah, well, I need it because I'm dragging this morning. It's, my son had baseball last night, and, the game didn't get over until 10:30 probably, I guess, when we got home. And then he wants to come home and eat and then debrief about the game.
Of course.
So then I'm talking to him as I'm falling asleep. I'm like literally standing in the kitchen with him as he's eating, talking about the game, doing touch and goes. Between his bites, as he's biting, I'm touch and go. Touch and go.
Did he catch you?
No, not that I know of.
He wasn't like, Dad, you still awake?
Yeah.
You need to go to bed, Dad?
Come on, old man. You're like Joe Biden over here, just falling asleep all the time.
You have so much adrenaline after playing a game, no matter what it is. Right. I mean, even cornhole, you probably have more adrenaline when you get home. I mean, it is so hard to fall asleep after any kind of sporting event or any kind of event, really.
I feel for you because we were doing something very similar. By the time that my wife and daughters came back from a little pool party get together, we then sat down and we had to figure out, because in 2 weeks my older daughter is going to fly to Iowa for a volleyball tournament to the whole United States Southern Volleyball Association. It was a really cool situation.
Yeah.
And so we had to figure out, all right, prepaid debit card, and then we had to line out the whole hotel situation. And so I'm going back and forth with one of the dads until about probably 10:45, 11 o'clock, trying to line out where they're staying at, where we're staying at. And so it's kind of the same scenario. Like, I was ready to go to bed, and my phone just kept pinging, like, is it this location? Here's what we're doing. What time are we leaving? And it's just, he's a little bit more of a night owl than I am. So I was just like, all right, we got to get this thing done.
I am always a fan of falling asleep, dude. I love sleeping. I think I'll be a good dead person. Because I love sleeping.
You're not going to get up and rise?
I don't reckon.
Okay.
No, they're trying to lift me up.
That's
Some ghost be like, I need you to go hospital.
That's good news, because I shop at True Prep if you do.
Yeah. If you're a ghost, I don't know that it matters, right? You can shoot me all you want if I'm a ghost. No, but I'm telling you, I love to sleep. I love naps. I love getting in the bed early. Man. I love sleeping late.
You think that's just us preparing for our ultimate dirt nap?
Maybe.
Right,
I don't
man,
know.
he is sure sleeping a lot.
Sounds like you're depressed.
But I'm not.
How much do you think Biden sleeps a lot now? Like, he's getting close.
Oh, my God.
He sleeps all the time.
I bet that dude's always asleep.
I saw 90 minutes of him sleeping last Thursday.
Or staring. He was staring, like, glazed over. So that's kind of like
he's out.
Yes, he is. That's out in the lunch.
They would have called a UFC fight if you had to look like that in your face.
That's right. Dude, you remember on Bugs Bunny when somebody get, jacked in the jaw or something? And the eyes would be glazed over or like dollar signs in them or whatever. Yeah. And they hang a sign on the neck and say, out to lunch.
Out to lunch.
Yeah, or whatever. Yep. That's what it reminded me
You ever
of.
thought about how weird it is that you are required sleep? Like, just the idea that you are required to have sleep in order to recharge.
Yeah.
Like, how weird is it you gotta go lay down and go to sleep in order to be at your best?
I don't know that's ever crossed my mind. No, I don't think I've ever thought about that.
Maybe you need to question it.
But I love it so much. Like, there's no reason to question it. I don't want to question it.
I think I got in a good, like, a typical for me is like, the 1 hour, the 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Man, with the kids out of the house yesterday, like, it was a good
quiet.
like 2 hours and 10 minutes or so.
You able to get the room good and dark?
Oh, it was so nice. I woke up and it was like I was being born. I was like, oh my God! I'm like, what time is it?
New me. I see the light for the first time.
I'm telling you, it was like from about 2 o'clock to about 4, because I had to do a whole bunch of honeydews. I had to go run and go get
you got
dog food.
2 hour in?
Yes.
That's
what I'm telling you. It's like it was like 2 o'clock to like 4 o'clock. And when I woke up, I was like, oh.
I can take on the world today. That's so awesome. Rhino, what about you? You get a nap yesterday too? Good
no.
Oh, no, that sucks.
I've been on this. I mean, kind of. I've been on this, like, look, I've been lazy. I have not been working out.
Oh, good.
I haven't been doing anything. So I jumped on the Bowflex yesterday, which is like an elliptical / stair climber at the same time. And we call it the devil for good reasons, because it is killer. But I did that for about 30 minutes. And then Liam and I did some sparring and on the heavy bag for a while. We worked out. And then we had some shopping to do because Liam wanted to make dinner for girlfriend Erin, and
That's
everybody
cool.
else.
Yeah,
Hold on, I'm so interested in this. So was this a Bowflex Max Trainer?
Yes.
Yeah. It is the devil's machine.
Y'all both have the Max Trainer?
It is. Okay, so I've had one for 7 or 8 years.
Let me look this
all right.
up.
It is the devil's machine.
Man, it is.
But if you want to experience something that's going to kick your butt, like 15 minutes, and like what I'll do is I will typically do 15 minutes on. I'll jump in and do like some bag training, and I'll jump on for another 15 minutes. Man, by the time I get off that thing, Like, I'll walk upstairs and my wife just looks at me. She's like, "You're drenched in sweat. You look like you're going to die."
Yeah. I had to leave my clothes downstairs and wring them out after using the devil.
It is the devil's machine.
It is. I got cocky and said, I've done 30 minutes on an elliptical easy. I'm just going to jump. Nope.
It's different.
Nope. So I had to do similar to you. I did 10 minutes. Then I got off and I did some, I have an ab roller, so I was doing some abs. And then I did some rounds on the heavy bag. And then got back on for another 10 minutes, and then I couldn't feel my legs, so I was like, you know what, we're gonna walk around, and no, just fat, lots of fat.
It just requires so much more work than a regular elliptical. And so that's the thing about it. It's like that thing's not moving unless you're putting the work in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've dropped, so I've been using it for about 2 days now, 3 really. I mean, the first day I didn't count because I could only make it 5 minutes before I about passed out, but it still counts.
It wouldn't,
but I had to lose 5 pounds of water weight in 3 days.
It'll wring you right out. It'll, like, when you're saying
wring you out.
It will. Whatever you're carrying around extra, like, it'll just, that fluid will be right out of you.
Yeah. Lord. So Liam was getting mad. He's like, "Stop touching me. Stop hugging me. You're sweating on me.
You're so covered in sweat."
Do y'all have the M6 or the M3?
I think I have the M3.
M3.
Because there's a M3 and M5. And I mean, they've been making this thing for a decade.
Yeah.
And they finally discontinued it. But like, there's enough of them out there where you can find them on, like, Facebook Marketplace or anything else.
Yeah. They don't make it anymore?
I don't know if they're at least from what I understand.
Bowflex has gone bankrupt. I think that's part of it,
that's the reason.
Okay.
That's my thinking there. But I mean, there are enough of them out there. It will kick your butt.
Yeah. What's something that compares to it? I mean, is there anything that compares to it? No, it's
the devil's machine.
It's just, if you want Satan, you have to get Satan.
I'm telling you, I've had that thing now for, like I said, probably 7 or 8 years.
Wow,
it's the one piece of workout equipment that I've kept in my house no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
It's a great machine, and it is one of those things that you can go to Facebook Marketplace because someone's like, "Hey, I couldn't do it anymore. It's killing me."
It's turned into
brand new, and they'll sell them for like $100. Yeah.
They'll sell them for those things are like $1,200.
Yeah, you buy them new.
You buy them new.
Yeah, they're over $1,000. I think I was able to get one for like $300 7 or 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Wowzers!
Yeah, but it does
investigate this thing.
It'll work you.
I don't mind the ellipticals. I to be honest, I kind of like those.
It's not like a normal elliptical.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm hearing, and that makes me nervous.
The good part about it is it does take a lot of the pressure off from running. Your knees, everything's a lot fluid, so it's a little smoother than anything else.
Okay,
but it is harder than anything you've ever done.
Yeah, the pounding that you're used to from running or anything else will not happen on that.
I love that it has a fan. It like blows,
chasing me like a big dog or something.
The front wheel they shape like a fan, so it blows out air, and I'm like, why is it blowing out air to the side? Why can't they?
Why is it not coming at me?
Yeah, put an exhaust pipe to my face.
Facebook Marketplace is a fascinating place. I just pulled it up just to see what because I was going to type in, Bowflex. What is it called again? Max Trainer. And I see a tiny train car house or restaurant, $25,000. A 68 Ford Mustang 15.5, and then a 2016 destination yacht 22 feet by 75 feet for $985,000.
Oh, let's split that.
Seriously, have they not seen what I searched for on Facebook Marketplace?
Oh no, they don't see.
No, apparently not, because it's nothing that you know what I mean. Usually, doesn't the algorithm kind of pull things that you might be interested in? Don't they use what you talk about?
They do. They do. They said, we hear you talking about hanging out with Darius all the time. Here's a yacht.
Yeah,
Tug. We hear about your moat.
They've mistaken me because they've gotten this way wrong.
I get broken down school buses. You get yachts.
Right. I'm not kidding. This is a yacht, dude. Look at this.
That's pretty.
In Buford, Georgia. In Buford. Right here.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice little yacht, too. That's a little houseboat right there. You need to jump on that.
That's more a houseboat. That's $1 million yacht.
Yeah, I looked at an RV one time, and I think that's pretty much what populates the entirety of the feed I have for Marketplace.
I've looked at old Mustangs one time, and maybe that old Broncos the other day. We were looking up old Broncos. Was it yesterday? Because you said you drove the Bronco too, which is awesome. But I've never once ever search for a boat or a yacht. And sure enough, those are way wrong.
Yeah, that's funny, yeah. So mine is a 2010 Hummer Humvee, a 1971 American General M35, a 1968 KYB, which is just a trailer for your... lots of Willis Jeeps. A lot of 7-ton MK31s. All mine are military vehicles.
I'm so impressed that you got it right, though. Most people say Willys. Instead of Willis. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because I do it to Erin to drive her nuts. Because
you call it Willys?
I call it Willys just to drive her nuts.
I love that.
Yeah, I know it's. I've wanted a Willis forever.
Oh my gosh, those things are so cool.
And one day I'll buy one to redo it. But yeah, everything on mine is usually military feeds and broken down school buses.
What an interesting mix.
Boy, if I could just get that broken down school bus. That would make my dadgum day. Maybe even the year.
I got to retrofit that school bus eventually.
Somebody will need to work on it.
That's right.
I'll get that thing up and running. But that's
how I'm going to disappear into the woods.
I know,
I'm getting one of them, man.
You said that before.
Yeah.
But like, if you could buy, because for me, like you're talking about the Willis Jeep, it's super cool. For me, I'd take like a 72 Bronco or a 72, I don't know, a CJ7, or like a 72 Blazer, Chevy Blazer, where the whole top just comes. Man, those are amazing. The coolest. I love the Jeeps.
If
I could splurge, I'd get something like that.
Yeah, Liam now all of a sudden that was his first time like in a Jeep with the doors off and the top off, and I told him sit up front, so he did, and he was like, this is so cool. Now I want a Jeep, and so now this is his new dream car, his idea.
Yeah.
So now he's about to drive. So I'm like, you know what? Why don't you start learning how to drive, and we'll take you around the neighborhood. We'll let you practice.
Yeah, man.
You're getting ready for your test. Let's go. So. God, I can't believe my kid's going to drive. I don't know if I'll let him.
No, you will. But let me tell you,
Man.
Rhino, dude, it is the scariest moment that I've had as a father when my son backed out of the driveway and left without me in the car, without anyone in the car for the first time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one of those clutch your pearls moments. Like, I was like heart palpitations. It was a frightening moment. It was just, I don't know, uneasy. And that subsided a little bit, but then now, get this. He told me the other day, and his mama, he's like, before I go back to college, I'm going to go down to St. Augustine and visit my girlfriend. You remember she came up?
Yeah.
And so now he's going to drive 6 hours. He's never done that before. He's never driven. I don't know how.
That is different with the little girlfriend.
Yeah, like he's driven 90 minutes
Such a
before.
reduction.
No, it's not, man. See, Southern people say little girlfriend like it's an term of endearment.
I hope you start using that around him.
I do all the time. I'm like, I was talking to my mom about it. I was like, James' little girlfriend is just a sweetheart. We thank the world of her. And, for the little bit of time we spent with her, once in Charleston, then once when she came up and, hung out for the weekend. But, so he's going to do that. And, dude, it's back to that same moment when he left the driveway for the first time. Driving 6 hours, he's only driven 90 minutes. And that was to a baseball game, and I can't remember where it was, but it took him 90 minutes to get there. And so 90 minutes home, so 3 hours, round trip. But it's still one of those moments where I just
call me every 30 minutes.
Yes, or something, man. I don't know.
I'm trying to think.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. I'm sure he's going to be fine.
I'm sure because we've all done it. Now, I have to go back to remember that my parents tried to hide from me and left New York and came to Georgia. I had to come find them, so I had to drive here by myself. But I did.
Are you there, Dad?
Yeah.
Like Fievel.
I went back to the house. It's true. I walked out of Fort Hamilton and my family moved. Like the house was empty. I got there. They were selling the house.
Fievel goes west.
Rhino Moskowitz. Just had to find them.
That's right.
I did too.
Fievel goes south.
I'm pretty sure they're sad about that. But
they're not. Stop
I thought about, can I put cameras on all angles of the car and a speaker that I can watch live and then yell at my son while he's driving?
It seems like
that'd probably be too much.
But maybe viewing.
I got to trust that he's a smart kid and that he does. But every once in a while,
you have to trust. You're not wrong. I don't mean to cut you off, but you're exactly right. You have to trust. It's hard.
Yeah,
but once in a while,
it is hard because you know what? Once in a while, we went to Walmart yesterday, and it's like he grabs his phone and walks right in the middle of the street, and I'm like, dude, You can't do this if you're going to start driving.
Hey,
We have like a hard, fast rule. There is no such thing as a phone in a parking lot.
Yeah, well, but that's a really
I gotta take that away.
smart. Yeah, it's very common.
Yeah, I got to take that away.
Very smart. Very smart. No phones in the parking lot.
Crazy kids.
And if we could convince, I don't know, half the people in the world to not use their phones.
Oh, that'd be great.
Dude, I've seen people run into things. I've seen the people run into people. I've seen cars, almost back over people because they're not even paying attention. Oh, it's the worst. Anyway, I found that 72 baby blue Bronco.
Buy it now.
Oh, I don't know that I can afford it. I didn't even click on it because there's just a bunch of pictures.
Look into it.
Just go grab
You ask them.
Go in the office and grab Laura's card.
Say you're flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got.
Laura ain't going to say no.
I got to pay for college.
No. Jacob and Laura could pay for college. You get yourself a toy.
Buddy, I wish. Maybe one day. Or, maybe, I don't know, house on the lake somewhere.
Yeah.
Stop paying for college.
Son's going to graduate and you're going to be like, congratulations to me.
Yeah, that's all right. Here's a gift for us, everybody.
Do what my parents did. Just move to the lake and don't tell anyone.
That's the funniest story I've ever heard. 5 will go south. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We'll knock out the headlines when we come back. And Stacey Abrams and the truth, those don't usually go hand in hand. All of a sudden, they seem to have the possibility of connecting. Strangely enough. On Extra 106.3, Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Not only does the present structure make it possible for illegal aliens to vote, it actually encourages them to do so. So how much confidence does that give you in our elections? Just asking.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
All right, I think Tug should buy that Bronco. It'd be a great tool when everything went down. He needed to get out, and he needed to make sure that his family was safe. But if you can't get the Bronco, I got a better idea for you. How about you go to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway and you start looking around. You start getting an idea of what you need to do to prepare in case of an emergency. No, it doesn't need to be about zombies. It just needs to be about being prepared if the water supply got tainted and made sure that you had enough water filtration. In fact, even at True Prep, they have these workshops, including Intro to Water Filtration and Storage. That one's coming up in the end of July on July 20th. But they've got plenty of great events that you need to take a part of, especially if you're new to preparing, including this weekend's Intro to Emergency Preparedness. And they also have the Bug Out and Get Home bag class. These are great things. These are great tools by great people who are local, and they own True Prep. They're locally owned and operated by Matt and Joey. Amy's there. She is taking care of everybody running the place. She knows everything that you need. She can even get you started. They've got everything you need right there. True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. You got to go check it out. Whether it's freeze-dried food, the water filtration we talked about, EMT grade first aid kits, firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo, all at the lowest prices around. It's your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies. They even have handgun care and maintenance workshops, long-term food storage, freeze-dried foods, and Mylar demo, because they have the Mylar bags. They have the oxygen absorbers. They have everything you need in case of an emergency. True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. If you want to find out about all these great workshops, go to their website, trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
Shooting drills. A coach who knows the game can teach their team how to improve, but one who genuinely cares about each player.
You have what it takes. We got this.
Can inspire them to win. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Marketing is everywhere, From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Customer service seems like a lost art these days, but EMC Security is bringing it back. I was blown away with their service. They answer the phone quickly and truly want to help you, which is rare these days. My technician was friendly, answered all my questions, and got everything installed perfectly. I highly recommend EMC Security.
EMC Security, exceeding customer expectations since 1998. Call or visit emcsecurity.com for a free quote.
When you're leaving the house, do you plead with your garage door? Please open, please open. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let us take that anxiety away with one quick call. Our highly trained technicians will get to the bottom of your garage door issues. It could be a simple repair, a malfunctioning opener, or maybe just needs a tune-up. But if it's time for your garage door to be replaced, we'll make that easy too with upfront pricing and free estimates. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, seasonsgarages.com.
Does your friend listen to an old station whose news gives them the blues? Set your friend right. Tell him to download the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. I've not seen these things up close and personal before. It's something that's still kind of futuristic sounding to me, and that is a delivery drone dropping off something at your house. Now, I know it's happening in, random places, but I've not seen it happen yet. Now, Amazon, when we order now, we've gotten it day of, like 6 hours after we order it. It's amazing when that happens. But the delivery drone, I want to ask y'all before I tell y'all about this story that will probably make you laugh and roll your eyes. Have y'all seen a delivery drone yet?
No.
Like physically working?
No, I haven't seen one.
No, okay.
Have you?
No,
okay.
No. Down in Florida, there's a fella named Dennis Wynn. Dennis Wynn decided when he saw the delivery drone from Walmart coming through his neighborhood, he was having none of it. And took out his shotgun and fixed it. He shot the damn drone out of the sky.
I fired one round at it. Now they say I hit it, so I must be a good shot.
Mr. Wynn was defending his property. He felt that this drone was invading his private property. He is a homeowner.
That is him and his lawyers defending shooting the drone out of the sky.
I'm with him. I am completely with him.
Well, man, it's going to be a war zone in people's neighborhoods if everybody starts shooting drones out of the sky.
Okay, but why do drones have the right to fly over your home or fly on your property? Because I don't trust these drones. Listen, Amazon, you think I trust them? They listen to me with Alexa. Call me a conspiracy theorist all you want.
I'm not.
But I'm not going to allow a drone that obviously uses cameras to find its way around, to fly by my house, to take video of my house or what's going on in my house, because that's a way that the government will abuse this technology the way they always do. I'm on his side. You want to be able to fly drones, then they need to go on streets and follow streets alone. It should never be able to go over someone's property.
Go up the driveway and drop it off and then back. Because the technology would be there. The GPS would be there.
Sure.
I mean, if you look at Google Maps, you can see... Yeah, I mean, they can show you the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, they should be able to navigate.
Now, was it going to his house?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly.
So, but it was 230 feet in the air.
Boom!
That's a quality shot.
Airspace is airspace, my friend.
No question. But, I mean, it's pretty impressive that he hit a drone 230 feet in the air.
I love that he said that, too. Must be a good shot.
Must be a dang good shot.
You also kind of got to be a little bit weird when it comes to, hey, there's a drone flying over my house, and now it's time for me to shoot at it.
I agree with that.
Now if you're telling me it's like it's been hovering over my house for 30 minutes, that seems a little weird.
Nervous. Yeah,
I'll probably shoot at it.
Listen, he's been doing this for 2 years, waiting for this opportunity.
Yeah,
he said as soon as they start delivering, them drones start delivering. Let me tell you what's going to happen if they fly over my house.
I'm going to shoot them down.
Is right next to the screen door.
That's right.
He'd been waiting.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what mine is.
Listens. He opens the window and he's like, shh, shh.
Is it cicadas or is it a drone?
It's a drone.
Do you hear that buzz?
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot it.
Come outside with his gun? Absolutely.
I started blasting. Bang!
Bam!
So the shooting incurred $2,500 of damage to the drone.
Oh, wow.
And he got out of jail after posting $13,500.
Yes.
To get
he
out
don't
of jail.
care.
I don't think he does either.
Chick-fil-A does it, right? You know, they got their little drone carts.
Yeah.
They stay on the streets and on the sidewalks.
Yeah.
It's all based on the federal government. They don't just drive through people's, front lawns, because I'll tell you right now, if a Chick-fil-A thing came across my front lawn, I'd shoot it.
Yeah.
I'd steal all the chicken, too.
Yeah, exactly. Shoot at it just to get the meal out of it.
Springs would be popping out of the side of that thing. I'd just be sitting on the ground with my mayo and someone else's Chick-fil-A sandwiches and fries.
That's right. They're already paid for.
They'd come arrest me. I'd have wrappers everywhere around me.
Sir, did you take the Chick-fil-A?
Sure
did. No, he better no.
There's so much technology on the way.
Yeah.
It's like, get used to this sort of stuff. This is just we are having like these incredible leaps and bounds of technology that by the time, like I was telling you earlier, Tug, I listened to the Joe Rogan podcast of the guy who got the Neuralink implant into his head,
which is unbelievable.
And it was fascinating to listen to what technology is trying to do for people that are quadriplegic.
Yeah,
like we are going to have like jumps over the next 20 years that will go like, oh my, the idea that a drone drops stuff off of your house will not be that big a deal.
No, yeah, that's going to be old news. But that reminds me of the guy that you're talking about, the Neuralink guy. I mean, it sounds like a superhero movie. Isn't there one of the superhero leader commanders fellers?
Hold on, let him keep asking.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? The dude
Superman,
that's in a
what?
wheelchair that goes and tells the Fantastic Four what to do or something.
He's in a wheelchair and tells the Fantastic Four what to do.
Am I wrong about that? I may have.
I think you're referring to Dr. Charles Xavier.
That's exactly who I meant. I described it so well. You knew exactly who I was talking about.
He's the one who really saved Wolverine from becoming crazy.
That's what I was going to say next.
Yeah,
he got him them razor blades in his arms.
Yeah, he reeled them in. And
he's got them razor blades in his arms.
Does he not?
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Those are adamantium claws.
Yes. I was trying to speak to the everyday listener, to the average American that don't know what that word you just said is.
Oh,
what did you say?
Hey, Deadpool and Wolverine is going to be
a good one.
Adalandum Arms. What is it?
Adalandum.
Is that not what you said?
You're my favorite person in the world right now.
He got them Adam Lambert fingers.
He's now the singer for Queen.
He got razor blades coming out of his hands.
That's right. You know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. There's no disguising what I'm talking about.
I'm so happy.
I'm just trying to tell people what I know.
No
about.
wonder you shoot at drones.
I don't. Not yet.
It's one of them ex-Fantastic Four people.
Right.
He rolls around in a wheelchair and talks to the Fantastic Four.
You know
Tells them what to do.
You knew what I was talking about.
Yes, you did.
I'm so great.
You articulated it very well.
I'm so great at my articulation.
That was great.
That's that fine Dalton, Georgia education.
Right. That's why I like that Wolverine. He got them Lambert fingers.
I got to pull this together. There's something we need to talk about. Stacey Abrams and the truth. I mean, those don't go together, man. They typically don't go together. Do they now? Rhino?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. All of a sudden, we talked about this on Friday. I said, wait for Stacey Abrams to jump in. She jumped in as quick as possible. She's here in Atlanta.
And the pool was empty.
Oh, yeah. She's talking about how he's done a great job. Biden did a great job. And now the switch is the question. So, of course, Stacey Abrams saying, playing the team game, right? She's got to be on there. So the truth is out there. And she said, yeah, you know what? Joe Biden has, is very, she didn't say sick. What she said was, he's not all there. But his policy has been so great. And she continues to play this game. And this is the Democrats' new game. That no matter what, no matter how bad he is, no matter whether or not he could bend over and tie his shoes, he's come up with some of the greatest policies. He's working with foreign leaders all over the world. And Stacey Abrams is sitting back going, Well, you know what? It is kind of scary for him because now she's got to be here. And the people in Atlanta saw it on Thursday night and saw it and said, hey, guess what? This guy's not there. We're not going to vote for him. So she's kind of playing that game where she's like, hey, the community here, the black community, the black voters, they love me. They still love me. So I'm going to kind of play to their side and say, hey, you're right. He's not really all there.
It should be obvious to anyone who's been watching for the last 3.5 years or just happened to stumble upon Thursday night that he's not all there.
They're still talking about issues they have with young men voters. And this is across any and all ethnic groups. And you roll out Stacey Abrams to be the person to suddenly tell you that, listen, everything's totally going to be fine. There's not really an issue here. The reason why she lost here is because young men, predominantly African-American men, said, don't trust you.
Yeah, and then you have young men becoming more conservative by nature to begin with. So that means if they're becoming more conservative, we talked about this a little bit ago, Los, when you look at toxic masculinity, they reject that because they just instinctively want to be around someone who is strong. That's the leader that they would follow. It doesn't matter if you're in the military or you're on a ball field. Mm-hmm. They want a leader, pardon me, that is strong. Joe Biden doesn't project that. So it doesn't matter how many times people tell you in your head, all you have to do is look at him and know he is a weak leader. It doesn't matter who says it, Stacey Abrams or otherwise.
Yeah, Stacey Abrams knows it. She knows that he's a weak leader, but she also, I think, realizes that there's no way they can replace him at this point. And it's just a game that they will not be able to play. They can't pull him off 20 states' ballots. They just can't do it at this point. So what is the game now? Well, Stacey Abrams told you that the policy is still there. The Supreme Court is very important. The threat to democracy and the black voters' ability to vote, because those evil white people are going to take away your ability to vote. This is the game she's going to play. And part of that reason is they want to justify the fact that 71 million people will still find a way to vote for Joe Biden when he is the nominee in 2024. They're going to say his policy was too important. We needed to make sure that it wasn't about Joe Biden. It's about Donald Trump taking away women's right to abortion. It's about Donald Trump taking away your ability to make a living. It's about Donald Trump not working for the people, blah, 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 blah. So that's why 70 million people. His policies were so strong, not Joe Biden himself.
Well, there's only one play, but it ruins everything because as Rhino's telling you about, oh my God, they're taking away women's rights. The only play here is to dump Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only long-term play because of the legal standpoint of who has to be on the ballot, and Joe Biden has to be on the ballot. Now, if you're able to get around it and say, hey, here's his running mate, and this is the person who's going to be running the country shortly, well, then that's the play. But in order to do so, you have to take away opportunity from women.
Oh, that's ugly. And
do you think she'll turn?
No.
You don't think Kamala Harris is right now going back to all the top Democrats in the White House saying, hey, guys,
who's going to listen to that?
I'm willing to pull the 25th.
She wouldn't be able
to pull the 25th.
She's not going to say that. She's going to be talking about spaceships and butterflies.
Oh, look, no, don't put past this woman that she's as power hungry as Joe Biden.
Oh, I think she is. But
she is going behind saying she knows she needs support to remove him.
Ain't nobody.
You don't think she wants to remove him?
Maybe she does, but she doesn't have the wherewithal to get it done.
She put something up that said Madam President the other day.
But we're unburdened by what has been.
Yeah. And what will be. And the passage of time. The passage of time.
That's right.
And when it comes to the passage of time, the passage of time is important.
And it's very timely.
Yeah.
The passage
Well, let me tell you who passed a lot of time. That's Joe Biden.
Yeah, no kidding. But at the end of the day, though, this is about Barack Obama's third.
Yes.
And then eventual fourth term.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's all the puppet game anyway.
Well, he's your monarch.
Yeah, it does.
He's your monarch, and all these other people are your foot soldiers, including Joe Biden, who, at this point, they're okay with her being the Edith Wilson to Woodrow Wilson. As he lays dead in bed, Joe Biden will still sign things in law because Joe Biden will be doing the signatures.
That's right.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines, presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, July 2nd. 5 family members from Alpharetta were all killed in a small plane crash in New York on their way home from a baseball tournament held in Cooperstown, New York, home of the Baseball Hall of Fame. 12-year-old James Van Epps hit a grand slam at the tournament before the plane piloted by his grandfather, 76-year-old Roger Beggs, went down in upstate New York. Also on the plane were James' younger brother, 10-year-old Harrison, along with 43-year-old Laura Van Epps and 42-year-old Ryan Van Epps. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. 2 young boys are dead and another young man wounded after a tragic shooting in southwest Atlanta. Police responded to a call at an apartment complex in the Oakland City neighborhood where they found one 13-year-old dead and 2 boys, aged 13 and 12, suffering from gunshot wounds. Both boys were rushed to the hospital where the 13-year-old succumbed to his injuries. The 12-year-old is in stable condition. Police say that no one has been arrested at this time, and they have not released any information about a possible motive or suspect. The U.S. men's national team is out of Copa America tournament after a disappointing 1-0 loss to Uruguay in the group stage. The team's poor performance has led for calls for manager Greg Berhalter to resign from his position, and the Braves back in action tonight as they welcome the San Francisco Giants to Truist Park. 3-game series against the Giants will open with Reynaldo Lopez on the mound for the Braves. First pitch scheduled for 7:20. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. When we continue next, the debate highlighted the scam that has been underway for 3.5 years. Next on Extra 106.3, Morning Extra until 10.
Latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust. Your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events, and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
I need better negotiating skills, or I need to put my foot down. Something's got to give in my home because it's freezing in there. We were just sitting on the couch yesterday, late afternoon, before we went and saw my son's baseball game, and I was wrapped up in a blanket in my own home in the middle of summer. That just doesn't even seem like real. That seems like something made up or make-believe. Make-a-believe, as I hear it's called down the hall. The thing that's going on in our house is that Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they came out and fixed our AC. If you run into problems with your AC, doesn't matter the model, the make, the year, or whatever, they service all of them. And they will have your machinery up and running the way it's supposed to. Lickety-split, they'll get it done so fast. Problem is, they get it done too well, at least at my house, because it's blowing snowballs. And my wife loves it. She thinks it's great. My son loves it. He thinks it's great. Not me. I'm not that crazy about it, to be honest with you, because I'm wrapped up in a blanket at 4 p.m. It's nuts. It doesn't even seem like it would be a real thing, but it is. So if you want to have that same argument, that same discussion in your home, fighting over the temperature, is it colder or is it more mild? Well, you can, but you have to make sure that your HVAC system is working the way it's supposed to. So it can get that cold if necessary, if you like it that way. How do you do that? Get a maintenance agreement today with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, or have the repair work done, because, look, new systems are expensive, so get the maintenance agreement so your system lasts as long as it can. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Get ready. Diamonds Direct will forever change the way you shop for jewelry. With over 80 years experience in direct sourcing, Diamonds Direct is finally opening in Atlanta. Customers across the Southeast know Diamonds Direct for their unbeatable selection and prices, but return again and again because of their unparalleled customer experience. The experts at Diamonds Direct are your advocate in the dizzying world of diamonds, ensuring you are nothing shy of confident in your purchase. How do they do it? With the best selection, the best quality, and the best price. In fact, Diamonds Direct guarantees they won't just meet any local price, they'll beat it. So if you can dream it, Diamonds Direct can deliver it. Build your own engagement ring, tap into their custom design studio, or choose from hundreds of ready-to-wear styles. No other jeweler can maximize your budget like Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct, coming soon to Buckhead and ready to amaze Atlanta with the best selection, the best quality, the best price, and the best people guaranteed.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
The Morning Xtra, Neil Bortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Xtra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Today is Made in the USA Day. So I'm a fan. I like the way that sounds. I want to buy things that are made in the USA.
Yes.
But I just feel like nowadays, I'm not sure that even things that say made in the USA are actually made in the USA because, there's been that thing where they'll say, assembled in the USA. Like,
sure.
Instead, like it all came from somewhere else and they just put it together, here in America. So, like, there's all kinds of trickery going on.
There sure is. I mean, when you think about, like, Ford and all their trucks are made in Mexico. Like, even though it says made in the USA, it's not even made in the USA.
It'd be assembled here or something.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's always down to the last, well, we attached the microchip here.
That's exactly right.
After we brought that in from China,
we
had
attached
the truck made in Mexico.
Yeah. We attached the rear view or something.
Yeah, as soon as we get the plastic bag from China, we put it in that bag and send it to you, along with the other stuff we got from China.
Good. No. It's I don't know. I love Made in the USA. I want, to buy things that are made in the USA, but it does seem like it's more challenging by the day. And the Chinese are smart, because they get around all those tariffs by building things in Mexico to take advantage of the USMCA. What took place of, what was it? What was the thing that before USMCA, the trade agreement? NAFTA. There we go.
Yeah.
And so they've taken advantage of that. And then, there's just, I don't know that there's anything in the world that's truly made in the USA anymore. I hope there is. And if you know some things, reach out to us, 404-741-1230, or find us across social media platforms at Extra 1063, at Tug Coward, at Rhino Extra 1063.
If you know some things.
If you know some things,
that's
call
all.
us.
Yeah, if you know
Guess we won't be getting any calls from Democrats.
Just like the idea that maybe you want a spelling bee in middle school.
Yeah, if you did, let us know about that too.
That's awesome.
If you know some things that are made in the USA still that I'm looking over because I've seen those flags. That's the only thing I can think of right off.
Guns are made in the USA.
Most it depends. What depends on.
Up, dude.
Yeah, America it up.
Dude, I watched that guy over this way. I showed my brother-in-law.
Still funny.
Dude,
it's hilarious.
I showed my brother-in-law this thing he was a captain in the Air Force and just retired. And I played him. He was like, dude, he was like about to spit his drink out, laughing so hard. And then he turns around and he was like, Heather, his wife's Heather. He's like, Heather, look at this. And she's because he married, it's funny, he was my best friend since third grade and he married my wife's sister. Long story. I know, right? Mind blown. And he shows it to her, and she didn't even have a reaction. She was like, oh, that's hysterical. Like, what are you missing? How are you not laughing at this guy talking about American it up? The United States Navy, he had the ability to, save the Navy, but she didn't find it as humorous as all three of us did.
You got me on this Facebook Marketplace thing, and listen.
What are you going to buy today?
How do you think it would look if I had a tactical helmet and a tactical vest, and I filled it with Pez dispensers and walked to work here every day?
I think it'd be awesome.
It'd be different.
It would. I mean, I don't think anybody would be intimidated. They wouldn't be frightened of you by any means. But
No, how would you not be? If I'm wearing a tactical helmet, and goggles, black goggles, so you can't see my face, and a matching vest, and I just had pet, you'd be like, that guy's crazy, and there's got to be a gun in there somewhere.
Maybe, yeah.
Right?
I guess.
You would think I was nuts.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm
so.
wondering if we get tackled.
If you walk through the battery, probably. One of the security guards.
I'm gonna have to test this out.
They drive up on that little 3-wheel.
It's only $20.
One day that dude creeped up on me in the parking lot. Oh, scared the life out of me.
Oh yeah, they're creepy people.
The great reveal of what's happening. The debate, Los, highlighted the scam that's been underway for I don't know, about 3.5 years.
This is so awesome right now because this was boiled down in a very simple tweet that I saw. And of all people, it was from Alex Berenson, and he had basically been exchanging some text messages with someone, and it was a very simple text that went back and forth. All it said was, "I'm so captivated by this Biden thing. It isn't so much a campaign imploding as much as a scam unraveling."
Such a great way to put it.
Because we can all say, wow, look what happened Thursday night, and wow, it's a huge political moment, and look how bad it is. What it finally was revealing what we've been talking about for the better part of 4 years, that you've been scammed by the corporate media, that this guy was with it, and he was on top of things, and he's the one in charge, and it's dark branded, and look how sharp this guy is. You were lied to in the interest of power for this long, and I think that is why when you see, and we'll get into it a little bit later, when you have 3 out of 4 Americans say that this man can't do the job, that's across the board.
Yeah, I mean, even Democrats that don't want to admit it, no, he can't do the job. We've been talking about it for so long. See, you have to think about what they were really doing. They were distracting from the health of Biden because they figured, hey, we can get this done because we're going to have Donald Trump in jail. We got 4 cases. We're going to throw him away. We don't have to worry about any of this. And they took that. We joked about it before they even took the debate. We said, what is he thinking? Why would he do this? We know what he's going to look like on stage.
I don't think we anticipated it being as bad as it.
We thought he'd be doped up, ready to go.
I know,
we knew the possibility.
Of course, absolutely. There's no doubt. There's a song by Pearl Jam called "Rear View Mirror." Mm-hmm. Y'all remember that song?
Yeah,
Yes.
There's a line in there when he's uncovered what has happened and in the story, and he said, "Finally, the shades are raised." I always thought that was such a really descriptive way of going, "Oh, I get it now. Yeah. Finally, the shades are raised. The light is coming in to open up the picture, and you can see." I think that is a great analogy, I guess, for what is happening and what happened on Thursday night. Finally, the shades are raised for everybody. We knew it, but for everybody else that were in the dark, not anymore.
Not a failing campaign, a scam revealed.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. It is.
That's a simple way of putting it to people.
It's the best way to put it.
And there's no way to confuse what that is.
No, you've been scammed.
You've been scammed, you've been duped, and you should feel dumb. You should feel dumb. But see, Democrats will rework this in their head. Their idea now, because of yesterday's Supreme Court ruling, is, well, Joe Biden, no matter if he's dead, it's more important to vote for Joe Biden because then we can weaponize the Supreme Court. Because in reality, what they're doing today is saying that they're the threat to democracy because the Supreme Court and the conservative members of the Supreme Court followed the Constitution and made the right decision. But they're so blinded by anger and hatred that they don't even see how this will affect them if they didn't rule the way they were supposed to rule. They don't understand that there's still a possibility that some of these lower courts will look at it and say, yeah, that's fine. This was when he was a candidate, not a president, so we'll work this and we'll still get Trump. They don't understand the actual, the laws, the books, the Constitution, and now they're all upset about it. So this is why they're okay with this dead man running for president. They think it's more important.
I think they understand all of that. I think they don't like any of it, so they're going directly against it on purpose. That more than misunderstanding it.
Well, it's a level of desperation that occurs.
Yeah.
And when you understand that the communist is a angry person, part of a death cult, wasn't it fascinating to watch how quickly they turned a Supreme Court ruling into, now Joe Biden can go kill?
Yeah.
That was their first inclination.
Well, he already did. He killed 10 innocent people in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but they're talking about your political enemies.
Yes.
In this instance.
How quickly that occurred into... When can we take out Donald Trump and the others we don't like?
That's what you're saying, man. It's nuts.
I just have never gone down that road where I thought maybe I should kill my political opponent. I'm sorry. Has never really crossed my mind.
They're crazy people.
You're trying to tell me murder's never crossed your mind? Come on. Surely it has.
I've never went and said, don't really care for that ruling. Maybe we should kill that person.
But look, that's not that uncommon with liberals, man.
Remember not at all. They're crazy
coming across the country to kill a Supreme Court justice. Thankfully, it was,
This is the Democrats' fault.
Oh, you know what? When we get into it next hour, I'll start pulling up all their tweets.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And you know what? It wasn't like it was just influencers.
No.
This went all the way to congressmen.
All of a sudden, killing Donald Trump was completely acceptable from the leftists. We'll discuss that after the Fox News update on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
At least in the U.S., we know if Trump is elected, the whole woke ideology will be dead. The military will be rebuilt and led by a whole new set of leaders. Oil will be produced. Power plants will get built along with the wall. Illegals will be stopped cold. Israel will get full support, and the Ukraine war will be ended with some sort of an armistice. Europe will end the massed immigration from the Mideast and will likely rebuild NATO. What China does, and Russia and Iran, in the face of Trump and a more right-wing European Union, will be interesting to watch.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
The Supreme Court's 6-3 ruling on presidential immunity yesterday, an absolute victory for Donald Trump, but the media have struggled to explain what it is. For example, on official acts with core constitutional responsibilities, absolute immunity, said the court, citing any dealings with the Justice Department. So a president can order the indictment of all his political enemies, and that's okay. Private conduct, obviously different. But then there's this middle ground of presumptive immunity. And there, the court just punted. It sent it back to the trial court. For example, was it improper for Donald Trump to pressure Mike Pence to overturn the results of the 2020 election? Blistering dissent from Sonia Sotomayor. The president is now a king above the law. This clearly could affect and will delay any litigation for Jack Smith and could affect the campaign as well. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
Shannon Burke is back on the air in Atlanta. Well, sort of. He's live on the Kimmer Show.
I really believe that this is an effort to push Facebook and Instagram. They won't be able to push X around, but Facebook and Instagram and any to censor anything that looks like he's wandering off or falling or slipping and instantly calling it a cheap fake or a deep fake, whatever.
It's the 51 guys on the letter all over again. It's exactly, don't believe your eyes. Don't believe your voice. Don't believe your ears. It's about, this has all the earmark. That's exactly what they're doing, and they're trying to get away with it again.
You know how you can tell if we ever deep fake here on this show?
How?
I will sound like Sir Patrick Stewart.
At the same time, we're being told that it's saying that the United States is a constitutional republic is dangerous to our democracy.
Atlanta's biggest conservative voices are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Is the Supreme Court undermining the rule of law? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Biden says it is.
There are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent.
Reacting to the court's ruling that former presidents have immunity from prosecution for official acts while in office.
American people must decide if they want to entrust the president once again, the presidency, to Donald Trump, now knowing he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases whenever he wants to do it.
But in the 6-3 ruling, the court also ruled there's no immunity for unofficial acts. Chief Justice John Roberts read the decision does not mean presidents are above the law. Former President Trump called the ruling a big win for democracy, and he posted on Truth Social early this morning. It's a high-level spanking, in all caps, for Jack Smith, who he calls deranged. The special counsel's 2020 election interference case against the former president is delayed by this immunity appeal, and
there are a number of reports this morning that former President Trump is already using this Supreme Court decision to try to set aside his criminal convictions in that New York business records case. Now, as far as that New York case against Trump is concerned, at the moment, sentencing is scheduled for next week.
Fox's Doug Luzader. Israel's ordered Palestinian civilians to leave Han Yunis, signaling a new offensive against Hamas in the Gaza city, where rockets were fired at Israel today. In Ukraine, a perhaps awkward meeting. Hungary's prime minister is there for the first time since Russia invaded.
Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has been reluctant to support Ukraine's military despite his country being part of the European Union and NATO. Orban is close to Russian President Vladimir Putin and believes Ukraine cannot win the war.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Beryl is now a Category 5 hurricane, the earliest one ever in the Atlantic. 165-mile-an-hour top winds. It did a lot of damage in Grenada, the Grenadines, and Barbados. At least 2 deaths reported. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-887-1010. 800-887-1010.
With plans starting at $20 a month for unlimited talk, text, and tons of data, switching your wireless service to Pure Talk is a no-brainer. And right now is a great time to make the switch to help Pure Talk support America's Warrior Partnership and their mission to help prevent veteran suicide. You can help too. Switch your cell phone service today to Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I live out here 30 miles west of Augusta. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra. July 2nd. Goodness gracious, it's like a Thursday on a Tuesday. This is wonderful. I hope we have many more of these in the future. I think we should plan for them. I think we should ask for them. A terrific day all together as we lead into the greatest of the national holidays. And that would be the 4th of July. God bless America. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Y'all, I think I've brought this up a bunch of times in the past. Like, I love breakfast. I will eat breakfast for lunch. I'll eat breakfast for dinner. am a breakfast guy. Doesn't matter when I can eat breakfast. The other night, I was just inclined, instead of eating, like a full-on dinner, I had cereal for dinner.
That's smart. I like that.
Me too. I don't eat cereal often, maybe once, twice, 3 times a year at best. But as I'm sitting there, eating the bowl of cereal. Now, do you ever read the cereal box?
Always.
As you sit there and eat cereal?
Yeah, and I don't know why.
I don't know either. But it got me to thinking, and maybe y'all can help me understand why. There is something that has vanished from cereal.
Sugar?
No, they've added. I think they've
Toys.
actually added. Yes. Remember when we were kids?
Yeah.
There was always a toy inside the cereal box. Do you remember that, Lowe's?
Yeah, totally.
All of a sudden,
my favorite thing.
It doesn't exist anymore.
It's the only
Always
reason I
at the
bought cereal.
Bottom of the packaging.
It was usually like some kind of car. There was just some prize that was associated with the cereal, and they always had some big TV ad campaign. And now, like, our kids just don't have that. It does not exist.
They put a crossword on the back of the box now,
If
and
you're
some
lucky.
letter games and stuff like
and
that.
a QR code or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, how wildly interesting. We managed to get kids addicted to sugar, and now we have the fattest country on the planet.
Yeah. I'm not
Crazy
saying
how that works.
I'm not saying it was a good idea, but I'm just merely saying.
Here's your toy, though.
I think it's a great idea.
Happy Meals are the same way, right?
Yes, exactly.
Do they still put toys in Happy Meals?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
They do? I bet they're lousy, though.
Some of them are. They had some good ones. I don't remember what they were, but my son wanted them, and they were like figurines and stuff. So they'll still do some good ones every once in a while, but most of them are like really cheap plastic now.
Yeah.
They condition you to hurt yourself in these ways.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. There's no doubt.
I mean, this is why during the heart of COVID, it was, we'll give you a donut if you take the shot. Like, oh, it kind of feels like Captain Crunch. They gave me a toy. Morons.
I know.
I'm sorry if you went for that one.
Yeah, right.
And I'm sorry if you went and got Captain Crunch for the toy. Like,
Yeah.
that was just one of the things I remember as a kid, was that it was so sugary. And when I don't know, at some point I went, I don't think this is really good.
No, it can't be. It cannot be.
It's like, I kind of came off it, like it started with like some Honey Nut Cheerios and it slowly moved to something that just wasn't as sugary.
Yeah, no, which is smart. Yeah, and my wife is very much that way too. She eats the most bland cereal. She doesn't eat a lot of cereal, but when she does, it is the most bland, nothing on it, like Cheerios that are just plain old Cheerios.
I got to the point where it was Rice Krispies.
Yeah,
just like pretty. It's kind of gruelish.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty basic.
That got me to thinking about other things that have just disappeared lately.
Mm-hmm.
Remember those kids' shoes that had wheels on?
Yeah.
Oh, the wheelies.
The wheelies.
Yeah.
They're gone. What happened to them?
I don't know.
They were everywhere, and then they just disappeared.
I'll tell you what happened to them. My son never was able to get a pair, or he could have probably. I'm sure you could still find them. But see, I couldn't. I couldn't find a pair in my size, and that's what got people mad, because I wanted a pair so bad. Like, how cool would it be to walk into this station, drop my little Heelys, and roll across the studios?
I mean,
It'd be cool, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah.
It'd be really cool.
Yeah, I guess
Especially my tactical vest.
Joe.
I had a pair of Heelys. The problem was...
Of course you did. You were too fat?
No.
Damn,
The problem
Rhino.
is they banned them everywhere.
What do you mean they banned them?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's why
They would have signs, no Heelys, at like wherever...
Like at Taco Bag or something?
Heely places would be, like Target or Walmart.
They wouldn't
or
let
the
you
bank.
Yeah. Or the bank.
Who goes into a bank?
Oh, no,
When's
I was
the
in
last
the
time you've
bank
been
a
in a
lot
bank?
as a kid. And then I was
Jeez.
wheeling one time.
Daddy
and they
Brett
were like,
must be
no
rolling in the
wheeling.
dough.
I'm just glad that this never caught either one of my daughters.
My son either.
My older daughter, when I think she had just turned maybe 10 or 11, she had asked for a penny board for Christmas.
What's a penny board?
It's small. It's like a smaller skateboard. And at the time, I was talking about how, hey, we're just getting ready to start volleyball season. The first time she got on it, she fell off like as hard as you can. And I looked right at her, and I looked right at my wife, and I go, yeah, it's about enough of that thing.
Yeah, no, thank you.
And she never got near it after that. It was just the very first time, flew right off it.
Yeah, I never had I was never coordinated enough to ride a skateboard, and I just looked up the penny board, and that's the narrow one, right?
But I was caught up in the whole Tony Hawk thing and gleaming the cube, man.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay?
Me too.
I wanted to be, but I couldn't ride a skateboard.
No, and neither could I. In fact, like a couple times when I did have one and I got on it, I flew off too.
Yeah.
I got 2 in my garage. We should bring them in and have some fun.
No, it'd be terrible. I'd break my arm, and it takes forever for an old man's arm to feel. You know?
God forbid you get your hip.
Might have to put you down.
That's what I'm afraid of. Yes, absolutely. And I have a life insurance policy. My wife might be cheering for it. I don't know. All right, last one. Just because this was just like things just kept flooding to me. And have you noticed that movie trailers don't have like the big voiceover dude anymore? You know what I mean? Like they don't have the big.
He probably died.
Well, but that one guy did. Yeah. But like used to be, there was like yeah, exactly. They don't. The ones that I've seen lately just don't have that.
Yeah, you're right. It is just dialogue.
Yeah, it's just like clips of the movies. It used to be the guy would set it up like what you're about to see.
Like the bigger things that we now see is when they, and these are summer blockbuster things, when they integrate advertising into it. Like, for instance, right now, when you watch Deadpool and Wolverine.
Is it like a Taco Bell commercial?
Along those lines, but it's a beer commercial.
Okay, beer. Yeah.
And so it works them two in just to promote the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. So now it's like a trade partnership. We're going to promote both brands.
Right. Within our own brand to advertise the movie.
And so that means whatever the beer brand paid a boatload to have them in the ad just to promote. It's a smart way of doing it, and it's a win-win for the
but no big voiceover guy at that point.
It just you don't have it anymore. I remember loving that dude, and I know the main one, the one you're talking about, Rhino, has passed on.
Yeah,
but there was just something so cool about him. And the way that they used to do movie trailers. Yeah. Maybe that's why I don't watch movies anymore. They just don't get my attention.
Yeah.
They don't have a big voice guy no more.
They kind of, look, movies are just now starting to get back in theaters where we didn't have to go to theaters to watch movies for quite some time. And now, like, I've been waiting to see Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, but I don't want to go to a movie theater. And there's some other good movies
on Amazon soon anyway.
So now I'll just wait. But there's some other movies out there that I'm like, hey, I want to go see these movies. And they're actually out in a movie theater again. I'm kind of into going back. I saw Top Gun in the movie. That's the last one I saw.
Same here.
I kind of got a little bit of a throwback because on Hulu right now is the Andrew McCarthy documentary, Brats.
The Brat Pack.
And I didn't watch it. So I finished it up.
I want to watch it so bad. You got to give me your login. I didn't know you had Hulu too.
Yes,
we can wheel and deal. I'll buy you some sort of vegan dish.
All right. Well, thank you. That'll totally work. But then that got me before I even watched it. The other night I got kind of pulled into watching Weird Science.
Oh my gosh!
So I watched Weird Science, and now that I watch Bratz. The one that they're pushing on from Hulu, because they do, hey, if you watch this, is St. Elmo's Fire.
I know, right? And they're doing a new version of the movie, too, I believe.
Well, I'll never watch that.
Okay. Well,
but I've now gotten into realizing, I'm like, what a cool era when Hollywood decided to tell young people stories, and it all started with these people that were older than us. I mean, I was like 8, 9, some of it I was like 5 years old, but still, it was the whole idea of like this youthful genre that started happening, and it all happened kind of on our watch when we were kids.
What do you little maniacs want to do first?
There you go. That was Kelly LeBrock when she asked him straight out.
Moken.
Yes.
The
Weird Science is such a fun movie.
Woman I'd ever seen in my life at that moment. I was like, dear God, I love you.
You little maniacs.
What do you little maniacs want to do first? Dude, she had that accent.
There's so much that's cool about that. But yeah, that whole Brat Pack and them, I don't know. I guess maybe I just hadn't really pondered like who was all in it. But it was cool. Outside of Molly Ringwald, pretty much all of them are in that documentary.
Yeah.
And Judd Nelson, there's like a little joke at the end, but he like lives off the grid. He's like Rhino, how he wants to live.
Yes.
He's just like you can't find him.
He's got a school bus.
Yeah.
he's got the retrofitted school bus, and you can't find Judd Nelson anymore.
That's right.
I love it.
Mine's gonna have just like your shirt there. It's gonna have leaves and stuff. It's just gonna blend in perfect.
If you want to find Emilio Estevez, he's living like Tug Cowart. You want to find Judd Nelson, he's living like how Rhino wants to live.
Yeah. Good luck finding Judd
Exactly.
I can't wait to run into him.
Hang on, Kelly
I like that
LeBrock
dude.
was married to Steven Seagal. Did you know that?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was off of that movie that they did where she was the nurse and nursed him back to health after the shooting. What was it?
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know
Hard
this
to
movie?
Kill, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, hang on. 1990, Hard to Kill. And the only reason I know, it was a total guess.
Yeah.
The only reason I know is because I was looking her up because I want to see what she looked like. And she's still okay.
Yeah, good.
It's a little bit of work, maybe a little
But
too much
Steven
work.
Seagal.
But they had the list of movies that she was in, and that was the only one that was listed that was Seagal. So it was just like,
Yeah, they started a relationship, and that's where it all went.
Morning Extra on Extra 1063.
I'm sorry to be all up to date on my Kelly LeBrock information.
Dude.
When she wasn't doing the Brute ads.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know.
Dude, I totally forgot about those.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
She was the Brute cologne lady.
Yes. Brute by Fabergé.
There you go. She would tell you, come on, put it on.
That's right. Hard to Kill. I need to go back and watch that one, too. I haven't seen that one, and I may have only seen it one time. When
They're
it
all
very first
terrible,
came out.
but awesome.
But awesome at the same time. It's so
Yeah.
bad you had to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. But it kind of leads to where we are now. Who would have thought that there would be a natural progression into the fact that political people in politics would be okay with killing their political rivals?
So we had the ruling from SCOTUS. And again, this did not grant overall total immunity to an American president. It basically talked about unofficial acts. So for instance, if we were to look back at what has happened during Joe Biden's tenure, and if you want to say, hey, I lost control during Afghanistan, and because I wanted to appear strong, I decided to order a drone strike, and it killed a family. All right, that's not prosecutable.
Right, it's an official duty.
That was an official duty, and things did not go right. If you decided out of nowhere you wanted to take out your political opponent, well, at that point, you know what? Here's how the process works. You're going to go through it, and then you're going to be prosecuted. That's high crimes and treason. That's how that works.
That's right.
And yet, the left went nuts yesterday to a point where I was just reading through some of these. For instance, if you go to the New York Times editorial board, opinion. To serve his country, President Biden should leave the race. Okay, I get that they wrote that. Then it follows up with, to serve his country, President Biden should drone strike Donald Trump. Okay, that was the follow-up.
He's got experience doing
this
it.
stuff. You had the Aaron Rupers of the world. So if Joe Biden declared today that November's election is canceled and ordered the military to keep him in power, would that be an official act? These people lost their minds. And it's not only them. We can go over to Democrat Representative Zoe Lofgren, and this woman's 18th district out of California.
Yep.
I want you to take a look. This woman went on national television on MSNBC and told the nation this.
I guess, theoretically, President Biden, acting within the scope of his official duties, could dispatch the military to take out the conservative justices on the court, and he'd be immune.
You already tried that. Didn't you have the crazy man come from across the country? We talked about that earlier with the gun. That was the whole point.
Sure did.
But she's advocating for we can use the military to take. You are so going into the area that communism goes into. You are so turning this into. We've already seen the whole for my enemies the law, for my friends everything. We've already seen that all play out. Now it's turned into the next level of these people are advocating for assassinating, because it's not just like murder and they're doing it all under the guise of in the interest of democracy, which is what always the communists will always say, in the interest of the state, we had to do this so that you go along with it.
And there was I'm looking for the tweet. I don't see it right now, but there was a former Navy SEAL that was like, dude, this craziness, because it kept bubbling up yesterday. We'll send SEAL Team 6 to get President Trump. Yeah. And the former SEAL, whomever it was like, SEAL Team 6 is not going to do anything to assassinate anyone's political opponent.
Right.
That's not what we do.
It's an immoral order.
But yeah, it's exactly, and they would not take that command, which is exactly what he was.
Do they really not understand this? Do they not really understand that this is a ruling on something that's already established, that it's already been there? See, you do get these idiots like Ed Krasenstein, who says with today's Supreme Court ruling, couldn't Biden deem Trump a terrorist and send the U.S. military after him, then not be held liable? What are you talking about? Then you've got others that go, well, if this was in place, Richard Nixon never would have resigned. It was in place. Presidents have always had immunity, always will. Stop being stupid, but this is the distraction. This is a way for Democrats to turn everybody against the Supreme Court. This is a way for Democrats to continue to talk about stacking the Supreme Court, and that's why. They're going to call for all of the ridiculous things. What the Supreme Court did yesterday was upheld something that was already there. And let's be honest, Donald Trump is not out of trouble because there are lower courts, and Jack Smith is going to go say, hey, this isn't official business.
Yeah,
he was a candidate at this point, and that's what they're going to run with. It's just amazing the way that liberals are just so ill-informed and so emotional and so reactive. And the ones that call for violence every single time is the left.
This is very simple. The reason why this is what it is so that you can't have any local or state government interfere with the POTUS. Because if you were to have, as we talked about, a drone strike in Afghanistan that kills innocent people, and let's say, I don't know, Chris Carr decides to file and try and, basically prosecute the president for it. Well, all right, we're talking about now creating a constitutional issue. What, is he able to put him in jail because of it? Well, no, that's the reason why SCOTUS was very clear as to what was official acts and what is immunity and what is not, so that you can never have the issue of a local or state government coming after you in this way.
Because believe me, when Trump is president, those just like you're saying, that's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Definitely going to be tried.
I mean, they're going to go after Trump with. You think his first 4 years were tough and distracting? Man, wait until he gets elected again.
We talked about this on yesterday's show. At one point, you had the state of Colorado that decided, well, he can't possibly be on the ballot.
He's a threat to democracy.
Yeah.
Look at what he is. I'm sorry, you don't get to decide these things.
That's exactly right, man. SCOTUS made the right decision. It's very clear. But it will have impacts down on the other trials, though.
And by the way, I didn't care for the ruling for Missouri versus Biden, but I can explain it.
Right, at least it makes sense.
Right, I can explain their reasoning behind it. And so this is not just, look what the Supreme Court is doing and it's all good for me. No, it's not. But I'm able to explain the rulings that I agree with as well as the ones that I don't agree with from a constitutional standpoint.
But look at the difference in the way that our side took our L and their side took their L. It sucks. But you know what we said? It sucks. I can see what they're saying. It sucks. I don't like it. And maybe don't even agree with it.
Here's the reason the plaintiffs don't have standing as of now.
But don't mean they won't.
With Missouri versus Biden.
But the way, did you, because you didn't like that, were you like, man, wonder if we could drone strike some of our own political opponents?
At no point did I think to myself,
exactly.
What if we can just use the power of social media to go after them, and then later, if that doesn't work, let's drone strike them.
But that's the point, is just they're so emotional. They're so emotional. They just can't get out of their own way. Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3, the Talk Master. Last week we had him in studio with us for the first time ever. Get a little recap on his visit. He said he's going to come back and do it again in December, which will be fantastic. But the only place to get Neil Bortz is here on Extra 106.3. You get to hear from him next.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Every single example is something that happens to show the badness of Biden getting away with it. If you put a Republican in there, no matter who it is, they're going to cream him. That's what I mean by fixed election. There's no chance if the media and the Department of Justice and social media are all against you.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Me and my wife have been married 23 years, and I can count on one hand how many times we've actually argued about anything. Our relationship's fantastic, but we're about to add a sixth to the tally, unfortunately. Because she's about to freeze me out in this house. And it's all central heating and air conditioning's fault. Chuck and his team do such good work. They got our older AC unit, and it's probably a good 10, 12 years old. That's the beauty. They work on any make and model. They can fix whatever make and model that you have, too. Get it back up to working standards like they did at our house. But they did such a good job that our house is so stinking cold, and my wife and son love it. I don't love it that much because I like being, relatively comfortable. They like it to be snowballs in the house, like it's we live in Alaska or something. So anyway, the struggle is who gets to control the thermostat in the house. That's what's going to cause our sixth argument of our 23-year marriage. But look, some people really like it cold in the house, and if you're one of them, especially during these hot Georgia summers, call Central Heating and Air Conditioning because they can hook it up. They can set you up with a maintenance agreement too. That way your system lasts as long as it possibly can, and they'll take $10 from every maintenance agreement through the end of July and give it to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, benefiting CHOA, which I'm sure you've taken your kids and grandkids to, and benefiting you, making your HVAC system last longer and making your home as comfortable as you would like it. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Well, Sally, thank you for your time. But unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
But why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and we saw some red flags.
Like what?
Apparently, you were accused of dog-napping a Chihuahua named Mr. Cha-Cha.
Mr. Cha-Cha was my soulmate.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
With our endless money printing and record debt, protecting wealth is more challenging than ever. And if Biden is reelected, he's promised to make it nearly impossible. The gold standard for wealth preservation has always been gold or silver, precious metals. I strongly urge you to put a portion of your retirement portfolio in gold and silver. I know, it's a tough decision. And who should you work with to buy gold? The company that you can trust is Lear Capital, with over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, plus $3 billion in trusted transactions. Lear is the gold and silver industry leader now. Lear is the first company that I trusted to buy gold from some 20 years ago. My investment has quadrupled. Join me and the thousands of satisfied customers who decided to swap some of our dollars for gold. Seriously, what are you waiting for? Call Lear Capital today, 800-889-3070. Get your free gold guide and an IRA investor's kit. When you call, make sure you ask, how do you get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase? 800-889-3070. Call 800-889-3070. Remember, 800-889-3070.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. Democratic New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez remains on trial in New York. A former aide to Menendez testified about the senator's unusual behavior toward Egypt. During a period prosecutors say the senator was taking bribes to help the country obtain military aid. Sarah Arkin worked for Menendez before and while he chaired the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Arkin was usually involved in meetings the senator took with foreign officials in the Middle East and North Africa. But she began to realize the senator was having conversations with Egyptian officials she wasn't aware of. In 2019, Arkin said the senator told her he wanted to be less publicly critical of the country and do more through private conversations. The remarks were apparently prompted by a letter she drafted for the senator to sign that would have urged Egyptian leader Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to respect human rights and keep his pledge to leave office after a second term in 2022. He remains in power. Prosecutors accuse the senator of acting as an unregistered foreign agent of the country. He denies the charge. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Tug Coward, Scott Rhino, and Carlos Medina get your day started with Atlanta's only live and local conservative talk on the Morning Extra.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra, Extra 106.3. We are having trouble connecting with the Talkmaster, Neil Bortz, so as soon as we are able to, we will get Neil on the air here on Extra 106.3. And until then, Los, I thought of you immediately when I thought of today being a very special day, and it is International UFO Day.
Yeah, finally.
Finally, they've taken notice and they've paid attention.
Sir, we call them UAPs now.
Yes. UAP, unidentified aerial. What is UAP? I forget.
Listen, I don't acknowledge it.
Oh,
It's still UFO to me.
Oh, okay. What is?
We're
it?
not
You don't have
falling
to-
for your new.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not falling for your new labeling of things.
Well,
with
I
your
didn't label it.
+2 AI.
That's right.
No, it's UFO.
That's right.
That's it.
Unidentified flying object. That's what we're going to stick with.
We keep with the 3 letters that matter.
And people, might make fun of you or call you a crackpot for believing in UFOs, but that's not true.
They've been here since the beginning of time.
Yeah, that's right. And it's hard to argue that.
It's biblical.
That's what I'm
Poor
hearing.
Tug.
That's what I'm hearing.
Tug's going to have to, at some point, get to the idea that he's like, man, these things have been around since the Bible age.
Jesus out there skateboarding on one of them.
Yeah, that's right. Hoverboarding.
That's what I'm
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, Back to the Future, man. No, but I immediately thought of those. And then, do we have the cut of Subway? Because Subway's doing something like, you just showed me the ad where they do the
integration of the Heineken ad with Deadpool and Wolverine coming out.
Yeah, because of it being International UFO Day, Subway is doing this thing where they're going to deliver footlong subs by drone.
Today's UFO Day, and I'm getting the ultimate Subway offering. They're delivering by drone. Oh, here comes something. Practically to your doorstep.
Unless you're down in Florida. Down in Florida, that dude was shooting out of the sky. 230 feet in the air. Must be a good shot.
Oh, just lettuce and tomato flying out of the base of that drone as it blows up. I would love it.
Dude, me too. I couldn't help but think that would be just amazing just to see. Because there's people that are, that are like the guy down in Florida. He's like, I don't want no part of this. I don't want this thing hovering over. And you brought it up, Ronnie. You said it right. And it really didn't cross my mind.
Don't come in my airspace.
And wonder what is.
Fairly certain it's not really yours, right?
But that's the thing. I don't know.
You got property, but airspace is.
But hear me out. Like the United States has 12 miles. Every international waters is 12 miles off the coast, and that's it. Right? Is there space around or above your house? I feel like there has to be.
There is precedent for a lot of court cases where people who own buildings in New York and everywhere else, they say that because you go up, the law still applies even if you're on the top floor of your home. So you do have a certain amount of airspace. Now, there does come a time where there's federal airspace that you can't get to. But, these drones don't fly in that. That's the whole purpose of this. So you are allowed a certain amount of airspace around your home. And I don't think anybody should be able to fly a UFO like a drone by your house that's equipped with cameras and can be equipped with explosives or anything else. It's an unsafe way. So I don't blame the man in Florida for not allowing the drone to fly over his house. Like I said, you want to take the federal roads, you want to take the streets, you want to take that, fine. And if you're invited to my house because I order it, that's a different story. But to fly over my house to get to someone else's, ain't happening.
All right, so here's what
State of Georgia. Yeah, I'm probably looking at the same thing. State of Georgia, 75 feet above your house.
Okay, so around the country, it's anywhere from state to state, 50 to 500 feet above your home.
Georgia code 6-2-5 updated in 2020, 75 feet above buildings or home. You have the right to control the airspace.
Exactly, see?
Boom!
Boom, bye.
How weird. How weird that we have to think about that.
I know, right? Things are a-changing.
I'm on top of things.
The times
I'm going to find out what I can shoot in my airspace.
That's right, but seemingly anything.
It's my airspace.
Seemingly anything.
I'm not going to shoot any drones down. I don't want people shooting Subway drones down. What I will say is if I was going to order, it'd be from Nuckies and their drones, not Subway. I'm not a big Subway fan.
They have drones?
No, but I'm not going to order Subway.
It's garbage.
That's right. That's right. They had Kimmer out, and now they're inspired, and they're going to get drones.
They should.
Deliver. No, I think it's a good idea, man. I think you're exactly right. I love it. So 75 feet above your home is what you own. So if you want to blast away. Just go ahead, I reckon. I mean, you might want to, maybe get some legal advice. Don't take me. I am not a lawyer.
Yeah, don't go start shooting airplanes.
Well, 75 feet.
Right.
I think they'd probably be higher.
Now, if it comes like 74 feet, fire away.
Buddy, if they're 74 feet, boom. Ooh. Like Hank Williams Jr. shooting cannons at things, Man. I mean, that dude's got cannons. Anyway.
God, that would be a crazy story. A low-flying plane gets taken down by cannon. Northwest Atlanta.
I love it. I think it'd be great. As long as nobody's hurt, I think it'd be great.
Yeah. Someone's getting hurt if you blast a plane out of the air. Unless it's one of, Biden's drones that he kills 10 innocent people with.
Yeah.
Which, luckily now, thanks to the Supreme Court, he won't be held liable for it.
Because otherwise he would have been. And that, that takes you to, Trump has asked for these cases now to be thrown out since the ruling. And we'll see how that all shakes out. But there will be, because of the ruling, the Supreme Court has, absolutely ticked off the libs who want to go after Trump with their faulty, flimsy charges. Wheels keep falling off the bus in every one of these cases. But here in Georgia, with the so-called election fraud, now the judge has to go through what needs to be pulled out of this RICO case, right? Mm-hmm. The things that no longer can be introduced into evidence, official versus unofficial acts. First of all, we got to get through Fonnie Willis. Is she qualified or disqualified? That's going to take precedent because you got to do that first. But then that ruling absolutely has bearing on what happens here in Georgia.
Yeah, there are certain phone calls that he made that obviously now will be part of, hey, we got to pull this out. We've got to pull that out. Remember, they already had to pull 6 out that they deemed unconstitutional. That wasn't the Supreme Court. That wasn't anybody else except for people who looked at the law and said, yeah, this is a weaponized attack on Donald Trump. We got to pull these 6 out. There's going to be a lot more that are pulled out of this because of the high court's conclusion. I like it. Because there are certain things. We do have to remember, though, that there is going to be an objective analysis now of the context in which phone calls were made and whether it was while he was a candidate or while he was president. So there's going to be a lot here. Yes, some things are going to be pulled out, but that doesn't mean this case is going away. And that's where you could freak out all you want as Democrats, but in reality, it's going to push it back. Yeah, this case is already weaponized. It's going away.
They want it to happen before the election. That was the ideal, and that's never happened.
No, this is a very simple argument. These phone calls, regardless of whatever we want to talk about in terms of any one of these cases, were made in the interest of protecting democracy.
Correct.
That's right. That's the presentation. It better be.
And that's it.
That's right.
And that's the end. This is all dead.
Use them. I know. Right. I think all the cases.
It's all dead in the water because of this.
DOA.
Yeah.
There is no chance of this.
And that's the problem, that you end up using their own logic against them, because what are they going to argue that because remember, this is somebody who, yes, lost an election, yet was still the duly elected president, who still held all presidential power and was interested in making sure that an election was run accordingly. Okay, that's the protection of what's going on in the country. As the POTUS, shouldn't you be interested in protecting federal elections?
That's the most important job you have, protecting the borders, protecting free and fair elections.
And so that's why a lot of this stuff just ends up dying on the vine.
Yeah, it's going to fall apart. Okay. We have to remember again. Non-official acts are going to still apply. And that's what they are going to have to do. Now, what the prosecution is going to have is the burden to prove that these were unofficial acts. I think the problem that they're going to have is that, like you guys just said, when the winner was declared, all that Donald Trump did was filed a federal lawsuit as the president of the United States, still play the games that they can. But eventually, I think that every single person is going to look at this and go, hey, guys, this were all official acts. He was protecting democracy at this point. He was asking for them to look at the actual election results. And I think that's a fair statement. They want to play this game that he is in, violation of an insurrection. That's already been thrown out as well. Everything is falling apart because everything was made up.
Yeah, it was all flimsy to begin with.
Democrats, if you want to be mad at the fact that you fell for all the lies of the Democrats and the scam that President Biden is better than he's ever been, that this is a threat to democracy, not taking Donald Trump off of a ballot. Nope. Well, your guys are falling for all the lies, and you're actually supporting the ones that are guilty of everything that you are accusing Donald Trump and the far, far right extremists of.
I hate to just basically point out that there is a such thing as a low information voter, because they exist on both sides.
Boy, howdy.
They very much do. And if you're listening to this program, well, you are in the 1 percentile of people who know actually what's going on. You recognize that when you had the ruling that came down last week, and the weird part was how people associated, well, what about January 6th? Well, what about this? You recognize that so many of the January 6th defendants, the reason why they're going to get either new trials or they're going free is because the law that was used against them was basically enacted tying into what happened with Enron as far as them hiding documents. So they were getting in the way of a legal procedure. So that was the law that was used from 20 years ago to prosecute these people and saying that in a similar way that Enron hid documents during a legal proceeding, you interfered with a legal proceeding, so you go away for 5 years. These are simple things that when you really break them down and say, if this was applied to you in this way, would you ever consider this to be fair and to be constitutional? And the answer would be no.
No, of course not.
And yet, if you keep going down the road of what the Supreme Court was coming down with, one after another. Like, again, I didn't care for Missouri versus Biden, but it's what it is until you have plaintiffs that are able to claim that they were hurt by the federal government deciding what could and could not be posted online.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, July 2nd. 5 family members from Alpharetta were all killed in a small plane crash in New York on their way home from a baseball tournament held in Cooperstown, New York, home of the Baseball Hall of Fame. 12-year-old James Van Epps hit a grand slam at the tournament before the plane, piloted by his grandfather, 76-year-old Roger Beggs, went down in upstate New York. Also on the plane were James' younger brother, 10-year-old Harrison, along with 43-year-old Laura Van Epps and 42-year-old Brian Van Epps. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. 2 young boys are dead and another young man wounded after a tragic shooting in southwest Atlanta. Police responded to a call at an apartment complex in the Oakland City neighborhood where they found one 13-year-old dead and 2 boys aged 13 and 12 suffering from gunshot wounds. Both boys were rushed to the hospital where the 13-year-old succumbed to his injuries. The 12-year-old is in stable condition. Police say that no one has been arrested at this time and they have not released any information about a possible motive or suspect. The U.S. men's national team is out of the Copa America tournament after disappointing 1-0 loss to Uruguay in the group stage. The team's poor performance has led to calls for manager Greg Berhalter to resign from his position. And the Braves back in action tonight as they welcome the San Francisco Giants to Truist Park. The 3-game series against the Giants will open with Reynaldo Lopez on the mound for the Braves. First pitch scheduled for 7:20.
When we come back, watch closely who is questioning the voter rolls. Talk about that next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. After that, the Glenn Beck program until noon. Playing Buck until 3. And then the local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, the Kimmer Show, until 6. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
If you intend to vote Democrat in the next election, if you intend to vote for Joe Biden, just who are you really voting for? Barack Obama? Again, a lot of people think that's the case. George Soros? That's somebody that hates America almost as much as Obama did. This is a very dangerous election, my friends.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Accidentally ended up on this website because we were, doing some things around our house. We got it painted. It looks so fantastic. We're so proud of it. And we have some other things that we want to get done to the exterior of our house. And so I'm just looking for ideas, the way to make our house look like the nicest house in the neighborhood. And I think we're well on our way. But I ran across this website. This is the Expert Guide for Exterior Home Repairs. And it said, oh, you don't even need to get an exterior home repair company. You just do it on your own. And I was like, goodness gracious, they clearly don't know me. I am not good with this stuff. I'm not good with my hands. I wish I were. My dad was. I'm not. My fine motor skills didn't develop as a child or something. So if you're like me, more like me, you want experts working on your home because it is your biggest investment. You don't want to start doing the work on your own like the Family Handyman website would tell you. Call Southern Exteriors. They can make sure that your house is the envy of the neighborhood, and they will not make you wait. They are ready because they're a big enough company that they can tackle many multiples of jobs at one time. They have a facility down in Jackson, Georgia, that is the size of the dang Pentagon. I've been down there. I've seen it a couple times now. And the finest folks that you'll ever meet, because they're honest and they're dependable. They're trustworthy. They look you in the eye. They shake your hand, and they do exactly what they say they're going to do. And so much so, to prove that, they'll have a foreman on site during your project. So if you have any questions, any concerns, you can address them on site. Right then. You don't have to make a call. You don't have to go to a website and fill out a brochure or fill out some sort of sheet to send your message in and your questions and concerns in. You know, you get the answer with the man standing there with the work crew. Only at Southern Exteriors. If you're ready to make your home the envy of the neighborhood, call them today, 877-9-SOUTHERN, or go to southernexteriors.co. It's not .com. Do not make that mistake. That'd be like working on your house yourself. Don't make that mistake either. southernexteriors.co.
Get ready. Diamonds Direct will forever change the way you shop for jewelry. With over 80 years experience in direct sourcing, Diamonds Direct is finally opening in Atlanta. Customers across the Southeast know Diamonds Direct for their unbeatable selection and prices, but return again and again because of their unparalleled customer experience. The experts at Diamonds Direct are your advocate in the dizzying world of diamonds, ensuring you are nothing shy of confident in your purchase. How do they do it? With the best selection, the best quality, and the best price. In fact, Diamonds Direct guarantees they won't just meet any local price, they'll beat it. So if you can dream it, Diamonds Direct can deliver it. Build your own engagement ring, tap into their custom design studio, or choose from hundreds of ready-to-wear styles. No other jeweler can maximize your budget like Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct, coming soon to Buckhead and ready to amaze Atlanta with the best selection, the best quality, the best price, and the best people guaranteed.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Democracy 24.
Voters here in Tucson, Arizona have mixed reaction to Biden's plan.
I mean, it's a good step, but I always think there's more that can be done.
My wife is an immigrant from another country, and she is now a citizen, went through the whole process to become a citizen, and it seems like it's all for naught now because other people can just come in here and get the same rights that she has.
The White House said it expects the new policy to offer protection to about 500,000 American families and focuses on protecting non-citizen spouses and children of lawful U.S. citizens. The president also said since he put a limit on border crossing, encounters have dropped 25%, and they're seeing the lowest number they've seen in a long time. Some voters here tell me they haven't noticed a difference yet and don't approve of Trump or Biden's plans to help with the border.
Trump and Biden, who look like they're like the leading candidates right now, they're same sides of the same coin.
In Tucson, Arizona, Kennedy Hayes, Fox News.
This is the Morning Extra, bringing you Atlanta's best local conservative talk. And it rolls on from 3 to 6 p.m. with a Kimmer Show on your ride home, only on Extra 106.3.
Tuck, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand at your convenience, whether it's happening as it's happening or later. That's the beauty of the Extra 106.3 app. We welcome the folks that are watching on the YouTube channel, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel. Hello. Hope you're well. And give you a little wave. For you listening on the app, probably didn't see that, but everybody else did on the YouTube channel. So if you want to check that out too, it's just more of a two-dimensional way of enjoying the show. We're glad that everybody is checking it out any way you can. Doesn't matter if it's on the app, 106.3 FM, 1230 AM. Whatever way works for you is just fine by us. So, the voter rolls have been a part of the conversation a lot in the last, 3.5 years because, there was a lot of irregularities on the voter rolls leading into 2020, and there's a lot of craziness and chaos that happened during the 2020 election that make people wonder, what is going on? Now, all of a sudden, though, Rhino, it seems that the Democrats have an unusual interest in the voter rolls.
Yeah, isn't it funny that Democrats all of a sudden want to make sure that they look at the voter rolls and have an ability to cheat? They want to make sure that we're not allowed to look at voter rolls, because what they found out, especially in Forsyth County, obviously, Carlos, this is important to you as well, is that there are people who are registered not only in Forsyth County, but also over 742 voters that also have residents in North Carolina and Florida. That's weird. In fact, they have the ability to vote in those states. Not both of them, but one or the other. Let me say it that way, because
Is it
I do
because
want to
they have
clear it up.
homes in both places, or what's?
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
But they register in both places as
Oh,
well,
that
which is
seems-
illegal, and you can't do. So you got to pick one.
Yeah, right.
That's it. You got to pick one. So what the state investigators have done is they continue to look and say, hey, this is a problem. We need to make sure that we have the correct IDs and everything, and we want to look at these voter rolls. And of course, the only ones who are holding up and making sure that you're not allowed to look at voter rolls, you can't challenge any of this, are the Democrats.
I could choose to vote in Gulf County, Florida, if I chose to register there and say, all right, I have legal residence. Here's what I'm able to do. The problem that you run into is that Forsyth County is obviously my home spot.
Yeah, your
Here's what I'm
primary
doing.
residence,
There's the
yeah.
primary residence. But this ability to track this stuff gets so flimsy that
maybe intentionally.
I'll just say that it's not really that hard and fast of hey, they're really good at making sure that you can't pull some of this silliness. Just what it is. And so whenever we do any of the laws that we do in order to try and tighten up some of the stuff that we have going on, whether that's at a minimum legal ID in order to vote, at a minimum that then gets cross-checked in Forsyth County 2 different times before you're able to vote, okay, that makes us so much more secure than other counties around the country.
Man, they need to continue doing that, because with the influx of illegal immigration that we've had,
very much,
it really does kick open the door. And Democrats have made it clear that they want to allow anybody to vote. It doesn't matter what your resident or your legal status is.
Yeah, Democrats are saying that none of these things that have happened should have been upheld. But here's what the challenges were. These people moved. They're no longer here. They don't live in the state of Georgia. They have no right to vote in the state of Georgia. That's the way it works. That would be like all of us who decide just to go up to New York and start to vote as Republicans. We just got buses full of us and go, you know what? It doesn't matter where we live anymore. We should be able to vote not only in our home state, but also your state as well. That's ridiculous. And Democrats are saying this also takes away the right to vote to people who do live here. How? How does this take away the right to vote? If you do get challenged, all you have to do is prove your residency.
Here's my power bill. Where's the power bill, right?
Well,
because
sure,
if
but
you're
power
paying,
bills.
that one always works.
But that is the heart of the legal ID. And that is why Democrats fight so hard against it. Because if I have to present legal ID, or I have to show residence, power bill or whatever, in order to say, this is the county that I have the legal ability to vote in, all right, well then that takes care of it. But when you don't have to show ID, you don't have to show any of this information, it's just, I'm going to show up, I'm going to use a name, and here's what, am I on the voter roll?
The crazy thing is, if you wanted to go to school, like if you're sending your kid to school in Forsyth County or Cobb or wherever, you have to prove where you live. I mean, if you want to send your kid to school in that community.
We in our county, we make it a point that if you happen to be in the, for instance, when it comes to school boards, all right, you have to vote in the area that you are resident in order to take part in that school. So what they'll tell you is that if you happen to be in the wrong area of the county, they will send you to the corresponding polling place that votes for your area of the county based on your legal ID and your residence.
It's pretty straightforward. You should be voting for the people that are representing your county and your area. Anybody that argues that has ulterior motives. It's that simple.
Yeah, they want to cheat. They want to make sure that they have the ones on their rolls that you don't know about, because a lot of these, and look, we're not playing with dead people, things like that, although it does happen here and there. It's not prevalent. No. I mean, but remove one. Who cares? Why is that a threat? The threat to democracy is by saying, hey, you're not allowed to challenge the fact that these people moved. We still get to count those votes. We still get to count the votes of the people that have died. It's ridiculous that the Democrats want to play this game. And they continue to go on that go, well, a lot of black people can't get IDs. BS. No. The state allows now, by the way, 12-year-old to 16-year-old to go get an ID. Liam and I can go down there and he gets his legal ID today. Tell me that a grown person, 18 and over, doesn't know how to get an ID. That's racism on the Democrats' part. That's their pandering. That's pretending that black people aren't as smart as white people. That's what Democrats do. It's just so disgusting to me that they continue to play this game. There is going to be challenges. Yes, always going to be challenges.
And there should
be. The Democrats did it in 2016, 2018, and everywhere else. They challenged voter rolls. Now that other people are going, you know what? This is a good idea. You're right. We should check whether or not somebody actually moved and is registered somewhere else. The Democrats are like, oh, wait, no, hold on. That's how we won Georgia in 2020. Don't do that.
Anybody that goes against common sense has an ulterior motive. That's the only thing that I can see. And it's been proven over and over and over again. People who aren't for IDs are, someone who wants to work around that. They want to keep you in the dark. They don't want you figuring out what's going on. It's so simple. To me, it's so simple, Los. If you go against common sense, there's a reason you're doing that.
Is it really racist that you are asking adults to take part in one of the most important things that they're going to take part in, and that they must show a legal ID in order to do so?
Of course not.
No, of course not.
No. Because if you open a cable account across the street at the Xfinity store, they're going to ask you for your ID.
It's the comedy of why everything it's called racist that people don't care about.
But that's the thing, though.
Or don't care for.
If you're going against common sense, there's a reason.
Yeah.
There's a reason every time when you're like, man, why they do that? Doesn't make any sense.
For instance, let's do this. Rhino, what'd you have for dinner last night?
Penne alla vodka.
That's racist. So hopefully that keeps him from eating it.
Yeah, maybe you won't eat that.
Because then he'll be the next time he's like, maybe I shouldn't get it because I was told it was racist.
Goodness gracious. I don't want to be called that. That's a terrible name to be called.
It's meant to influence. It's not meant to actually characterize.
I'm going to text to Italy and apologize.
That's right.
Sorry for culturally appropriating your food again. Oh, wait. I'm allowed to.
All right. No, it wasn't Biden who had a bad debate. It was actually his staff. No, you're hearing me right.
Yeah.
No, Biden, he was just fine. It was his staff that didn't perform on Thursday night. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3, got a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update, then more of the Morning Xtra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. We're on the air until 10.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Not the most earth-shaking and meaningful commentary I've ever done, but it's on my mind, so here goes. I am obsessed with dogs. How obsessed? At one time, I had 14 golden retrievers. Right now, because of the restrictions of living in a high-rise condo and traveling the country in a motor coach, we're restricted to a smaller dog. It's a rescue, an American Eskimo, who, by the way, sheds a complete new puppy every week. I'm also obsessed with pit bulls, but not in a good way. Watching the news last night, there were at least 3 stories of children being attacked by pit bulls, or, as pit bull aficionados call them, pitties. Yep, to the people that try to convince us it's not the dog, but the owner, they are pitties. How cute. Go to an animal shelter in almost any urban area of America to look for rescue dogs. What will you find? Pit bulls. Pit bull mixes. Why? Because in urban America, the pit bull for quite a while has been the symbol of strength. If you want to be seen as tough, if you want to be seen as intimidating, if you don't want people to mess with you, you get a pit bull. Sad to say, the pit bull is a breed that just needs to go away. The favorite of people who just want to raise dogs for fighting or to protect their drug-dealing territory. They just need to go away. Stop breeding them. enforce regulations in neighborhoods, in high-rises, against owning a pit bull. There are dogs who are just more vicious than others, and the pit bull is at the top of the list. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to live in a neighborhood with pit bulls running around. My 2 cents worth. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
If he had pleaded guilty and said, God, I'm such an idiot, I was high, I'm so sorry, I'll bet there's a million other guys who signed the form after smoking a joint. What a terrible mistake. I guarantee he would have been fined and given probation.
But you know why he did it? Because he's a buy in Delaware, and he thought he was going to get away with it.
They were looking for jury nullification. There's no other possible explanation that a lawyer in good standing would say, hey, Hunter, oh, sure, they got the goods on you, but you know what? Let's take a chance on one of your friends. I mean, unbelievable, the nerve of these people.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Will the ruling at the Supreme Court let him off the hook in New York? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Former President Trump hopes so.
Planning to use this ruling from the court yesterday to try to set aside that criminal conviction or those criminal convictions in that New York business records case.
Fox's Doug Luzader.
The court ruled yesterday in this 6-3 decision that presidents have some level of immunity from criminal charges for official actions they take as president. No immunity for private actions, but where you draw that line is where things get kind of tricky.
President Biden calls the Supreme Court ruling dangerous.
That undermines the rule of law of this nation.
Fearing it would embolden his Republican rival, if elected again, to feel above the law.
The American people have to render a judgment about Donald Trump's behavior. The American people must decide whether Donald Trump's assault on our democracy on January 6th makes him unfit for public office in the highest office in the land.
House Speaker Mike Johnson tells Fox the president's reaction is
despicable and it is dangerous. The president has been trying to undermine our legal system.
As President Biden tries to shake off a shaky debate performance.
The Biden-Harris campaign announcing it raised $127 million in the month of June. $38 million of that raised in the 4 days following the first presidential debate. It was the best fundraising month of the campaign and brings the total to $240 million of cash on hand.
Fox's Sue Guzman. Today, President Biden will speak out about extreme weather, pushing a proposed new rule to establish new workplace safety standards for excessive heat. Beryl's the earliest Category 5 hurricane in the Atlantic ever, bearing down on Jamaica tomorrow.
The powerful storm made landfall on the island of Carriacou in Grenada Monday, and now emergency teams are moving in with supplies after widespread damage was reported on islands including Barbados and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. At least 2 deaths are reported. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-887-1010. 800-887-1010.
With plans starting at $20 a month for unlimited talk, text, and tons of data, switching your wireless service to Pure Talk is a no-brainer. And right now is a great time to make the switch to help Pure Talk support America's Warrior Partnership and their mission to help prevent veteran suicide. You can help too. Switch your cell phone service today to Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Tuck Rhino and Lowe's on the Morning Xtra. Get the app so you can listen live and on demand. I know it's Tuesday, feels like Thursday, because we got a holiday coming up, and most people have taken off the 5th. I mean, it's going to be like a 4-day weekend. Like a long way. This is the way it's supposed to be right here. I mean, it couldn't have laid out more perfectly. It's brilliant.
It is brilliant.
I love it.
I mean, we're celebrating the
America,
greatest country in the world.
America.
So, well, most of us are.
Yes, that's right. Some people, it seems like some people are celebrating the destruction.
There's 81 million people, apparently, that hate this country.
It certainly feels that way sometimes. I was reading about fireworks because I love fireworks. We'll probably go watch the fireworks in downtown Alpharetta. They shoot them off at Wills Park, which is right down the road from our house, and they do a marvelous job every year. And you know, a lot of people like to shoot fireworks. I know you've talked about doing it, and some friends of ours do it all the time. And I used to do it all the time. I hadn't done it in a few years, but fireworks date back to 200 BC, back in China, and it was. I guess they figured out how to dry roast bamboo, and it caused it to explode and make a cracking sound. So, people were like, hey, how do we blow something up?
Yeah.
Even in 200 BC, they were like, wouldn't it be cool if we could just blow something up?
Yeah.
And turns out, yes, the answer is yes. And now,
I'm so happy they did that.
I know, right?
I love fireworks.
I love fireworks too, man.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it is so much fun. Apparently, in 1830, it was the Italians who figured out how to add color to fireworks, with the exception of the color blue. And I guess it's the most hard to make because it's created with copper chloride, as I read, because I wouldn't have known that otherwise. And it starts to break down at the temperature needed for most fireworks. So that's why you never see blue fireworks, or at least it's very difficult to see it. What are you doing your own fireworks show? What are y'all going to do, you and girlfriend Erin?
The plan right now is we're going to go and watch the fireworks on the lake on Wednesday.
Oh my gosh, that's cool, where it reflects off.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
And then Thursday, we are going to blow up everything we possibly can.
I love that. That's
in the sky,
plan.
not like actual buildings and people. Not like Democrats.
Not like terrorists.
Yeah, I'm not going to act like a Democrat and go blow things up.
Lowe's, and y'all are going to be over in Huntsville, which is a very patriotic city.
Very much so. The in-laws and the everybody else in that community, whether it's NASA or the United States military, they do it up big. So we'll get a big show that we'll have for July 4th, and so between my father-in-law, who loves to buy all the mortars, and then what the neighborhood does, it'll be fine.
That's right. Is there a big over in Huntsville? Is there a big community, like one at Wills Park?
The community that they live in, everyone contributes, and they normally do a multi-$1,000 show.
Okay, so our neighborhood does that, but not for 4th of July. They do it for Labor Day. They do it for
4th of July.
Okay, that's
how much do you have to spend for like a good personal fireworks show? Like at least 200, 300?
I would imagine. I mean, the more the merrier, I would think.
Yeah.
The more you can spend them.
I want big stuff.
I want great grizzly fireworks.
Yeah.
There's like 3 great grizzly locations in Atlanta, or 4, whatever.
There are.
And they have these huge, that's what I'm told. They have these huge warehouses where you can get like industrial grade fireworks.
I don't want to get like writing out a map of which ones go where. Like I just want one big box that I just light the fuse, we all stand back and let it go for a while.
Yeah, it's just like a grand finale.
Yeah.
Start with a grand
Put it this
finale.
way, what goes on in the neighborhood that my in-laws live in would make the Atlanta Braves go, oh, that's nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so they get after it.
They get after it.
That's cool.
Let's go.
Man. No, I love it, dude. I love the 4th of July. It's my favorite holiday for sure. I mean, probably Easter, but I mean, I just talk about the national holiday. It's the one that means the most to me, the 4th of July, because it's representative of everything that we are as a country and have been, and hopefully, if we could hang on, everything that we can still be. That's what I want to see. I don't know that I will. That's what I want my kids and grandkids to grow up with, the America that I grew up with, loving and having the benefit of being a part of. I don't know that we're going to get that, but gosh, I got my fingers crossed that we can. Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT and centralheat.com is the website if you want to go get it. I'm hearing music that I didn't think I was going to hear today.
You were so excited, too. You're like, finally, we got rid of Bortz earlier, and now
he's back. Goodness gracious.
He found his way on.
Yeah.
I told you can't keep our good friend away from us, Tug, no matter how hard you try.
I know. Neil Bortz.
Why were you thinking you got rid of me?
We weren't thinking that at all. Rhino was just
Tug said at 7:30 when you're normally on, when you weren't here, he's like, oh, good, we avoided that.
Yeah, Tug was very excited about it. Rhino and I were like, no, we need Talkmaster.
Neil Bortz, you know better than that. You know
Now, wait a minute. It's only 7:08. What are we talking 7:30 for?
He's an hour behind.
Yeah, it's a different time zone.
Oh, you're early then.
Things are starting to add up.
See, Tug, you're judging for no reason.
See, the whole time I thought you'd overslept, and turns out you're just in a different time zone. Well, Neil Bortz, welcome to the show, man. What's going on?
Oh, hell! I am in a different time. What time is it?
It's 8:09 here in Atlanta, GA.
Oh, Lordy, damn. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. No, it's Joe's fault. We're just glad to have you here. It's even if it's 7:09 your time.
Oh, well, I rely on the dog.
Well, dog doesn't know the time zone had changed.
Tell me about it. The dog knows when it needs to take a leak, and it wakes me up. And so that's that. I'm sorry, guys.
No apology needed.
No. In fact, it makes for a better story. And by the way, if you're telling people you're in the Central Time Zone, you're giving away too much information on the whereabouts of Neil Bortz.
Yeah. Well, it's a big time. It's not that big, but it's a big time zone. I could be in New Orleans. For all you know, could be in New Iberia. And I'm going to go have mud bugs for breakfast.
Yeah, ooh, look at there. Some crawfish. Who doesn't like that?
I know better than Neil Bortz eating mud bugs, though, so I'm not falling for it. He don't eat those bottom feeders.
But listen, two things. First of all, I really, really enjoyed being in the studio last week. That was a lot of fun.
It was so awesome.
It really was.
And we look forward to you doing it again in December because you already committed to it now.
Oh, yeah, and I want you to get the theater next door.
Okay.
That sounds great. Let's do it.
And the second thing, what was? Oh God, I'm old. What was the second thing? You didn't rat me out to that sales weasel with the man bun, did you?
No, we didn't. No. We giggled about it a whole bunch, though.
We sure did.
So I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of tattoos. I don't get sleeve tattoos. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And these high and tight, they shave the side of your head and then have a little bundle of hair bunched up onto. I mean, who's setting these trends? This is never mind.
Democrats did, and that's why he's got a Biden tattoo as well.
Oh, does he?
Oh, of course he does.
We did have a girl over at the other radio station who had a Starship Enterprise tattooed on her butt.
Wow. I have a
I'm not against that versus the other.
I mean, yeah,
but it's different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not getting either one, but I mean, yeah. And how did you know it was on her butt?
Because she would show it to you in a heartbeat.
Oh, well.
Anytime, anywhere.
Okay.
She'd pull down, and then you'd say, well, why the hell the Starship Enterprise? Now, what would she then say?
Well, it's something about exploring places never been explored before.
Well, actually, it's to boldly go where no man has gone before.
There you go.
I didn't watch Star Wars or Star Trek or any of that stuff growing up, and don't watch it now. So I knew I was in the right neighborhood. I just didn't know the exact phrasing.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a shameless plug now.
Okay, give it to us.
And this is for people with motorhomes and and fifth wheels and campers and stuff like that. I went to a place in Ellijay, Georgia, right up at the end of 575. Spent 2 nights there. It's called Talona Ridge RV Resort.
Okay.
You wouldn't expect this up there in Ellijay, Georgia. Okay, you'd be thinking, could you please park me on the other side of the resort where I won't have to smell that still all night long? But let me tell you, this is one of the nicest, and I've been doing this for years. It's one of the nicest RV places ever been to. Sitting up there with a beautiful view of the mountains, and it was just exemplary. I didn't want to leave, but I had to get to Arcadia.
And enjoyed your time.
Yeah, and I was on Georgia time there, and I knew gosh, I'm glad I didn't know it was that I had slept through my great radio appearance. Okay, so I didn't get a chance to listen to you. So what's yanking your chain today? I'll tell you what's yanking mine.
Well, let's start with yours.
Yeah,
start with yours.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, it's also part of my commentary, but is all of these demonstrations and gnashing of teeth and all that going on in New York over this kid that was shot by the police officers because he aimed a fake gun at them. And they want accountability. These police officers should be in jail. Why? Where's the accountability of this kid's parents? That he thought it was so damned important that he carry a gun so that he would be a good part of the hood, so he would get his due respect out there in the hood. So he couldn't get a real gun, so he got a pellet gun that actually says Glock on the side of it, and it looks exactly like a Glock. And when he's running from the cops, that's warning number one, and he turns around and points a gun at them. What are they supposed to do? Hey, kid, is that gun fake? Yeah, I mean, if it's fake, you better tell me now before I shoot your ass. We want accountability. The accountability lies with that kid's parents.
Yep. Yeah, if there's one thing I tell my son all the time, Neil, it's, hey, these are toys. You don't point them at anyone, and especially law enforcement. People will mistake some of these toys as real guns. That's my job as a parent. That's my responsibility as a father to say, hey, we don't play with that outside of this area, number one. Number two, you're not going to carry it to school. You're not going to carry it out in public.
And you are accountable.
Exactly.
And we're being accountable by telling you what you should and should not do it. And I just look, it's a tragedy that kid was killed. I don't know. Well, I have an idea of why he felt it was necessary for him to walk around with a gun, because it's.
We've lost Neil Bortz mid-sentence. Well, I think the obvious thing is, I mean, if you're teaching your children, the importance of respecting law enforcement, you would never do that to begin with. Like, that behavior wouldn't happen in your home. So as sad as the story is, and it is incredibly tragic, Neil's exactly right. I mean, I would say any sort of behavior like that starts at home.
Well, 13-year-olds at times do dumb things, and I have a 13-year-old. Mm-hmm. And there are moments when we have to have discussions about certain aspects of life, and at that point, she makes the adjustment. To think that at no point there was a family who said, that's a pellet gun, that's a replica of an actual pistol, and not only should you have it out with you, but if you ever stop by police, why don't you point it at them?
Yeah.
It just makes no sense.
It does make no sense. We have a gun right now, and it's a pellet gun. It's a BB gun, really, but it's made by Ruger. Mm-hmm. There's many that, and a lot of these companies do make
pellet rifles.
Pellet rifles. Yeah, absolutely. But again, we have the conversation all the time with my son. This doesn't leave an area without us watching. I mean, that's the responsibility of parents. There's a lot going on in this world that we don't need this extra, pain of watching children die in the streets. Unfortunately, we're watching it every single day with real guns, and no one on the Democrat side in any of these Democrat cities are doing anything about it or having conversations about it instead of just attacking other people and making the gun bad. It's not the gun that's bad. It's the parents that are bad and the people who are holding the guns that are bad, that are allowing these children on the streets with anything.
But oftentimes, people die doing stupid stuff.
Sure.
All the time.
Like, life will find a way to take it away from you when you're older, and here's your cancer, and here's all the other things. Typically, when you are young and you die, there's oftentimes something that's all tragic.
Circumstances.
Right. And so all I ever try and do with my kids is let's avoid stupid situations.
Yeah, just use your head. I mean, just be
I know it's hard. I know you're
logical.
emotional.
Right, but be
let's
logical.
avoid dumb situations.
Be common sense.
Because dumb people tend to die in dumb ways from doing dumb stuff.
And that ain't going to change anytime soon. So you've got to be ready. You've got to be prepared for it. Morning Xtra at Xtra 106.3. If we get Bortz back, we'll talk with him and continue that conversation. But you know what happened on Thursday? Everybody saw it. 54 million people, the most watched CNN event ever. Did you realize that what happened was not Joe Biden's fault? No. Joe Biden didn't do anything wrong. It was his staff. It was his aides. They did everything wrong. They fed him too much information. They didn't have his makeup dialed in so he looked pale.
They got it right yesterday.
Them. He did. He looked orange yesterday.
He was orange.
Orange man bad.
Obviously he said, hey, you know what? I better paint myself orange because that apparently is the way that Donald Trump's winning. Yeah, okay. Paint yourself orange. I find it funny that, number one, the entire Biden family who has said, hey, Joe, you're going to continue to run. Hey, you're not going to listen to all this rhetoric. You're fine. You're great. You answered all the questions, Joe. Then they turned on the staff. They blamed Ron Klain, the mastermind of who got all the legislation that they wanted passed through. And as soon as he did, he walked away from Biden because he knew that he was a problem. But yet they called him to come in and help out. This is not anyone else's problem. They said he was overworked and not prepared for this debate because they worked him so hard.
So it was a cold.
Uh-huh.
It was
CNN's fault.
It was the makeup artist.
Mm-hmm.
It was CNN's fault. It was the advisors who worked him too hard. All right. Anybody else?
Did you hear
anybody else here?
Well, the one that I heard was he had so much information, a wealth of information. He had prepped so well that it became jumbled up. He had so much information.
And yet, we all heard, he could not deliver information from a train of thought standpoint, start to finish, land the plane. It's like I joke around about it. This is a promo from like 2 years ago when I talked about the kid in the pool when you're watching swim and you go, I don't know if he's going to make it to the other side. Mm-hmm. That's Joe Biden when he starts a sentence.
That's exactly
you
right.
don't know if he's going to land it. You don't know if he's going to reach the other side of the pool.
And he didn't. And yet it's somebody else's fault magically. Of course it was somebody else's fault.
Yeah.
The Democrats refuse to take blame. They will not accept responsibility for anything. Or responsibility.
They're hiding. They're hiding the fact they want to pretend like Joe Biden's okay. I can't believe anybody's believing any of this, that it's everyone's fault but Joe Biden's or Jill Biden's. Let's be honest. It's not even Joe Biden's fault.
Yeah, he didn't even realize.
Yeah.
He has no idea what's
it's
going on.
Joe Biden's fault.
Not out.
Jill.
Not between 10 and 4. That's the only time he can have a function.
I thought about the sadness that goes on when you think about they have probably filled his head so full of Joe, you're doing great, that whatever happened Thursday probably is no longer even in there.
Ugh, no kidding. How sad is that, though, to think about? I mean, that they're using
where they're
this
at.
man, and they're happy to do it. Gavin Newsom's name comes up as a possible replacement for Biden, but our next guest says Newsom doesn't want to be president. He actually wants to be emperor. We'll talk to Ellie Gardy Holmes next on Xtra 106.3. She's got a new book about Gavin Newsom. It's called Newsom Unleashed, the Progressive Lust for Unbridled Power, and she joins the Morning Xtra next.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
If he had pleaded guilty and said, God, I'm such an idiot. I was high. I'm so sorry. I'll bet there's a million other guys who signed the form after smoking a joint. What a terrible mistake. I guarantee he would have been fined and given probation.
But you know why he did it? Because he's a buy in Delaware, and he thought he was going to get away with it.
They were looking for jury nullification. There's no other possible explanation that a lawyer in good standing would say, hey, Hunter, oh, sure, they got the goods on you, but you know what? Let's take a chance on one of your friends. I mean, unbelievable. The nerve of these people.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Well, Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So
you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon Background Screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. Horizonscreening.com.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Securing America.
Final security preparations are being made for next week's 75th anniversary NATO summit in Washington, D.C. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser says the city is ready.
The summit has been designated a national special security event,
with the main goal
to make sure that this week is a safe and smooth experience for the 37 world leaders who will be here.
D.C. officials are working with the Secret Service, the FBI, and others, planning for all possible eventualities. However, FBI intelligence analyst Nikki Flores says there is good news thus far.
We are not tracking any credible threats to the events themselves.
Protests are expected concerning a number of potential issues. Metropolitan Police Department Chief Pamela Smith says,
"We promote First Amendment activities and free speech, but we will not tolerate any violence."
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Start your day with live and local conservative talk with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3.
Joe Biden is in rough shape. His debate performance has led all the liberal media to call for his ouster, the ones that used to tell us every day how with it he was, and he was the greatest version of himself. And we all knew that that wasn't the case, and then it was on display this past Thursday night. The name that keeps popping up as a replacement is Gavin Newsom, California's governor. We welcome Ellie Gardy Holmes to the morning show. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. She's written a book called Newsom Unleashed, The Progressives' Lust for Unbridled Power. And if you need to give any more credibility, she has a foreword that's been written by Newt Gingrich. The book came out a couple weeks ago, and she joins us this morning on Xtra 106.3. How are you, Ellie?
Great. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, so everybody says this should be the guy that replaces Biden. In my opinion, nobody's going to replace Biden. Biden will be the nominee. But you say, even if they were to get rid of Joe Biden, we better hope it's not the governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
Yes, better hope they stick with Biden. Newsom is a much more formidable competitor, and he is salivating at the chance of jumping in the race. This is everything he's wanted his whole life. And he has a real ability to create change. You look at everything that's gone on in California, he has pushed everything in a much more progressive direction, and he would have much more capacity to do that than Joe Biden.
You know, I do see that because obviously California is extremely blue, and he is getting away a lot with a lot. We saw what happened with San Francisco and the Chinese flags and welcoming President Xi, cleaning it up for him and not for his people. But he did face a recall, and there was a good opportunity for him to lose that recall. With this entire nation, do you really think he'd be able to put through a lot of those? Is he that convincing?
Oh, yeah, he gets away with so much being in California. That whole episode you're talking about with bringing Xi Jinping into San Francisco and cleaning up the streets of San Francisco just for him, and notice he never cleaned up the streets of San Francisco for the people of San Francisco. That sort of behavior, you know, Californians have mixed feelings about him. They are upset that he's campaigning nationally, basically, at this point. He's always trying to raise his national profile. So they're upset about that, but, you know, they're happy with all the progressive moves. Well, many Democrats in California are happy with them, but the rest of the country would have a lot of skepticism toward what he's done in California. So that would be a major difficulty to have to contend with. Though I would point to the fact that if Biden does pull out and it's just too much pressure and he just figures he has absolutely no shot, given that every single Democrat has turned against him and realizes he's completely lost it, Gavin Newsom would have a quicker timeline. He would be able to be charming on TV and be someone new and fresh and seem a lot better than Biden, and maybe he would be able to distract from all of the many problems in California.
Ellie Gardy-Holmes is our guest. You can check out her work with the American Spectator. And I think, Ellie, that's the big question about this. It's that would there be, during this very short timeline, enough time for that slickness that is Gavin Newsom to be able to at least grab the attention of the American public, maybe galvanize the Democrat Party? Would there be enough time to kind of rescue them from the doldrums of where they're currently at?
Right, that's tough to say. On the one hand, you could get a lot of energy. If you have a contested convention, people get excited about the candidates, more people get interested in politics, and they just have a breath of fresh air, and they think, praise God, we do not have Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. So there is that chance that they could rally around someone. But at the same time, Gavin Newsom doesn't have that much national name recognition. So he's really tried to build that name recognition, but it's not there yet to the level of a Joe Biden or even a Kamala Harris.
Ellie Gardy-Holmes is our guest. You've seen her work in the Daily Caller, the College Fix, the Irish Rover. You can find her at Ellie Gardy on X. When it comes to Gavin Newsom, though, with his failures in California, is that going to be easy to pick apart? I mean, he's got people leaving the state in droves because of all the progressive politics. Even Democrats out there, I think, are at the point where they're like, wait, this is not what California is supposed to be. This is one of the most beautiful states in the country, and it looks like a third world country, unless, like we discussed earlier, a communist dictator comes in and then they'll clean it up for a day or two, and then it's right back to where it is. That seems like it would be a hard sell, although he would have a compliant media behind him. How do you see that playing out?
Right. So we've increasingly seen the way that Gavin Newsom is responding to complaints about the fact that everyone is leaving California in droves and there are numerous crises afflicting the state. He is now portraying all of the hate toward California and the correct perception that the state is having real difficulties. He's saying this is all a right-wing conspiracy. Just these right-wingers claim that California is so bad off and has all these difficulties. That's just made up to go after me and to go after progressives, because California is where we have the greatest freedoms and the greatest democracy, and we have the most progressive, wonderful positions ever. And so they just attack it, even though California is so wealthy and wonderful, and it's just doing so well. You saw that last week when he delivered his State of the State address to a national audience, and he's continuing to do that. It might have some effect on Democratic voters across the country. They might start to believe that it's all fake. California is really wonderful, but at the same time, it's hard to go past those numbers.
Ellie, let me ask you this about Gavin Newsom, because I've seen him go one way and then when, I'll use reparations, for example, and then come back and go, hold on, we have such a deficit in our state, I can't even imagine giving reparations now. We've seen him play the game and pander back and forth. But one of the things that I've seen him stay steady on is the fake climate change initiative and trying to get rid of cars, trying to get rid of gas blowers, trying to get rid of stoves, things like that. Who is behind him? Is it a WEF thing? I mean, who are the scary people that are behind Gavin Newsom and that'll push him?
Well, all of the environmentalists are behind Gavin Newsom, and he has had a long history of pushing this to an extreme extent. And he is a really ideological person. So a lot.
Such an intense question.
I know, right? We lost the connection.
We'll get her back. Your
Joe,
question was just
really messing everything up today.
Your question was just so aggressive.
Hung up on
Poor Ellie, as she was getting in the WEF. The WEF went, we've got to shut down this phone call right now.
Exactly right.
Got to make sure that she doesn't explain who's behind Gavin Newsom.
But she's based here in Atlanta, Rhino.
Yeah, Ellie is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know she was based here.
She's based here in Atlanta, which is cool. So maybe the next time we can have her, come in and sit
Maybe
with
she's
us.
on her way in.
Yeah, you can't ever tell.
It just suddenly pops out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think Joe is trying to get her back. So, but it is fascinating to think, because I think the compliant media is a big part of what's going on. Oh, we got Ellie back. Do you want to finish where we lost you when you were talking about the relationship with the WEF?
Oh, yes. Yes. So Gavin's father is a longtime environmentalist, and he just follows his father completely. So since a young age, he has always advocated for the most extreme climate policy possible. He's also a very ideologically driven guy. The Democrats say the whole world is going to end unless we end all fossil fuels. And he takes that and he follows that to a position that other Democrats would not go all that way. So that is something we really have to look out for, because other Democrats would not go the way Gavin Newsom has gone on this issue.
Ellie Gardy-Holmes is our guest. You can check out her work with the American Spectator. And I oftentimes will point out, people vote with their feet at times. And when you look at what has gone on in the state of California, growth for the entirety of its history up until 2020, and you now see that while it's an exodus of 600,000 people in the last 3 years, I think that makes it very hard for a governor to say, look how well my policies have gone. For the first time in the history of my state, people are actually leaving my state, and not just 30, 40,000, but 600,000, Ellie.
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable numbers that just don't compare to other states, possibly New Jersey, but don't really compare it to any other state. It's going to be a real difficulty for him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The book is called Newsom Unleashed, The Progressive Lust for Unbridled Power. You say that he doesn't want to be president. He wants to be emperor. What does that mean?
Yes, well, he wants to not just be president. He wants to change how America is. He wants to push things in an entirely new direction. That line, emperor, comes from the fact that when I was in Rome a couple weeks ago, I saw Gavin Newsom in the Roman Forum. I just happened to come across him, and he was looking up at a temple built by emperors who wanted to be seen as divine. And I thought that perfectly describes how he wants to be seen in American culture. He wants to be the one to have pushed everything in this new progressive direction.
I wonder almost, Ellie, if he can actually handle this, though. I think his head is bigger than his brain at times, because from what I've seen, he lost to Ron DeSantis in a debate, and when I watched it, and of course I'm a little bit more partisan at it, but I didn't see anybody really putting up a fight when it came to Newsom. Then I watched Adam Carolla just destroy him the other day when he was talking about COVID policies. Do you think the American people, I mean, he's a good-looking dude. I get it. This is something, he looks presidential to them, especially on the Democrat side. Do you think he could handle the debate stage? Do you think he could handle some of the opponents he'd be up against?
He would certainly have to change directions from what happened in that debate with Ron DeSantis. That debate was an absolute disaster for Gavin Newsom. It completely set him back on the political path he wanted to set out. It was just embarrassing for him. I mean, time and time again, every statistic just showed how badly he'd governed California. He had no real answer. He just evaded all the questions. Like you mentioned, when he was in the spin room and conservatives were questioning him, he just couldn't stand up to it. He really needs to change and improve upon that. Because Gavin Newsom isn't all that smart. He's a guy who's focused on how he looks in the headlines. His strength is being a PR kind of guy. It's all about what's on the news tonight, what the headline says in the newspaper, and he's good at organizing people to make him look good. And that's a really important skill to have when trying to win a campaign. So he has that behind him, but when it comes to trying to go against other people in a forum like that, it's going to be a bit of a problem for him.
Realizing that if we do have another Donald Trump presidency, by 2026, everyone is going to be running for president. That's just kind of the nature of what happens when you just have the 4 years and the one term. Do you not view Gavin Newsom as being perhaps their headliner? Maybe not just because of the nature of what's going on now, but is he not their headliner starting in 2026 and running in 2028?
Oh, absolutely. As soon as his term ends, he has about 2 more years left. He's going to jump into the presidential race, and he has his eyes completely on 2028. And of course, he's hoping as much as possible that he can jump in 2024. The earlier, the better for him. But he doesn't need to move too quickly or aggressively because he doesn't want to give up the chance at 2028. And he is completely preparing for that. Everything is pointing toward that or pointing toward 2024.
Tug, Rhino, and Loso, the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Final thought. How did you get Newt Gingrich to do the forward to this book, man?
Congratulations.
That's a legend in Georgia politics.
I honestly just asked him, and he said yes. That was the story.
Simple
I was
enough.
very surprised.
All right.
Man, we got to ask him to say something nice about us.
I need to write a book, apparently.
What's the relationship? What's the connection?
Oh, I'm honestly just... I really don't have a connection.
Oh, wow.
I just asked him.
That's awesome.
Wow. Just shut him
Well,
out.
you're in Atlanta, correct? Are you in the Atlanta?
I am in Atlanta, yes. I just moved down here a couple months ago, actually.
Well, welcome. Congratulations. And, feel free, more.
Yeah, we'll have to get you up to the studio here in the Battery.
Autograph some books for us. Have some fun with us.
Sure.
There you go. Ellie Gardy Holmes. Thank you so much. From the American Spectator and her new book you can get on Amazon.com and probably anywhere else that you buy books. And her website, Newsom Unleashed, the Progressive Lust for Unbridled Power with the forward by Newt Gingrich. Come out a couple weeks ago. Thank you, Ellie, so much for your time.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you're always welcome. Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. When we come back, the Dems are now in sabotage mode. Do whatever it takes to preserve Joe Biden. Next on Extra 106.3.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
All right, if you're afraid of drones, if you're afraid they're going to fly over your house, we already gave you the right amount, 75 foot. You need a good shotgun, maybe a nice little AR-15. I'd stick with the shotgun, though. Don't do the AR-15. Go to True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. And I'm also kidding. Don't fire at drones. But you do need to make sure that you're prepared in case of a real emergency. Something like a train overturning and contaminating the water supply. That would be important. You want to make sure that you have water filtration and the ability to drink clean water. And you don't want to have to wait more than 3 days because, well, guess what? You won't survive. There's only one way to survive, and that's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, a locally owned and operated company, a company that cares about you, cares about your family, and cares about all their neighbors here in Georgia. In fact, yesterday, a really good event with a blood drive that they held for the community. That's what's great about True Prep. They're your one-stop emergency preparedness supply store. You got to go check them out. Go check out their new showroom. Go and even look at the AR-15s, all the firearms they have, all the accessories they have, and all the ammo. And at great price. The best price, the lowest price around. True Prep, Marietta, Cobb Parkway. But not to mention, while you're there, they have your Mylar bags, they have your oxygen absorbers, they have your freeze dryers, like the Harvest Right freeze dryer, a great tool that you should have. They also have it prepackaged, ready to go. They have first aid kits, and I'm talking about EMT grade first aid kits. But even more important, if you are intimidated, if you don't know where to stop, or to start, because you don't want to stop. You want to keep preparing. You want to start somewhere? Well, they even have workshops for you. And you can go check out their website, click on the workshops tab, and you'll find all the great workshops coming up. In fact, this weekend, if you're brand new, Intro to Emergency Preparedness at noon this Saturday, July 6th. They also have your Bug Out and Get Home Bag class right after that. So do 2 classes in one. They're also really care about the community. They have their civics meetings. They had their blood drive yesterday. They even have other classes like the Right to Bear Presents church safety training, all sorts of different things right there, different workshops. You got to go check it out on their website, trueprep.com. But even better, go down there today. Tell them Rhino sent you. Say, I want to get started right away. What's the first thing I need? And they'll get you going. Ask for Amy, ask for Matt, ask for Joey, or just walk in and ask any of the true professionals at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, or go online right now. Check out all their great workshops at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Senior Principal Technical Services PSO WMIS positions offered by Manhattan Associates Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Senior Project Manager responsible for identifying and resolving complex technical problems in all aspects of multiple supply chain product and service implementations of over $1 million revenue from inception to installation. Up to 50% domestic travel required. Employee reports to office in Atlanta, Georgia. Position may work from home but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
It's July 2nd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Anisette Day. For fans of black jelly beans or black licorice, you're already familiar with the flavor of the anise herb. A favorite mixer in drinks ranging from coffee to alcohol, anisette is extremely popular in countries like Spain, Portugal, Italy, and France. One warning, however, it's never a smart idea to drink straight anise. Its high alcohol content can be very irritating to the throat. Also on this date in 1962, Sam Walton opened the first Walmart in Rogers, Arkansas. In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts into law. And in 1979, the Susan B. Anthony dollar coin was issued. It will be the first U.S. coin to honor a woman. If it's your birthday today, you share it with the first African-American to sit on the Supreme Court, Thurgood Marshall, born in 1908, and the king of NASCAR, Richard Petty, born in 1937. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Extra 1063 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Chuck, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. I know it's only Tuesday, but it's actually Thursday for so many people.
It's Saturday for a lot of people already.
Yeah, no kidding, because so many people have just taken the whole week off.
I mean, you are basically the president, and I feel like you have full immunity from any decision you make, and I think you should say after the show today, we're not coming back till Monday.
I mean, I love that. I just don't know that I have the legal standing.
Yes, I mean, we are taking Friday. There is the urge to see about, well, who has the extra day to take a Wednesday? Now, I ordinarily would think about it, but because of the recent schedule of me having to do Dallas and Orlando, and then my daughter making the team she made, so I have to do Iowa later. So suddenly I can't just take a random day.
This is America. And we love America.
Yes,
and we are the Team America here at Extra 106.3.
Like that movie.
So we should get an extra day.
We should have an extra day, and it shouldn't be counted. In fact, Friday, they should actually give us our day back for Friday for taking. There's no way that anybody can justify 4th of July being on a Thursday. The only time you could see fireworks is late at night in the summer, so 9 past.
That's right.
Then we're supposed to get up early Friday? No, they make us take a vacation day? No.
I love
I'm drinking
passion.
ultra right beer, and I'm going to stay up, and I'm going to blow up things.
I love it. Yes.
God bless America.
Let's go, Joey.
I want to drink ultra right beer and blow up things.
That's what we do as
I wish
Americans.
Rhino was running a campaign.
No, man. You get whoever you were trying to get elected, that would get them elected for sure. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. What is it, 50+% say that we should get the entire week off?
Yes.
For the 4th of July. It's like, when you described it, it reminds me of Thanksgiving. Because Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday.
Right.
And you always get the Friday.
They don't make me take a vacation day for Friday.
I think.
And that's a stupid Black Friday shopping event thing.
Yeah, it's not even real.
This is celebrating America and a night of blowing things off with good beer.
Explosion.
America that up, dude. That's right. Shouldn't it really be at least 2 days going into a weekend to make it a long weekend?
That dude sounds just like every person I grew up with in Dalton, Georgia. I mean, that could have been Cousin Curtis. That could have been my friend Dennis Johnson. That could have been any of them.
I need a red, white, and blue cowboy hat or something.
Yes, you do.
I need something to add to the ensemble because I have my...
Let's go shopping later, guys.
I have my flag and anthem gear. So I've got like the red, white, and blue shirt.
Yeah,
I've got the red, white, and blue trunks to swim in the pool with. I just need that little extra.
Trunks.
I like how you call them trunks.
Swim
trunks.
Yeah.
You're like my grandfather now.
That's right.
Calm down, Joe.
But I need that little extra something. The little some sort of headwear.
Well, we need a new head coach for the soccer team. I guess football. The soccer team because America got beat again last night.
Don't fall into this trap.
Yeah. Like America has
our sister station's been talking about this for 45 minutes.
Oh, no,
they don't know what else to talk about.
No, No, I'm just saying that my wife and son have enjoyed this whole run, and they were.
And
so
nobody cares.
And they
have the lowest ratings they've had. Yes, I'm sorry, Andrew.
Andrew cares.
They've had the lowest ratings they've had in the last, I think it's 4 years, because nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody cares.
No,
so I'm glad it's your wife and
they're so into it.
And you know what? They're so in the demo. We should be talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, no,
America went on the world stage and couldn't even score a goal.
Jesus, I tell the truth, don't I? I'm sorry.
No, you do. I'm just talking about it because it was on the TV at my house last night. We don't have to break down the game. We don't have to talk about any of that stuff. Just the fact that it happened.
All I heard was, this is one of the best U.S. men's national teams, and they got such young talent. They're young. Blah, 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 blah. We couldn't score a goal against Uruguay. What does Uruguay even do?
Who cares? I wasn't even sure
how one of the best teams in the world. Just saying.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's like saying Joe Biden's one of the best candidits in the world. Who cares?
That's right.
We all know it's a lie. It's soccer.
That's right. And
I'm the best tiddlywinks player.
I'll just be over here having my tea.
There you go. And looking at American flag cowboy hats.
That's right.
Have you ever worn a cowboy hat?
No, because you look ridiculous in cowboy hats unless you have the right look. I don't have it.
I agree with that.
I disagree. I think you do have it. I just don't think you're ready to embrace it. You look like a badass from Texas.
No, I'm telling you, there's a friend of mine. He's got like a nice full, and maybe it's because you guys have beards. He has a nice full beard, and he wore the cowboy hat last week while we were in Dallas, and it looked good on him.
You should grow a big
it looks
beard.
ridiculous. I can't grow it.
I was trying to get you to do it.
You know that I look like I'm some sort of child predator because it doesn't. It's just little pieces. Yeah, I look ridiculous. You guys can probably pull it off. I think you have to have
that
kind of
spray-on stuff.
You got to have that. I don't want to say it's not like a hardened look. It's like hey, I'm a working man.
Yeah.
You
Zach
know,
Palance kind of look.
Yeah, like it works for you guys. It won't work for me.
Curly from what was the movie with Billy Crystal when they were out?
Yeah,
City Slickers.
Yeah,
you got to have with Jack Palance kind of
Right.
to pull that off.
You guys have that weathered kind of like, I got a cool looking beard. I've been working outside. Yeah. Y'all can do
I
it.
mean, you
can't.
look at Tug right now in that amazing sweatshirt from Glock, which I wish they'd send more for, myself and Carlos as well.
I tried to give you this one.
But you look so good in it. I wasn't going to take that one from you, and
I can't see you.
You
That's
throw,
right, just my
you
chest,
throw
that's
on
all.
a cowboy hat with that. I mean, you fit right in. You're Studley in that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
You look
I've
great.
never really worn a cowboy hat. A handful of times when I was much
God,
younger.
we sound like Pete and Kimmer now.
Yeah.
Gay old couple over there. You look great, Tug. You look beautiful.
And you look so good yourself,
Thanks,
Rhino.
buddy.
All
My
the
little
time.
wrist.
Why are you gay?
Yeah.
Solid question.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
That is one of my favorite clips now.
The accent makes it so great.
Hit it
though.
again.
Yeah, play it again.
Why are you gay?
It almost sounds like Coming to America, too. Like it's a comedy skit. But this guy legitimately had a good question.
He did. Yes, he did.
That poor woman had no way to answer it either.
And follows it up with, but why are you gay?
That's right.
She's like, well, I mean, why are you gay?
Yeah, that's right. It's so
She
good.
goes, who says I'm gay? He goes, you are gay.
It's just a back and forth like
She's
you've never
like, no,
seen.
I'm a lesbian. He's like, I reiterate. So why are you gay?
So good, man. We need to share that across the social media platforms.
Yes.
That extra 106.3.
It's just been out for been out for so long, but yet
So
it's
dang
still
funny.
just so
it's one of those-
classically wonderful.
Absolutely. It's like the comedian that talks about the one thing that America has that nobody else does that will save the United States of America from any invader, and that's rednecks. That whole
that's the
stand-up
best one.
routine is unbelievable. And every time that one pops up, it makes me want to talk about it too. Quickly, though, hostage mode, because they are doing their dangdest on the Democrat side to preserve Joe Biden.
Steve Peebles over with the Associated Press. This was an interesting tweet and a follow-up story that he had. He talked about the phone call that occurred after the debate occurred on Thursday. And on Friday, he had pointed out this is what happened. He had a multitude of DNC members on the call. They described the feeling like they were being gaslighted, that they were being asked to ignore the dire nature of the party's predicament. The call, they said, may have worsened a widespread sense of panic among elected officials, donors, and other stakeholders. Basically, as he goes on, they were basically being told, if you don't hang on, if you don't stay with us, well, there's going to be repercussions.
We'll drone strike you. We'll kill you.
It's the whole hostage taking. It's the mentality that happens within the communists where it turns into, hey, we've turned the government and the power of government on our enemies. You don't want to be an enemy, do you?
No.
Yeah, you don't want everything about Ukraine to come out, do you? You don't want Hunter to be put away, do you? You don't want your brother Jim and Jill and everybody else who's been complicit in your crimes put away, do you?
Or it turns into, like, let's say if Rhino was a big donor, it would turn into, Rhino, I know that you've got a lot of interest around the world. You don't want to be audited, do you?
No.
But that's what
that it would happen.
No, not that I'm saying that would happen. But remember, if you back out on this thing, they have gone to hostage mode.
Yes. Well, they have no chance. They have no shot.
Hold the line.
Think about where we are right now in history, that after one debate, the entire Democratic Party is throwing away the candidate.
Just disarray.
After they've known this for 4 years.
They've known it. And now they blame it on anything, well, except Joe Biden. Couldn't be his fault. I mean, blame it on anybody but Joe Biden. All right, when we come back, Biden and his aides are gluttons for punishment. Their plan to save his campaign is another disaster waiting to happen.
Why are you gay?
8 o'clock hour.
Better answer soon.
The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770 Get Heat, centralheat.com.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Police, New York, answering a call, somebody with a gun. The police approach, the teenager runs. They chase him. While he's running, he turns around and points something at the police officers. Looks like a gun. In fact, it looks exactly like a gun. A Glock. The teenager ends up getting shot. The gun turns out to be a pellet gun. The teenager is 13 years old. And now the parents want accountability. The police officers should be in jail. Okay, the first question here. Why is a 13-year-old kid running around on the streets with a replica gun, one that looks exactly like the real thing? Clearly, it's because of the culture in which he was living. When teenagers take pride in their guns, they've got to have one. Where's the accountability for that? From his parents. And the police officers, what are they supposed to do? Hey, kid, is that gun real? Let me take a look at it. Because if it's real, we're going to have to shoot you if you try to shoot us. Yeah, police officers have the time to do that. When it looks like a gun and a teenager is holding it and pointing it at you, you don't have a hell of a lot of time to try to figure out whether or not the gun is real. Do stupid things, point a gun at a police officer, win stupid prizes. You get shot. Then the demonstrators, the parents, they want justice. Well, justice is when you get what you deserve. Sorry, this kid got justice, and the police officers should be put in jail. Why? Because they didn't know the gun was fake? How were they supposed to know that? You ask questions, you get shot. This whole culture where teenagers in the urban settings just have to have a gun to be respected, gotta end. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
On this day in 2019, 11-judge panel from the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decided to review its decision on whether Led Zeppelin plagiarized Stairway to Heaven from the opening guitar riff on Spirit's 1968 track, Taurus. What are we listening to here, Flounder? Which one is this? Is this Led Zeppelin or Taurus?
This is Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. The fact that you had to ask that question.
I don't know that. I never liked the song. When they started playing this music, I'd try to listen to the freaking Beach Boys so you can all eat me. How about that? I hate this crap. What's that dancing music?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
He hopes the Supreme Court exonerated him. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Former President Trump hopes the immunity ruling out of Washington could halt his sentencing next week in New York.
Former President Trump's lawyers have sent a letter to Judge Juan Merchan, who oversaw the hush money trial, in a bid to set aside the guilty verdict. It was filed on Monday, just hours after the release of the Supreme Court opinion that said presidents are immune from federal prosecution for official acts while in office. The former president was convicted in May of 34 felony counts that were related to hush money paid to an adult film star in the run-up to the 2016 election.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers, the business records falsification he was convicted of actually took place during the Trump presidency. Now, the Supreme Court did clarify the unofficial actions a president takes are not immune. President Biden calls the ruling a dangerous precedent.
This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America.
But his biggest concern is
any president, including Donald Trump, will now be free to ignore the law.
President Biden just had his best fundraising month in a year, raising $127 million, about a quarter of it after the debate that even Democrats say was bad.
The Biden campaign is pointing to internal polling that they say shows the face of the race hasn't changed. They insist the president knows how to turn things around, but they are having a hard time convincing donors. Axios said this about a Zoom call the Biden campaign had with donors on Monday. It was a damage control call, one participant said.
Fox's Madeline Rivera at the White House today. The president will campaign in Virginia. Hurricane Beryl's a Category 5 monster bearing down on Jamaica tomorrow after doing a lot of damage still being assessed in islands from Barbados to Grenada to the Grenadines. At least 2 deaths reported. A man-made disaster in India. A stampede during a religious gathering. At least 60 people were killed. More than 100 others in the crowd now hospitalized. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-887-1010. 800-887-1010.
With plans starting at $20 a month for unlimited talk, text, and tons of data, switching your wireless service to Pure Talk is a no-brainer. And right now is a great time to make the switch to help Pure Talk support America's Warrior Partnership and their mission to help prevent veteran suicide. You can help too. Switch your cell phone service today to Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk. That's pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk.
Look out, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. You know, you can download the Kimmer podcast on the Xtra 106.3 app, along with a ton of other great shows. Go get it for crying out loud now on Apple or Android.
Doug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. I cannot believe it's 9 o'clock. I mean, this morning has zippity-doo-dah.
We've been flying.
Went by fast. Good Lord. That boy, Joey. Joey with the musical gems this morning, and he's in there singing. He's like singing it in as you would a karaoke.
He speaks to you with his fingers.
Yes, he does a lot.
Like there's times where he just drops things in, and maybe you picked it up or maybe you didn't.
Yeah.
Especially music.
Yeah, this is Toto, Hold the Line. This is strong right here. Dude, if that don't get you fired up on a Tuesday, a.k.a. a Thursday, I don't know what will. There's nothing I can do for you to get you fired up like Toto, Hold the Line. I mean, that's where we are in America today.
Yeah, this doesn't really...
This don't fire me up. Oh, buddy, I don't know what to do for you then. I don't know.
I mean, I enjoy the song.
Your wood must be wet if you don't get fired up.
Whoa.
About this.
My what?
Your wood must be wet.
That's true. This is a very country saying.
Buddy,
what does that mean? Because in my mind, it means something completely just.
Well, yeah, but everything don't have to be filthy.
Yeah.
Not
That's
everything.
my mind then?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's polluted. Right.
Your wood is wet. That means the fire won't start.
Now you're on there. There you go. Now you're coming back to reality.
Right, cool. I had to get into my inner redneck and realize, wait, if I had wet wood,
that's right.
There's no fire happening.
That's right. If that don't fire you up,
think about yourself on like Naked and Afraid.
It's
like we can't start a fire here.
Yeah, that's right. Everything's all
But that
damp.
song,
now that
you got a chance.
That's right. You start playing Toto, Hold the Line, or even Africa or Rosanna.
You're gonna be warm all night.
Yeah, I'm telling you, burning desire, naked people on an island.
Man, I'm ready. You got me all excited now.
Told you.
I'm ready.
I told you.
My wood is wet.
No, it can't be wet.
Oh,
we got 1 hour, and then suddenly it's Friday. Wednesday, but technically this is today is the
right,
Thursday.
because everything's in fast forward. This is a short week for 99% of people. I mean, tomorrow you'll be able to drive a semi-truck through this building. I mean, there will be a soul in here.
No.
You know, you could drive right through our office and not hit a soul.
I mean, all these parents bringing their kids in here, running around.
That's what's happening
yelling.
today. It's like bring your kid to school day, and I think Lowe's
because camps are closed.
Yeah, may have hit the nail on the head. Some camps are closed, some daycares are closed. I'm sure people are taking the week off.
My son's camp always, he doesn't do camp anymore, but when he did, this was the week. 4th of July week.
Yeah.
They always come
Shut
for
it
second.
down.
Half of the summer is after 4th of July. So.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man. Look, I'm looking forward to a few days off. I ain't gonna lie, man. I am looking forward to it. There's just that 4-day weekend. I don't know that there's any. A 3-day weekend is real good.
Yeah.
But a 4-day weekend, Holy cow.
Man. I mean,
And
we should
then
make it
we're outta
5.
We're out of here relatively early on Wednesday, so it's kind of like 5. Now, I'm not bragging in case you don't have it off.
Yeah.
But it does kind of feel that way.
You guys
right?
are so. Yeah, you guys are all below us.
That's right.
No.
Now, chances are, if you're listening to this program, and I would love to hear from you on Twitter at Front Office Lows, you're probably already somewhere.
Yeah.
Or you already have the week off.
Yeah.
We're the suckers.
Yeah, you may be right about that.
We really are.
Yeah.
Like, what time did you get up to show up to work?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Guess what? Guess who didn't?
I walked into the A5 gym yesterday because
That's the volleyball gym.
Yes,
over
my daughter
in
was.
Roswell.
My daughter was at a train for tryouts camp. I walked in the door and my wife was already there. A couple of the parents looked at me, and it was about 10:30, 10:45. And I was like, well, I got off of work. My day was done. I started to come up here, and they go, oh, how nice to have your day done at 10 o'clock. I was like, it started at 4 something.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not as nice as it may seem.
It's not as nice as you might think. I was like, I'm so tired right now.
Seriously, I could use a nap, but all these girls are hollering so loud, I ain't going to be able to.
Oh, way too loud in there.
Dude, it is unbelievable.
So, yeah, that's always the trade-off. I'm like, 10 a.m., we're done. Yeah, but it started real early.
That's right. It is. Everything is a trade-off, and everything in life always will be. The folks in the Biden campaign, now they've already told you Joe is not even considering stepping down. I mean, the Washington Post is reporting that, New York Times is reporting that. They were in Camp David. Jill said no. The smartest person Joe Biden knows, Hunter Biden, said no. Do not want to step down. This is not.
That's the smartest person he knows.
That's what he says. Dude, that's now we know
the most
that
decent man he knows, the smartest.
Right. We know that Joe Biden's had dementia since 2018, or at least it's been reported that is the case.
He thinks it's Bo.
Yeah, right.
He has no idea it's Hunter.
That's awful. I can't even laugh at that.
By the way, nothing is out of the realm of possibility anymore. All right? I mean, when Alex Jones, and whatever you think about Alex Jones.
Yeah, sure.
6 months ago, he was talking about, from his inside sources, of them finding Joe Biden wandering around the White House naked at night.
And, when you first heard that, you might have been, dismissive. You might have been like, oh, come on.
Everything's on the table now.
No, it is. You're exactly right. Now, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if he showed up on CNN naked.
Yeah, he would. I think Jill would maybe put a stop to it. I'd hope, but you never know. They never should have taken this debate, and they knew that from the beginning. They played it up like, oh, let's do it on a Wednesday. I heard you're available on Wednesday. Look at how smart I am, with 7 cuts through a 30-second promo for a debate. And then you see 30 seconds into a debate, the man can't even complete a sentence without stuttering, falling apart, and not remembering, and then telling everybody, I was the one who killed Medicare. This is a complete disaster for the Democrats. This is, and I said it before and I'll continue to say it, the biggest disaster in American political history as we watch.
It's the Hurricane Katrina of U.S. political disasters.
Yeah,
that's the only thing you can compare it to.
You guys talked about it, and when you realize 53 million people saw this, and now the plan is to take the show on the road?
Well, but see, that's the thing, and I'm glad that Rhino brought up how big of a disaster this is, because they say he's not stepping down. They say he is not stepping aside, won't even consider it. So what has Biden's team decided to do to recover from this disaster? I swear they either are brilliant or mad, evil scientists trying to sabotage him, and I'm leaning toward the second one. They're considering doing town halls where he answers questions from voters to, quote, ease their concerns. I don't know how that would ease anybody's concerns, because I can't imagine it turning out much different than the debate did.
You want me to give you the good news?
Yeah, sure.
Because we had the report from Axios, and we've seen it. We've tracked it. We were way ahead of talking to people about, look at his schedule, understand that by 4 o'clock, he's no longer functional. Like the sundowning was real, and we saw it play out. When you have the bully pulpit, you can go on television 8, 9 o'clock at night and tell everybody what you want to do. Here's a town hall. He can't function at that hour.
Yeah.
So what, are you going to have town halls at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Nobody can watch?
You'd have to.
Well, you'll record it, maybe.
Oh, it could be that.
Maybe they'll record it.
That's a good
maybe they
possibility.
Won't show it live. They are going to find a way, and I guarantee Jill Biden and the rest of the people that want to keep Joe Biden involved in this race are going to make sure everything's set up in his favor, just like they did the CNN debate, which still backfired on him. But when it comes to these town halls, you already know the questions are already screened, and they're only going to answer the ones that he can answer. They are going to have enough of a delay, whether it is earlier and filmed earlier. They won't show it live. They won't allow anybody to get in there that might disrupt him.
This has to be completely scripted or it will absolutely blow up on them again. That's exactly what will happen. Has to be a controlled environment because they say they're going to do interviews with credible journalists, which means
they're friends,
appointed, specific friendly journalists.
Caitlin Collins, who thinks that the Supreme Court went above and beyond in making their own law yesterday. That's the kind of friend.
Yes, absolutely. Those are good friends to have.
So, an example today, we'll have KJP, who's going to get in front of the press at 2:30, and the only time that Joe Biden is going to have anything public, he will participate in a campaign reception that's going to be at 4:40. And then he plans to leave by 6 o'clock.
Boy, they're rolling the dice, though. That's later in the evening.
But he's not going to talk.
No.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the deal. It's like they're going to show him, but they're making sure by 6 o'clock he's out the door.
He is going to have to wear glasses everywhere he goes, his sunglasses that they've used to hide the dementia and the look and the faraway look that we saw throughout the entire CNN debate that made him look even worse. They are going to make sure he doesn't speak unless it's something he's fully versed on. He's not allowed to speak about policy anymore or what they're going to do moving forward. The only thing that they are going to have him do in these town halls is answer questions about a threat to democracy, about why the Supreme Court is needed to be packed. They're going to give him questions that set him up for things that have nothing to do with policy but attacking Trump only.
I'm glad you brought that up, Rhino, because I believe it was when we talk about the backfire was of that Thursday night. It was the look on his face.
Yeah.
Like the words were one thing, and they were always going to be concerning. The look on his face resonated in a way that if you saw someone on the street with that look, you would cross the street and walk on the other side of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
You knew there was something wrong.
I'm going to be delicate. I got to be careful how I say this. Because
you want to write it down and make me say it?
No.
Okay.
But
that's a friend indeed right there.
I got you.
If it was your grandparent, it would concern you.
Yeah.
Well, but see, we have a relative that is struggling with Parkinson's, and it's we're good way down the path. And my wife, as we're watching that debate, she says, "That reminds me."
You seen that look?
It reminds, and I'm not saying he has Parkinson's. I don't know. There's no way for me to know.
No.
But just the speech, the distant look, the idea that the wheels are turning and you want to get it out, but you can't. They're almost mirror images of the person in our family that we love dearly, and it is the saddest because he's the most wonderful man in the world that has this development of Parkinson's. But for my wife to stop and say, oh, my God, I've seen that before.
Yeah, and I've seen it with my family members. My aunt, unfortunately, passed away of Alzheimer's, but it was a quick change from where Joe Biden is today to when she couldn't remember how to eat. Joe Biden might not make it 7 months. Now, I will give him this. Luckily, he's showing early stages. In reality, he's not really forgetting too much about policy. He's not totally off on the lies that he continues to tell. He keeps reiterating the same lies. He hasn't lost that part of his memory yet, although he is losing small parts, like when his son died. You'd think that might be important, or when he was vice president.
Or how he died.
This is this is bad for the Democrats. They're going to have to try to find a way to spin. They need him out. They really need him out, but they are trapped. They have nothing they can do except for let him lose this race at this point.
Well, remember, his own Department of Justice, and this was brushed aside as, well, that's just Republican politics. Remember, his own Department of Justice said he was not prosecutable because he was an old elderly man with a bad memory.
Yeah, her report laid it out, and it's been so interesting that they wouldn't release the audio files from that. Now you know.
Now you know why. Now you know exactly why. Because you grill him for as long as that was.
And I'm sure that was, I bet that wasn't even grilling, though.
Call it an hour or two.
Was friendly.
When you read through it and he starts talking about cars and making car sounds, it was childlike at certain points.
It's not just the audio of that, it's from his ghostwriter's audio. Okay? This is somebody who was writing a book in his favor. So this wasn't an attack. This wasn't them asking him questions about what's going on. The audio comes from the actual publisher or the ghostwriter of his book, and that's what they're afraid of. They don't want to see him even in a relaxed environment where he doesn't remember, because what we saw on CNN out in public. Can you imagine what it's like running around naked behind the scenes in the White House?
I'm going to make a reference to a movie, and only Rhino and I and the rest of America will get it, but Tug will not.
No.
So you never saw any of the Christopher Nolan Batman movies, right?
I did. No. The last Batman I saw was
back
Michael
in the 90s. Okay. So there's a line in the movie, and this was being bandied about today because we've now all seen the picture of they've decided to use bronzer on him. So now he looks a little bit more alive.
That's right. Orange Man Band.
All right. So the line in you got Batman Begins and The Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, right? In The Dark Knight, there's a line about how you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Okay, that's like this line of this is the what happens over the course of when you are this person.
Brilliant.
Somebody tweeted out, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the Orange Man.
It's funny. It's funny.
That's right.
And so I'm glad you get that joke because it's like you see him and you go, I know we talk about all these things that he's doing. We're like, man, this is so bad. And then you go, but they put bronzer on him. So now they've marched him out with bronzer to try to make sure that everything's better.
They made fun of Orange Man Bad for so long, and now they've turned him into Orange Man.
Well, the funny part about it, too, is that's what the Biden family complained about the staff mishandling him.
Right, the makeup wasn't right.
Yeah, that the makeup wasn't right. They put too much to make him look dead. I was like, I've seen him lay on the beach, and you guys go check and make sure he's still alive. Yeah, he's as white as can be. So the overreaction, like the over-adjustment of, oh my gosh, he looked dead. That's what people are complaining about. It wasn't just his skin color. It was his eyes. It was the way he was acting.
Gosh, yeah.
And what do? They paint him orange.
They painted him orange to make him look more lifelike.
He does have blood flowing in his veins. Sure, he does.
Sure. Yeah.
But the crazy thing, I would love to hear from someone
so dead right now.
that can be
Pumpkin Joe.
Pumpkin Joe.
I want to hear from somebody that could be convinced. Like maybe the one that Neil Bortz was talking about earlier, if he missed it, in our sales department, that is a Biden voter, has a Biden tattoo. Because there's a Democrat strategist. Her name is Jennifer Holdsworth. She said a strong speech at the convention would go a long way to settle any lingering doubts for voters. You think a strong speech would change people's opinion about what they saw and what they continue to see and what they saw prior to the debate? I don't think so.
Rhino, this is called bargaining.
Yeah.
This is the 7 stages of grief. This is the bargaining part.
This is the I can't believe I've been duped for this long. Or even though in the back of my head I knew the truth that Joe Biden is a complete disaster. He's old and he can't make it. I'm going to pretend he isn't. This man can't speak no matter what. I'll give you the biggest challenge. You want him to get up there on the DNC stage, pull away his teleprompter. I dare you. I dare you not to allow him. Let's see him freewheel the way that Donald Trump does at a rally for 2.5 hours. He can't possibly get anything done without the teleprompter, and even then, he reads the cues. There's no way. I don't care if it's the DNC. I hate to say this. There are better candidates out there for the Democrats. For us, they're horrible, and for America, it's horrible. But in reality, you have other people that can get up there and speak.
Do you want me to describe for you the bargaining phase of grief?
That's step number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Bargaining, and tell me if this does not apply perfectly to the Democrats right now. Mm-hmm. Bargaining is a stage of grief that can help people maintain hope during a painful situation. It involves making promises to oneself or a higher being or asking the universe for a chance to make things right. People may also feel guilty or blame themselves or look for reasons that don't exist.
Yep. Dude, there they are.
I had to really, when my dad passed, I had to, you have to, because those emotions are there, man. That's when you start realizing that the 7 stages of grief are real. And it didn't take somebody passing. Well, depends on how you look about it, I guess. For them to have to go through this grief because they want so much for him to be able to finish the drill, which is dismantle America.
They are so locked into the power that the fact and the idea that it's being taken away from them by a majority of Americans who say, by right now 3/4 who say this man can't do this job, now they're bargaining. Now they're trying to make up reasons as to why he can.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. Call them today at 8779 Southern. or go to southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co. When we come back, one probable or improbable thing Joe Biden did Thursday night was the worst thing he could have done for his campaign. We'll talk about it on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
So many websites out there that'll tell you what exterior home repairs are essential or just essential. You have to get them done. You have to do it to take care of your most valuable asset. That is your home. Which ones are essential? Well, I guess it depends on where you are in the life of your home. If you're just replace the roof, then the roof's good. It's not an essential thing anymore. Maybe the siding needs to be taken care of because, look, if your siding is in bad shape, you can paint over it and it might look good, but it ain't going to protect your house, and that is something that will be detrimental down the road. It is something that will cost you in the end, so take care of it to begin with. I recommend you use Southern Exteriors. They do roofing. Whether you need a new roof or just a repair. You know, we've had a little bit of rain, not enough, but we had a little bit of rain in the area lately. Have you noticed any leaks in your roof? It is important to get them repaired because water is the most damaging thing to your home, which again is your most valuable asset. Gutters, porches, windows, doors, they do it all at Southern Exteriors. And siding too. I mean, because that is something that they are experts at. Matter of fact, if you're looking for experts on the exterior of your home, call them today and make sure that you are in a position to make sure that your asset is taken care of. How do you get a hold of them? They won't make you wait when you call them up. They've got a staff and resources big enough to handle many multiple jobs at the same time, and a foreman on site to answer any questions or address any concerns. Southern Exteriors, they're based in Jackson, Georgia, but they've serviced Atlanta and the entire Southeast for over 20 years. Call them at 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN, or visit them on the web. You can see their portfolio, a bunch of the projects that they've done, over 200,000 to be exact. That website is southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
Looking to keep your kids busy this summer? The Atlanta Braves youth baseball and softball clinics offer nonstop fun with an emphasis on teamwork, attitude, and healthy competition. The unique baseball and softball programs will help players ages 6 through 12 develop on and off the field. July's locations include Norcross, Marietta, and Swanee, but make sure to check out all the Metro Atlanta options. And don't miss the softball clinic at Truist Park on July 17th. Visit braves.com/clinics to sign up today. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to the Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Insurance companies know that you don't know a lot about the law, so maybe it would be better just to let your lawyer make the call to the insurance company when there's a problem. David Van Sant should be that lawyer. He used to work for the insurance company. He knows who to call, what to say, and he has your best interest at heart. Plus, if you don't get paid, either does he. Van Sant Law, 855 GA Injury or vansantlaw.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the Podcast Park. See you around, Atlanta.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. On the app, the best way to listen. Or you can stream us on the Extra YouTube channel. It is always available to you there as well. You can interact that way, too. You can send messages over social media at Extra1063 or just on the Extra YouTube channel. We'll be able to communicate with you there, too. It's just a lot of ways to connect with the show, Tug, Rhino, and Los. I don't know that I'm a collector per se, but once in a while I'll see something like, man, that's really cool. I'd like to have that as a memento of something that I really love. You know, maybe it's, I don't know, you know, if you grew up a Braves fan, it's a Chipper Jones ball or a Chipper Jones bat. I don't know.
Yeah,
something.
I'm a Trump Glock.
Yes.
That's what I've been looking at all morning.
Exactly. Who's our friends that put those together?
Mike Bryan.
Skydis?
Yeah, Skydis Gear. Mike Bryan, our friend over there, they put together these really beautiful at Sports South, the shooting warehouse. So they're about to release these awesome 9mm from Glock that they've redone that look just absolutely beautiful.
Trump on the handle. Yeah, I'm not in for that. Like that, you know, it just doesn't interest me. But there's definitely a market out there for it.
Man.
There is an autographed copy of the lyrics to American Pie, Don McLean's American Pie.
Okay, I'd buy that too.
It just sold for $154,000.
Well, I don't have that money, but I would.
Me either. But I don't know.
I love that song.
Oh, me too. Even though he's a freaking lefty loony.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but I love the song. But it's those kind of things. I mean, you have to have more dollars than you got cents. But if you have it and you could do it, then it's a cool thing to have. Handwritten lyrics to American Pie, autographed by Don McLean, and $154,000. The only thing that stands in your way. Los, is there anything like that you care about?
A collectible?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Nothing? Because I brought up, you know, just like if you're a Braves fan, maybe you want a Chipper Jones bat. Or Rhino brought up the folks at Scottis doing the Trump handled guns, which is, I mean, if that's what you're into, cool, man, go get it. But I was trying to think of something that would get me to, and I know there has to be something, and I love stuff like that, autographed lyrics. I mean, because I'm a music guy, there's bound to be something that would get my attention. I'd be like, oh my gosh, like a Kurt Cobain autographed guitar, knowing that that it's irreplaceable.
I do think it's pretty cool that Glenn Beck has like his own traveling American history museum. Like that, that's pretty cool.
But he's sharing that with others,
right? You have the Jim Irsay. He's the owner of the Indianapolis Colts. He's like a big collector of classic music gear, like Beatles guitars and things like that.
And recording equipment too, right? Isn't that in there? I feel like I've read about that before.
That's big for him. I just don't know if there's anything that I would be that passionate about.
If money was no object, would you think it would change though? Because I kind of think maybe.
I don't know. Maybe.
Like, what would be one thing that you would be like, dude, if I could get that would be something that I mean, like something from like the Spurs. I don't know.
No, I think that like I'm more fascinated by like Civil War or
like
World War II gear. I don't need a cannon.
Well, that's why
I did look into like the belt buckles for these guys.
But those are only a couple $100.
Right. Those aren't crazy, but that era of warfare, some of the equipment, I think it would be interesting to own.
I'd want Indiana Jones hat and whip.
Okay, right, because if
money was no object, that's like the collectible.
That just sold at auction too, didn't it? I feel like something from Indiana Jones just sold at auction.
That's not like it's one.
What do you mean? Oh, because there's multiple of them. There's a lot of props. Yeah, but I mean,
the Raiders.
Now I'm curious.
The Raiders there. Intern Andrew, is there anything that
lightsabers?
Oh, wow, okay.
Star Wars stuff.
I didn't know you're a nerd
Marvel
like that.
stuff. Yeah, I'm a nerd like that.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I love historical stuff too, Los, and I know Rhino does as well. Like I had this great uncle that lived up in Cartersville, and he's passed on, and it's been handed down. But because there's so much Civil War history in Cartersville and Cassville and that area, he lived there for his entire life. You know, and he died at, oh my gosh, in his mid to late 90s. But during, you know, the earlier parts of his life, he would just get metal detector out, and
so brilliant.
I mean, he had an entire room, like the size of the studio, just full of belt buckles and swords and cannonballs and muskets and all kinds of Civil War stuff.
I wish I had the patience to actually do that. Like, I don't. Because if I don't find something right away, I get mad and throw things.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, I should have definitely gotten a cannonball by now.
By the way, the Indiana Jones fedora hat went for $521,000 last time.
Okay, I thought. Is that recent?
Let me.
Yeah, because I feel like I saw that was recently.
Now, would you wear it?
2018 was the last time it was sold.
Would you wear it, Joe? Would you wear that around?
Yeah. Would you wear the hat?
Oh, I wouldn't leave home without it.
Really? You'd destroy it by wearing it on your fat head?
Okay. What's wrong with you today?
Come on. Wait, do you not have a big head?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Well, but
maybe Harrison Ford has a big old head too.
The defense rests.
Yeah, but
no, he does not. Not like you. You can tell the difference.
It would. Don't you think? Or you? Well, I guess if you had that kind of money, it wouldn't matter.
Stupid money. If I'm spending that money on Indiana Jones's hat and whip,
I don't think you're wearing it.
Yeah, I don't think you wear it.
Definitely wearing it.
No?
Now,
because then I have stupid money to blow. Why not wear it?
So you'd waste $500,000 for a hat and whip, and you'd go out and ruin it.
If I was a bajillionaire, for sure.
Yeah, you are definitely too liberal for me.
Bajillion.
You're an idiot.
Bajillion. That's
I can get you a Garth hat. You know what that is? No.
Oh.
So when you see Last Crusade, when they have the scene where it's the villain who puts the fedora on him, and apparently that hat has been available before as well.
Okay.
And it's not $520,000.
Now, I've seen the movies, and I don't know what a Garth hat is. What is that?
Garth is the villain in Last Crusade.
Oh, I got it.
Who's they're raiding the cave, and he's the one that kind of inspires Indiana Jones's look.
404-741-1230. Chris is on the phone, man. What inspires? What's a collector's item that you're looking for?
G.I. Joe's.
Okay.
I had 75 from the Marine full dress uniform, then the Tomb, the unknown soldier.
Oh, wow.
The guard that dresses that. I had the motorcycle, World War II motorcycle, the Navy gun on the turret. I had them all. My house got robbed. They got taken.
Oh, that's the worst. Oh, no. Man.
I was hoping the story was going to end with, and they're in a storage unit. And
they're worth $500,000. I can't wait to sell them. No, not so much.
I've been revving them up, getting them ready.
But you
take out on the road.
You could hear the pride in his voice of all the stuff that he had before. Yeah, obviously the thing took a turn for the worse.
It is interesting, the Star Wars collectibles from the 80s, how much those are worth now. And I had so many of those things.
I'm telling you, the G.I. Joes now, I'm sure Chris was talking about the big G.I. Joes from the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, the originals,
Because I had all the smaller ones, right? But I remember I had the F-14, I had the aircraft carrier, I had the G.I. Joe Fort. Dude, I thought I was the coolest guy in the world. And then all that stuff is gone too. Because I don't know if the G.I. Joe, the small G.I. Joes are worth anything. Because the Star Wars folks are worth
the vintage G.I. Joes.
The one that Chris was talking about.
Yes, they run for about $260.
Jeez, man. And if you had them all, dude, that's a pretty good little hit. You earn yourself, $5,000-$10,000. I had that F-14 that you got
$350.
Are you serious?
Uh-huh.
Good Lord. I mean, my parents probably paid, $50 for it, maybe. I would imagine, then. And that was a whole lot of money in 1985, 86, 87. $50 for a toy?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Gosh, man. And now it's worth, what'd you say, $350?
$350.
Goodness, that's quite a return on
that. Could have sent you to college.
Yeah,
that's
right. Yeah.
Instead, spend it on the toy plane.
That's right. Yeah, you could have invested in some compound interest coming away.
I'm in good shape.
The eighth wonder of the world, and instead I got nothing. I got the memory. That's all. It was fun playing with it, but nothing. It's
you hear the pain in his voice.
Yes, it burns. It burns. It does. And I know Mom and Daddy just gave it away. They probably put it in a yard sale for a nickel.
That's right.
Just
let it go.
It's just gone just to get it out of there. My heart is hurt.
By the way, here's your picture of Garth. Just so
I recall him. Yep.
Yeah, that was the character that gave him the fedora that's supposed to inspire his look.
Those are movies that I still watch when they're on TV too. Like if I ever scanning through and any of the Indiana Jones are on, I usually stop.
Well, it's him versus the Nazis.
Yes.
It's so classically cool.
That's exactly right, man. 80s movies just did it better. They did it right. Joe Biden did something right during the debate, but it wasn't right for him and his campaign. It's actually right for the other side.
This was impossible. I cannot believe this played out the way it did on Thursday. And I'm always skeptical about the CBS News YouGov poll.
Yeah, those are shaky. Because
they're always shaky just because you wonder who the respondents are, and they always say, we're using an online method to collect this data.
Mm-hmm.
But when it plays out like this, it's overwhelming. So when asked the question, presented ideas clearly, and when it came to the debate, 47% of respondents said Trump did versus Biden, which was 21%. That's a pretty big number. Inspired confidence. Trump, 44% of respondents say it was him. Only 18% said Joe Biden. And here was the craziest one. Appeared presidential. 46% said Trump. Just 28% said Joe Biden.
Wow, that's nearly half.
So you're talking about, like, when you look at it and you go like, okay, 3 to 4 points, margin of error, all right, that's what it is. When you have 20-point leads on somebody over those three, that's huge. And Biden did it. It wasn't Trump. It was Biden did it himself.
It was actually Trump sitting back and just letting the meltdown happen. He didn't have to say anything. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to appear stately. And it must have been really difficult to do that because of what was happening in front of your face. You had to be jaw on the table. But he pulled it together. He didn't pounce. He didn't name call. The only thing that got a little bit silly was the golf thing, and we've goofed about that. And that's 3/4 of the way in, and I bet half the people had already tuned out by that. They probably found out about it on social media. But to make Trump look presidential is a huge victory.
For as much as they were all running around saying, and I've yet to hear them be specific about, well, Trump was lying, because that's been Warnock's thing. He lied this many times. Like, okay, explain to me. Because I know when CNN fact-checked Joe Biden, one of the biggest things they went to was, you claim that no servicemen have died on your watch, yet you have 13 in Afghanistan that you completely forgot about.
Yeah.
And we've had drone strikes in different countries where we've lost, including people from the state of Georgia. And yet you're trying to claim it's zero?
Yeah, that's the sick part about it. I mean, there is a good reason why he was looking at his watch during the service. He wasn't paying attention. He doesn't remember any of their names, and that's why the Gold Star families hate him and can't stand him, because you know what he is? He's a liar. He's a liar because not only did he ignore the 13 soldiers, he also, at that same time, tried to relate by saying his son died in
Then he corrected it.
So, and let's be real. That's all he's done is lie. And then Democrats, they can continue to play this game, but the American people know the truth.
But this now feeds into all the polling, Rhino, where it doesn't matter which one you go to. At a minimum, it's been at least 6%. Some of them are much larger at this point.
Yeah, they definitely are a lot larger at this point. And part of that is that I think the American people saw the truth. And that was just one look. I don't think anybody really was under the impression that Biden was like all there and sharp as can be. I think they realized, like, okay, he is diminishing a little, but CNN opened it up. And then the next day, as soon as you see the poll numbers coming in now you're looking at an area where they're so scared that they can't even win Minnesota. They're not going to win Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia,
New
Florida,
Hampshire's
New
in
Hampshire.
play.
I mean, these are big problems for the Democrats. And now these poll numbers are the Harris poll. You're looking at 6 points.
Politico is saying
Politico,
they're
6 to 8 points.
Well, that, and they said Michigan is a done deal, out of reach. It's over with in Michigan.
Yeah, which is why they're going after Whitmer so hard, and she would be stupid to even step in and even, that's the thing. Like, stay away from this. Let Biden fail at this point, because he's going to get destroyed. And I don't know if any Democrat can actually pick up that torch and run with it, despite Michelle Obama. But even then, I'd be skeptical of that. So she'd have the best chance at anybody to be able to get that done. But otherwise, I don't think people believe the Democrats anymore. And I think that was huge because, look, we're not going to get, the typical liberal crazy to actually go, you know what, I'm done. I'm going to vote for Trump. They're just not going to show up. And that's going to be the biggest problem. So I think a 6% could easily be 8% because I don't think some of those people will even show up.
So this is a reporter from Axios and a story that broke in the Politico as of this morning. They talk about what it's like from a senior administration official, because, again, the long knives are now out. What it's like briefing Joe Biden. The quote was, "It's like you can't include that. That was going to set him off. Put that in. He likes it. It's a Rorschach test, not a briefing, because he's not a pleasant person to be around when he's being briefed. He's very difficult, and people are scared S-less of him. He doesn't take advice from anyone other than those few top aides, and it becomes a perfect storm because he just gets more and more isolated from their efforts to control it.
Man, can you imagine? He was an angry, hard to deal with person before dementia, and now we know dementia, and just because we know about it, it makes you angry because you're frustrated. You can't recall the things you used to, you can't do the things you used to, and that just multiplies it.
And the more you brief him with more details that he can't follow, the angrier he gets.
The more he gets upset. 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution based in Jackson, Georgia, serving Atlanta and the entire Southeast because they're big enough to do that and won't make you wait since the last 20 years they've been doing it. You can get a hold of them, 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, July 2nd. 5 family members from Alpharetta were all killed in a small plane crash in New York on their way home from a baseball tournament held in Cooperstown, New York, home of the Baseball Hall of Fame. 12-year-old James Van Epps hit a grand slam at the tournament before the plane, piloted by his grandfather, 76-year-old Roger Beggs, went down in upstate New York. Also on the plane were James' younger brother, 10-year-old Harrison, along with 43-year-old Laura Van Epps and 42-year-old Ryan Van Epps. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. 2 young boys are dead and another young man wounded after a tragic shooting in southwest Atlanta. Police responded to a call at an apartment complex in the Oakland City neighborhood where they found one 13-year-old dead and 2 boys aged 13 and 12 suffering from gunshot wounds. Both boys were rushed to the hospital where the 13-year-old succumbed to his injuries. The 12-year-old is in stable condition. Police say that no one has been arrested at this time and they have not released any information about a possible motive or suspect. The U.S. men's national team is out of the Copa America tournament after a disappointing 1-0 loss to Uruguay in the group stage. The team's poor performance has led to calls for manager Greg Berhalter to resign from his position, and the Braves back in action tonight as they welcome the San Francisco Giants to Truist Park. The 3-game series against the Giants will open with Reynaldo Lopez on the mound for the Braves. First pitch is scheduled for 7:20. As always, you can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Tuck Rhino and Los on the Morning Extra. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. Denzel Washington truly understands where we are in 2024. He's one of my favorite actors because he wears his faith on his sleeve, and he sums it up so perfectly what we're experiencing. I want you to hear him in his own words as we close out the bonus hour on this Tuesday, otherwise known as Thursday, on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one has been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop right at Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Love having a true conservative news and talk station in Atlanta? Then spread the word. Tell your family and friends to download the Extra 106.3 app and stream the Morning Extra, the Kimmer Show, and Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices.
Tug, Rhino, and Loso on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. I'm a fan of Denzel Washington. Obviously, he's an incredible actor. An incredible guy. Never had the pleasure, never had the honor of meeting him by any means or stretch of the imagination. Would love to one day, not because he's famous, but because where his heart is. And he says, God is sending us a message, and it is not a joke. And I believe him 100%.
God is sending us a message, and it's a fascinating 1-2 punch we've had so far. The Lord knows where we're headed, and only God knows where we're headed. So we're being forced to deal with powers higher than ourselves, whether we like it or not. We better open our eyes and look at the reality of what's going on. This is Amen. It's not a joke.
Dude, he summarizes what I feel like we're experiencing in the United States so well. He presents it from a spiritual point of view, which I connect with. I just have the utmost respect for Denzel, and I think he's nailed it again. It seems like every time the guy opens his mouth, he says something profound, and that's totally away from acting. I couldn't care less about his movie career, even though that's stellar. I care about the guy he is and the perspective he brings and the wisdom I feel like he speaks with.
I feel like he's guided by wisdom and faith, and that he doesn't buy into whatever the story of the day is.
That's right.
It's just, here's the way we should be living things. Hopefully we can eventually start living this way. It's a very simple way where it doesn't feel like he's ever going to be pushed by the current day interests of Hollywood. It's just, no, I'm going to be Denzel.
I'm not going to participate in it. And it's funny.
And I don't know his politics. It probably could completely disagree from mine, but I know what he believes.
I could not tell you his politics. I have zero idea. And that's why I like him so well, I think. Right? Because it's never about politics. Or it doesn't seem to be. With Denzel Washington, it never seems to be about politics. Yeah. It always seems to be a perspective of wisdom and a perspective of faith. And everything he says, to me, sounds so truthful and honest. It comes from an honest place.
Yeah. Like King Kong ain't got nothing on him. He didn't say it quite that way, did it?
I don't know. Did he say that one?
Isn't that what?
He doesn't know Training Day.
Yeah. Oh, Training Day. Yes, I do. That's been forever. I saw that like 20 years ago.
It's not even fun playing games with you anymore.
It is. It is a movie that's 20 years old.
Yeah,
I did see it on the guide.
That's when he was the bad guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah.
It was like 04, 05. I was like, oh, look. He got that was another Oscar that he won.
Yeah.
See, but that's the thing.
It's like Tug saying yesterday that Wolverine had Adam Lambert fingers.
Yeah, right. And that one fella that summons is the Fantastic Four. He doesn't miss a beat either. But no, just
that one fella.
You know what I'm talking about? That
I know
fella.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy Xavier. What'd you say?
You got it, Dr. Just say.
Oh, that him. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
You're good.
No, but I goof about Denzel because. Like, of course, he's a great actor, but there's just more to him. And that's why I'm so drawn to, because there's not anybody else in Hollywood that I can think of that I'm like, when they speak, I genuinely listen to the words coming out of their mouth. Most of the people from Hollywood I dismiss before they even open their mouth.
I really want you to spend 4 hours today. I know that's asking a lot.
Ooh, today's will be tough. In the next couple days.
So Joe Rogan did have Terrence Howard on with Eric Weinstein.
Yep.
So if you didn't follow what some of this was, Eric Weinstein is a PhD in physics. Okay, like he's really sharp, out there dude. Talks about the creation of the universe.
Yeah.
And Terrence Howard, when he was on about a month ago, brought up concepts that everyone was like, "Oh my God, is
Didn't
this
we
guy
play the audio?
He's either crazy or genius." No, because it's just so much.
I remember seeing it. I remember us discussing it a little bit. Maybe must have been off
But it posted yesterday afternoon. They did 4 hours together talking about that.
God.
You want to talk about a actor that when he starts talking, you go, oh, there's a lot more to him than playing roadie.
Yeah, right. No doubt.
There's some that, Denzel's one of those guys.
Denzel's definitely one of those guys.
I love him.
Yeah.
I absolutely love him.
I don't know that there's another, though, that stands
Morgan
out.
Freeman,
Morgan
to
Freeman
me,
maybe
does a little bit.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman flat
He's
out
another guy.
told you when you were calling him African American, he's like, I'm an American man.
Yeah, right. Dude,
just brilliant.
And I love that about him because that's what we all are. That's what we
James
all should
Woods
be.
is another one that you don't expect, a Hollywood actor that is coming out and now he's gone.
That's a good point.
He's
That's a good
gone
one.
very conservative and he's very outspoken. But you know what? It is good to see that, because I remember for a long time John Voight, who was very, very conservative, just got bashed.
Has he passed? No. I just know he's getting up there in age.
He's getting up there in age.
You don't see him a whole lot anymore.
No.
But you know who else
Well,
you
he's
see
smart.
this?
He stays out of the public light when he's too old.
Well, you know who doesn't say certain things, but his backing certainly looks that way, is Gary Sinise.
Oh,
Gary Sinise
Heart of
does
gold.
so much work for veterans. In the same way that you do have people that do a lot of stuff for 9/11 victims and people who, obviously when you start looking around at some of these other people and you go, okay, you're really involved with some of these veteran organizations, you might be liberal or conservative, but the fact that you're willing to help in this way, I'm like, cool, you're good with me.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know Sinise's politics either. I would assume conservative, but I don't know.
But you
that.
don't know. You just know this is the work he does for people.
And it's the Lieutenant Dan band that he goes. He's played here at Truist Park. He's played up in Alpharetta at Ameris Bank Amphitheater. He's played all over, and all the money goes to the Gary Sinise Foundation, which is a tremendous organization, as Los has highlighted. But yeah, dude, Denzel. That dude speaks truth, and he's the guy that I enjoy listening to because I deride movies and Hollywood and actors all the time. He's one that stands out with what he says. And again, like Lo said, I have no idea his politics, but that is bringing the show to a close. What does the rest of the day look like for everybody? Because I mean, we're at this point we're on the cusp.
Yeah.
Of
I'm disappearing. I won't be here tomorrow.
Yeah, he's just gonna.
The office is closed.
Yeah.
I'm just,
It's a good idea.
Enjoy the weather today. Probably gonna. Liam and I have been hanging out, working out, so we'll probably go back, do that, and then hopefully hit the lake. It's a good idea.
Anytime you hit the lake is good. Yeah, I
shoot
agree.
some drones.
Shoot, yeah.
I just need to pack. I need to pack up, or we're going to run over to Alabama. The nice part is that I'm going to be for the car. Well, for the most part, I'm just going to be wearing like shorts and t-shirts, so it's an easy pack.
Yeah.
But my daughter wants to go do some more volleyball today. I'm like, why don't you take a break?
Yeah.
Take a day off,
Take a
please.
breather.
It's okay.
But that's a good problem to have, especially.
How about beach volleyball?
Yeah, there we go.
Like,
dude.
let's go to the beach and do it.
Let's go get on a court.
Shoot, yeah, man. I'm just all about, the time spent with family. It doesn't matter how you're doing it, whether you're at the lake or working out or you're doing it with volleyball. Spending time with your family, man, is the most imperative. If you want to have well-adjusted kids, you can be as jacked up as you can possibly be. And if you spend time with your kids, they're not going to be jacked up most of the time. Are there exceptions? Of course. But I grew up in Dalton, Georgia. I have seen some jacked up families produce some really, really intelligent kids. It's because the parents cared enough to be there and be a part. And I think that is the key to success. And I hope I sound like Denzel Washington. I know I don't, because there's nothing as profound as some of the things that he says, but that's my attempt at it. That'll do it for us. We hope you have a terrific day. And tomorrow's Friday, everybody. Tomorrow is Friday, essentially Friday. So for Rhino and Los and Board Up Goey Virgin River, intern Andrew, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
If he had pleaded guilty and said, God, I'm such an idiot. I was high. I'm so sorry. I'll bet there's a million other guys who signed the form after smoking a joint. What a terrible mistake. I guarantee he would have been fined and given probation.
But you know why he did it? Because he's a Biden in Delaware, and he thought he was going to get away with it.
They were looking for jury nullification. There's no other possible explanation that a lawyer in good standing would say, hey, Hunter, oh, sure, they got the goods on you, but you know what? Let's take a chance on one of your friends. I mean, unbelievable, the nerve of these people.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Dana.
Jeff Paul, thank you. Incredible story.
And now this, Dana. Brand new study is finding the youngest age group during the pandemic is way behind in academics and social skills. COVID babies and toddlers are starting school with serious developmental challenges compared to same-age students in the past years. Let's bring in Charles Payne, host of Making Money with Charles Payne on Fox Business. There were so many who were silenced that were warning this would come if we kept them masked and bubbled and separated, and especially out of the school altogether.
You know, that's the sad part about this. And even when people were being silenced, you knew that there was going to be a I told you so moment, but there's no fun in saying I told you so when the fact of the matter is now so many children are left behind or this far behind. And it really apparently is really more acute with new parents, because being a new parent, you're not even sure where kids should be per se. You know, if you've had a couple of kids already, you can say, hey, little Johnny, little, Sammy, she's a little bit behind. Let me, and so it really hurts. It's so significant that how do you catch up? And you hear about all these other things. We know like one of the biggest crises in this country is child care in general.
Yeah.
And how do you even get affordable child care on top of maybe now needing extra help?
Here's what some of the teachers are saying to the New York Times. So Dave Feldman, he's in St. Petersburg, Florida. He teaches kindergarten, said, I spent a long time just teaching kids to sit still on the carpet for one book. That's something I did not need to do before. Tommy Sheridan at the National Head Start Association. We are talking 4- and 5-year-olds who are throwing chairs, biting, hitting without the self-regulation. And Sarah Hovis, she teaches preschool in Michigan. She says they don't have the muscle strength because everything they're doing at home is screen time. They are just swiping. I mean, I don't know if the pandemic can completely be blamed. We have a technological revolution happening now, and we all see it. We see it in ourselves. We're on our phones a lot, and kids are too. It
is in some ways the ultimate babysitter. You have to be honest about that. It's like you're trying to get something done. The kid won't stop. You hand them a phone and they stop. If I could just add one thing to this, having had a nursery school age kid at the start of the pandemic in 2020, there were people who had the means to get their kids through it, right? And the very groups that this administration or previous administrations they say they're out to help the most. We just had this conversation about something else. Those that were pushing for these kids to stay home, stay bubbled, stay masked, they were not getting the help at home. Right. Mom and dad may be working 2 jobs. Right. Both parents are away. They didn't have somebody to help out those kids. They're the one who are paying the worst consequences here. You're right. You're 1,000% right, which is another issue. Even back then, I know I voiced it many times and others did as well. So, it's like the people were saying, hey, wrap them up. Don't, they don't go through this. And so their kids are even far more advanced. And listen, just even if there were no pandemic, we already know academically that our country is so far behind that maybe this would be the opportunity to blow the whole thing up and really look at it from a perspective of these kids getting a better education, tougher curriculum, and being prepared to compete in this next iteration of society, which is the 4th Industrial Revolution. Well, and this isn't
the highest power, and if the government can say you can't ask that question, or we have the truth and that is the truth, like they did in COVID, you're screwed because there's nowhere else to go.
That's right. If you want to see why free speech has to be viewed as indispensable and natural, just look around you. Look what happened in COVID. I gave a speech recently in Chicago, and many of the leading scientists that were censored, banned, throttled because they spoke against policies were there. And they have been vindicated. Now federal agencies are saying what they said. But, they have not been given back their positions on association. Correct. Some of them were fired. And that's exactly what this book tries to get at, is that there's a danger to denying free speech. And you saw that with COVID. We needed to have that debate. We needed to debate whether we should close all of our schools, unlike many of our allies in Europe. We didn't have it because the media, the government, corporations shut down the debate.
Yeah. Jonathan, let me switch gears here a bit. The idea that the Supreme Court is setting up some Nazi regime is unbelievably not just laughable, but so disingenuous when they are, the Chevron deference. And now they're saying that, oh, well, the Supreme Court yesterday came out and they made the president a king. No, they didn't. If you are doing something that is illegal and unconstitutional, you have impeachment, and then you can go to trial. Am I wrong on that? What am I missing?
No, you're right. You're right. I wrote a column on my blog this morning responding to what the president said last night. And what the president said was untrue. He was misleading the public as to what was said in the opinion. He said, for example, the Supreme Court gave absolute immunity to presidents on all things and that they could now become effectively dictators. That's not true. The Supreme Court adopted the middle path. It rejected the more extreme arguments presented by the defense. It rejected the more extreme arguments being presented or were endorsed by the lower courts. And instead, it said, look, we're going to divide this into three parts. If this is a core constitutional function, there's absolute immunity to carrying out those functions. That's consistent, as Chief Justice Roberts said, with the history of past cases. This didn't come out of the head of Zeus. What Roberts said is that we've never been pressed on this point to come and delineate these things, but he cited a great deal of cases, a great number of cases that support that. The second part is when you have an official function that's removed from those core functions, and the court said there's a presumptive immunity, which means a president can lose that immunity in court if the prosecutions can establish a case for it. And then the third category is unofficial conduct and actions, and you have no immunity. So it's vastly different from what the president and many people in the public have said. But this is part of the age of rage, right? This is part of the addiction.
Yes.
It was triggered immediately as people said there will be death squads in the street. And this is what concerns me is that many politicians are joining in on this in Congress. And it's reckless, and it's wrong, and it's dangerous. This is what sends people to houses like Justice Kavanaugh trying to kill him.
So what is the solution to get back? Because all of our institutions are teaching the opposite. Our press, I think, is they're either just dumb as a box of rocks, have no intellectual honesty or curiosity, or just in on it. And they think that the new way is to get rid of capitalism and the republic for which it stands, and just create a whole new kind of, in my opinion, dystopian world. How do we navigate our way through back to agreeing on principles?
Part of the reason, the indispensable rights it took 30 years to finish was that I didn't want to write a book until I could really deal with not just what free speech means, but how we can have a reawakening in this country to unite it around these core values, particularly free speech. And I think we can. And the book has chapters on the media, higher education, on Congress. The media is going to hopefully correct itself because it's killing itself. Media outlets are failing. People are not buying it. The whole Let's Go Brandon movement was a criticism of the media as much as the president. Mm-hmm. And you have new media emerging, much like at the beginning of our republic. But I emphasize that we need to retake higher education. We need to restore a diversity of thought, and it goes through various ways to do that. One of the proposals I make, by the way, can be done very quickly in the new Congress if we have the votes. And that is pass a law that prohibits a single federal dollar from being used to support, including through grants, any organization trying to censor, target, or squeeze the revenue of opposing views, to get the government out of the censorship business, to say you cannot spend a dime on those types of programs. Now, that means that the agencies can speak in their own voice. If Mayorkas wants to go on Homeland Security's website and say everyone's a liar, then God bless him. That's fine. What he can't do is to do what he's doing now, which is to use surrogates for censorship. Congress can pass that law easily, get the government out of censorship, and then we can turn to higher education. And one of the things I propose is to say that you cannot receive federal funding from the U.S. government unless you meet 10 simple principles in the book on free speech. If these universities were committing racial discrimination, nobody would object to withholding federal funds. And yet they can deny the core right of citizens of free speech. And yet everyone says, well, that's their choice. It's not their choice. We're not a captive audience. State legislators do not have to fund state universities who are barring the views of half of this nation.
Jonathan, we're out of time. Would you come back and talk about those solutions at some point with us?
Of course. I'd be happy to, Glenn.
Okay. Great. Jonathan Turley, the name of the book, again, he never mentioned it, The Indispensable Right. It's available at bookstores everywhere. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Sincerely, from all of us doing what we do, you are always honest, and we may not agree with each other all the time, but it's good to hear somebody that they're not playing games. This is what they really believe, and you're saying it. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Glenn. It was great to talk to you.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan Turley. All right. Relief Factor sleep. Sleeping Beauty laid down for a nap. She slept for years before some jerk came along and woke her up with a physical assault. Honestly. I mean, I learned that from the new Disney telling of that story. It's all fine and dandy for Sleeping Beauty, but, where's that evil chick with the poison spindle when I can't get some sleep? You know what I mean? I'm laying up in bed. And I'm like, where is she? Come on with your evil spindle. I dare you. Story of my life. But in another way, I mean, even my wife, I don't think would wake me up with a kiss, so she'll be asleep. There's another way that you can get a good night's sleep and wake up the next morning feeling refreshed. Z Factor. It's from Relief Factor. It's their sleep aid, and it is all natural. It helps you fall asleep faster, sleep better, and stay asleep longer. Z Factor uses a formula of 4 all-natural ingredients to calm your mind and relax your body so you can ease into sleep faster and sleep right through the night. Discover the joy of a really great night's sleep. Try Z Factor from Relief Factor. Save 46% on your first order. It's relieffactor.com. Relieffactor.com. 800 relief.
Are opinions weighing you down? Call in and let it out. 888-727-BECK. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Live, local, and bigger than ever, and still growing every day. This is your voice from your community. Extra 106.3 FM. It's time for the Bortz Report. Exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3.
Police, New York, answering a call. Somebody with a gun. The police approach. The teenager runs. They chase him. While he's running, he turns around and points something at the police officers. Looks like a gun. In fact, it looks exactly like a gun. A Glock. The teenager ends up getting shot. The gun turns out to be a pellet gun. The teenager is 13 years old. And now the parents want accountability. The police officers should be in jail. Okay, the first question here. Why is a 13-year-old kid running around on the streets with a replica gun, one that looks exactly like the real thing? Clearly, it's because of the culture in which he was living. When teenagers take pride in their guns, they've got to have one. Where's the accountability for that? From his parents. And the police officers, what are they supposed to do? Hey, kid, is that gun real? Let me take a look at it. Because if it's real, we're going to have to shoot you if you try to shoot us. Yeah, police officers have the time to do that. When it looks like a gun and a teenager is holding it and pointing it at you, you don't have a hell of a lot of time to try to figure out whether or not the gun is real. Do stupid things, point a gun at a police officer, win stupid prizes. You get shot. Then the demonstrators. The parents, they want justice. Well, justice is when you get what you deserve. Sorry, this kid got justice, and the police officers should be put in jail. Why? Because they didn't know the gun was fake? How were they supposed to know that? You ask questions, you get shot. This whole culture where teenagers in the urban settings just have to have a gun to be respected gotta end. Neil Bort's Extra 1063.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guests are Sergeant Finney and Major Gaynor with the Cobb Sheriff's Office. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Fox on Tech.
Welcome to the creator economy. There's gold in them thar social posts. The White House is announcing the first ever creator economy conference aimed at leveraging and promoting the new kind of digital labor with people who create media and software, and by doing so create value and trade in that, especially via social media environments. The White House Office of Digital Strategy will host the conference. This is an actual policy exercise by the White House and not an activity of President Biden's re-election campaign. The announcement came Friday at VidCon, an annual trade conference for creators and influencers. It was first reported by TechCrunch. The rise of social media and the importance of so-called influencers is still being understood, though the Pew Research Center now says half of all adults in the U.S. get at least half of their news via social media. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
Honestly, if I walked into a boardroom and I said, here's what the book's going to be about. The president has an addicted son, and he's addicted to pornography and crack cocaine. And he's doing all kinds of shady business deals all around the world. And he leaves his laptop at a computer repair store. Okay. And it has a bunch of emails on it too about, giving 10% to the big guy. And the big guy is the president. Oh, and the president is senile too. Wouldn't you think they'd go, nobody's going to really believe that? But that's reality. What is unreal has become real now. So how do we talk about what is real? Well, I and my staff have been thinking about this for a long, long time, and we have to hit people where they live. How do you cut through and say, no, this actually matters? Freedom of speech. Usually people only learn it once they've run into that, plate glass window. And they're like, ow, that hurt. Everybody else is going, I told you, it's a plate glass window. You don't want to run into it. Usually you have to be really hurt. Well, I'd like to, are we hurt enough yet? Can we all agree that things are not going well and I don't really want to go down any further? Does truth really matter? And what is truth? Is there truth? Yes, there is truth. I got together with one of my staff members, Michaela, who is just a brilliant 20-something. And I told her a story that was a fictional novel in my head for a long time. And it's kind of like the Michael Vey series where teenagers can grow up with the characters over the course of the series, or, kind of in a way, Harry Potter, I guess, where, you just feel like it's your childhood. The future feels so uncertain right now because we don't know truth. And this generation is not keeping up with the news. They're not being taught the truth in school. They don't know the crisis we're in. They never grew up in the America that was, where the World Trade Centers were standing. we can't forget about them. We can't abandon them. We can't let the left just choke them to death and choke their imaginations and their sense of adventure and spirit. So we wrote the story Chasing Embers. It features real stories from history that weave into the characters' lives in the form of secret messages or codes and help the characters make life or death decisions. It's historical fiction turned on its head, where the characters and the setting is fictional, but the stories they tell are real because they're our American stories. It's July 4th this week. Give the teenager in your life the gift of our history in a way they have never really read it before. If you talk to your kids and you're like, let me tell you the story, and they roll their eyes, give them this book. They won't roll their eyes at the history in this book. We have worked really hard and really tried to get into the minds of teenagers, and how they relate to stories, how they access information. But it'll teach them the things that are important and that the truth is worth dying for, is worth struggling and living for. Chasing Embers. It releases on July 23rd, but you can pre-order it right now at glenbeck.com, and you will, if you order it through glenbeck.com, the book will get there a couple of weeks early, so it'll be shipping next week to your home. Get it at glenbeck.com or wherever you buy your books. It's Chasing Embers. My new book, Chasing Embers, for young adults.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Hey, it's Glenn Beck. Coming up at 3 is The Kimmer Show. Yeah, Kimmer's back. Afternoons 3 to 6 on Extra 106.3. On a beautiful day, or worse, during a storm, climbing up a ladder to unclog gutters is the last thing anyone wants to do. If you're tired of cleaning out gutters, get Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Leaf Filter's trusted pros will clean out, realign, and seal your gutters. Then install Leaf Filter, a permanent solution to clogged gutters. Right now, get 20% off your entire purchase, and if you're a senior or a veteran, you'll get an extra 10% off. Clogs can cause costly water damage to roofs, siding, foundations, and so much more. Unlike any other DIY project or store-bought solution, Leaf Filter's patented technology is designed to keep out everything but water. And every installation comes with a free inspection and estimate. Keep your gutters clog-free for good and never have to clean them out again. Protect your home. Put the ladder away. Get your free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/GlennBeck. That's LEAF filter.com/GlennBeck.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over ago with one mission: to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments
Now you're talking in my wheelhouse over there.
Yeah. Okay, so would you like any headphones so you can hear how you're sounding?
It's totally up to you.
Like
Whatever
to
you
go
prefer.
without headphones? The reason I use them so that I can make sure I'm on the mic.
Weird,
but then don't wear them. You're good, and it'll mess up your head.
So Tug,
there you go. It's all
will give
about
you
the hair.
speech on how. Tell her how to use the microphone. Bro.
So yeah, just lean into it. Just a little bit.
Okay.
Stay about right here. Yeah, and that way.
About like that?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then that way we get good sound.
Okay. Should we do a check or do we have help? Oh, God.
Yeah. Flounder, thank you. 1, 2, yep.
We have professional help.
Start over here with Scotty.
Let me get my 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, hey.
3,
hey,
2, 1.
1 2. Yeah, hey.
1 2 3 3 2 1. And now.
Okay. 1 2 3 3 2 1. Am I
Going.
coming in clear?
Perfect. I can hear it even better now.
All right.
Good news. All right, let me get us a timer going. Thank you so much for taking the time today.
No, glad to be here. Thank y'all.
So
I'm not
this is
sure
gonna be
what
about 25 minutes.
warranted me being here, but happy to be here.
I mean, I got about a page long of what's warranted.
Exactly,
to be
absolutely. I don't know about that.
I stay very busy.
So the intro's a little long, but I do my best to blow through it, and then at the end I'll welcome you, and then you can react, and then Tug's gonna ask the first question, and then and then from there, who knows what's gonna happen? Okay.
React and say, it's all lies. Lies, I tell you, lies.
Do not listen to these people.
Well,
They are
if
telling you
there's something
fibs.
wrong, we can definitely correct it,
No,
and I'll
just
reread
kidding.
it. I'll reread it, and we can start from the top.
Yeah.
But generally, I feel like it's going to be okay.
All right, I'm going to set us up a little timer here, and you let me know when you're ready, and I'll hit start.
All right, Warrior Alliance Spotlight with Colonel Patricia Trish Ross, retired Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Veterans Services in 3, 2, 1. I'm Scott Munn along with Tug Coward, and today we welcome Commissioner Patricia Ross to the Warrior Alliance Spotlight. After 25 years on active duty in the United States Air Force, Patricia Ross retired as a colonel in 2014. Colonel Ross culminated her esteemed career as the Vice Commander of the 78th Air Base Wing at Robins Air Force Base right here in Georgia. However, Colonel Ross felt the call to continue to serve. Ross served as the very first Director of Military Affairs for the Technical College System of Georgia, where she led statewide initiatives to expand educational benefits and opportunities for military students at Georgia's 22 public technical colleges. Ross then became the Chief Operating Officer of the Veterans Education Career Transition Resource Center, or Vector Center, from 2016 through 21. And in November of 2021, Patricia Ross was selected as the Commissioner of Veterans Service for the state of Georgia, a leadership role where she guides the process for helping Georgia's great veterans. Ross also serves on 2 national boards for the Department of Veteran Affairs, the VA National Data Safety and Monitoring Board, Connecting Women to Care, and the VA Veteran Engagement Team, VET, for the National Center for PTSD. And while doing all of that, Miss Ross and her husband Scott, also retired Air Force, have raised 4 children successfully and navigated their transitions from military to civilian life. Let me read that sentence because I messed that up, Doug.
Take
3,
2, go.
And while doing all of that, Miss Ross and her husband Scott, also retired Air Force, have raised 4 children and successfully navigated their transitions from military to civilian life. The Warrior Alliance is proud to collaborate with the GDVS, and Tug and I are honored to talk with Commissioner Patricia Ross. Welcome to the Warrior Alliance Broadcast Network.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Tug.
Yes, ma'am. It's so awesome to have you here. Air Force, my brother-in-law was captain of the Air Force, and I'm so proud of his service. I'm proud of your service. Just anybody that takes the time to work in defense of our nation, I just have the utmost respect for. So you made it to captain. I'm sorry, pick up. You made it to colonel after 25 years. How do you take an extraordinary career like that and encapsulate it? Like, what were some of the moments? What do you look back at, and what was it like for you?
It was a wonderful career. I mean, Tug, I absolutely enjoyed being in the Air Force. I wouldn't have thought I would have made it. My plan was to do my 4 years to pay for college, and I thought I'd get out and I'd go teach school somewhere. And the people
in the military, and I had several joint assignments. So I'm not just talking Air Force, but I'm talking across the board, and all of our sister services were just amazing. A passion for serving our country, for serving one another. I couldn't turn it down. So when 4 years came up and they offered me another assignment and then another assignment, I just kept going. And it truly was the people, that camaraderie. So start again. Yeah, it truly was the people and that camaraderie that kept me in the Air Force for 25 years. And to be honest, I ended up getting out when I had a senior in high school, or a rising senior in high school, and knew that I wanted to give her the ability to kind of stay in one location. Having been a military brat, moved around a lot during my own school career, I wanted her to have that stability.
Man, I can relate to that, being a military brat as well, moving around every 2 or 3 years in different schools every time, no set of friends, nowhere that you can go back to and point at and say, that's where I'm from. It's really hard on a kid, and you know that, and it's really the ultimate gift that we can give as parents now to make sure that a kid does get raised in a solid environment in one place, or have those roots, isn't it?
I agree with you, Scott. You know, I thought it was important to give my daughter at the time those kind of roots here in Georgia. But I will say that military kids, and being one of them, we're pretty resilient. We tend to make friends quickly, kind of find our niche and our tribe wherever we end up. But it is important to give them that stability, because when you change school after school after school, and you're fighting to get on sports teams or to be part of clubs or to even successfully be, maybe the valedictorian or salutatorian for the school when you're brand new coming in. It is difficult, and it is a challenge for military children. And I'm excited because since Georgia joined the Military Interstate Compact, so helping military children transition from school system, from state to state, I've been on that since Georgia passed that compact. First on active duty, I was their DOD liaison, and now I serve as their military family liaison. So it's been 11 years.
That's fantastic, and I think the military community actually does a great job of being that foundation, a mobile foundation, if you will. So I'm glad that you have that initiative. And before we go on, though, looking back at your military career, did it prepare you in any way for civilian life? What was your transition like into civilian life?
I like to say I had probably the best experience that I didn't even know about at the time to prepare me for what I did after military service. I had somebody tell me that in my last couple of years in the Air Force, I was interviewing for my next job and the job after that. That's kind of how I got into public servant positions here within the state of Georgia. Is they were watching me, and I had no idea, and that sounds kind of creepy. But a 2-year-long job interview for what I was to do next. So especially my career that gave me the opportunity to explore education and training in the Air Force. I ended up doing that on the policy side at the Pentagon. And so I knew how important education and training was. And so that helped me get into the technical college system. And I knew from my husband's experience and my father's experience transitioning out of the military how important it was to have civilian certifications or credentials, or a way to prove you had the skill and the experience and the knowledge and education to a civilian company so that you could get a decent job once you transition. So that experience, helped when we started the Vector Center. And then kind of everything coalesced, whether it was base operations, logistics, civil engineering, you name it, all the facilities type stuff that I did while on Robins Air Force Base, as well as being in charge of a very large and diverse group of people, set me up to hopefully successfully be the commissioner of Georgia Department of Veterans Service. So it all just kind of built upon itself, and I don't know that I saw that as I was coming up through the ranks, but now looking back, I don't know that I could have picked a better career path while in the military.
Some people tell me hindsight's 20/20.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you about some incredible thing that's happened, and Governor Kemp appointed you commissioner of Georgia's Department of Veterans Services November 2021. just such an honor, and imagine quite a challenge. What does the GDVS do for veterans and their families?
So GDVS is the independent advocate for veterans and their families, specifically as they're trying to navigate the VA and VA benefits. That's probably the bulk of the work we do. We have about 55 offices across the state that provide assistance and apply for benefits on behalf of our veterans and their surviving spouses at no cost. We're free. We are paid for by the state of Georgia. And so we offer very, let me start that over.
No, you're good.
So we're very highly skilled and trained. We're accredited with the Department of Veterans Affairs, but we don't work for the Department of Veterans Affairs. We work for the veteran or for that family member in ensuring they get what they've earned through their military service. In addition to what we do in our service offices that are across the state, we have 2 skilled nursing homes where we take care of those that need that type of care as they age or maybe have some physical or mental challenges and need that assistance. And then we have 2 state cemeteries that are held to national standards. And so we really do take care of that military member as soon as they step out of the military and out of that uniform, up until making sure that they and their family are taken care of at their last moments.
I tell you, this is amazing stuff to hear, because I guarantee you there are people like me that served in the Navy and have never accessed one of my military benefits. 0 is how many I've accessed. I bet there's more like me.
I bet there is. And we really are trying to reach you. So we have in earnest begun doing outreach events, and that is where we definitely have collaborated and kind of assisted the Warrior Alliance, because they are a key partner in all of this, is getting out to where the veterans are, making sure folks know what their benefits are, know how to access their benefits. It can be complicated. I know it's a lot of red tape. Folks should never file a disability claim on their own. I'll probably repeat that. You should never file a disability claim on your own, because you're not trained to do that. We are. We know how to look through a medical record, how to talk to you to find out what occurred during service, maybe a primary condition that could be a secondary condition that could be claimed for disability benefits. You should definitely go seek assistance from one of our offices.
No, that's the beauty of this show, I think. But when Scott and I started talking about it, I was like, I've never had the opportunity or taken the opportunity, known about or understood where to go to find this information. I think that's why this show is so valuable and why so many people are going to get so much benefit from listening to you here. So again, I thank you for just being here to explain some of this stuff.
Yeah, and I think also what's valuable is the fact that you're leading a state organization that helps veterans deal with the national VA, right? It's basically you're representing Georgia veterans in dealing with the national government, and we need that. We need a state organization to help Georgia folks, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we help Georgia folks. I probably shouldn't admit this, but we'll help you from whichever state you're in. But we do have counterparts that, there are state directors in all 50 states and all 5 territories. So there are organizations like us wherever a military member, a veteran is located. So that's important to understand, that there are organizations that do this for free and that are trained and accredited by the VA, but aren't the VA.
I know anytime a leader comes into an organization, they sometimes identify weak points or things that need to change or be better. And what has been your vision? What have you brought to the table? What have you come in and discovered, and now you're kind of implementing and taking over?
So I had the advantage of sitting on the state board for Georgia Department of Veterans Service for a few years before I took over as commissioner. And so a big thing that my focus is that comprehensive support to our veterans. We're more than just benefits. That we are okay.
No, you're good.
So we're more than just benefits. We need to be able to connect to community partners to get the veteran assistance, whatever that may be, whether it's they're wanting to go seek a degree and go back to school, whether they're looking for employment. Maybe they're just looking to connect to a group so that they have that camaraderie again. Potentially, maybe they need some financial assistance because they've struggled when they've left the service. We know we can't be everything to everybody, but it is doing that outreach and connecting to so many other organizations, because together we can make sure those veterans and those families are taken care of.
Now, I know you've partnered with the Warrior Alliance, and you've been extremely active in the community-based VA PACT Act events, and you're very hands-on, I hear. So why is that so important to you, the PACT Act?
Yeah, I am very hands-on. And I love doing the PACT Act events because, to your point earlier, sometimes you just don't know what's available. But if you get a big event like that brings a bunch of community partners, and probably somebody drags you along to say, hey, there's this veteran event, and you can potentially get services or see people from a host of different areas, whether it's you need your haircut, to school, to legal assistance, you name it. And oh, by the way, you can file a claim or find the status of your claim. Bringing that together in one location where you're meeting the veterans where they are, you're working with them one-on-one, is so important, because every veteran's case is unique. Not all of us served in the same locations, had the same things happen to us. And so it's important that we're out in those communities meeting basically our constituents. That is why we exist as a department, is to help our veterans. And so we need to be where they are.
Also, a critical area to help veterans is fighting veteran suicide. On average, we're losing 22 veterans a day, 8,000 roughly a year since 9/11. I look at those as combat deaths. I don't think that they should be separated. I think that they're really directly involved with what's experienced on the battlefield. And the VA recently established the Staff Sergeant Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program. And I hear you're leading that here in Georgia. What's being done to drive the suicide prevention awareness, and are we making progress, and what more can we all do?
So I would say we're definitely making progress. We've been very fortunate for the last 2 years to get the Staff Sergeant Fox grant. And how we're using it as a department is we're screening individuals to determine if they're at risk for suicide. If they are at either moderate or high risk, we are connecting them to care, whether that is through the VA, whether that is through our State Department of Behavioral Health and our community partners and the community service boards, or whether it potentially is just a community partner that can help them. We're making sure that the over 5,000 people we've screened, if they're at risk for suicide, we're getting them connected to clinical providers. We're also going out and doing a lot of education. So suicide brings a tremendous stigma. Folks don't like to talk about it. Folks don't like to ask their friends, their family members, their buddies if they're thinking of killing themselves. Asking somebody if they're thinking of killing themselves or contemplating suicide will not make them commit suicide. It's not going to plant that seed in their mind. They already have it if they're in that spot. If not, they'll tell you they're okay. But until we start asking that and start getting folks trained and getting comfortable to recognize the signs, asking the question, we won't get ahead of this epidemic. And so that's really what our outreach team and our suicide prevention coordinator is trying to do. They go throughout the state and just train groups, family members. We did military family members last week at our big Let's Connect Summit. We also connect on the data side with Kennesaw State University and the Ames Research Center to be able to track kind of where the hot spots are around the state. So we know where to send the team and we know where to send resources, because we know that loneliness, where that is, has the higher density, where we've got hot spots around the state. So we can address it before it ever gets to the point where somebody is truly thinking of taking their life.
And I know you work directly with the Warrior Alliance on this initiative as well. And I wondered, are you aware of a group that they work with called the Shepherd's Men, who support the SHARE initiative at the Spinal Center here in Atlanta?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been very fortunate to go to the Shepherd Center, to go to the Share Initiative, see them firsthand. They do tremendous work, and it's so needed. And they're part of a bigger group that's national, but we do connect to a bunch of different organizations. And again, we're very fortunate to have the governor and the General Assembly behind helping veterans, specifically on the mental and behavioral health side. We just announced our third grant. It's a total of $1 million that does go to clinical providers. Again, that's not what we do. We help folks navigate and get connected to clinical care. But this is to community nonprofits to be able to provide clinical care to military members, veterans, and their families, especially those located near a military installation.
One more follow-up on this before we move on, and that is, what would you say to a veteran listening right now? What would you say to a veteran listening right now who's maybe having suicidal thoughts? What can they do right now to fight that, and where should they go? Who should they call?
Okay, right now, immediately call 988. I know folks will tell you 988 option 1, which is the military crisis line, but if you call 988, that gets you to the Georgia Crisis Action Line, and potentially a mobile crisis team, if you are in crisis, will be here in the state. You'll get connected locally, and they can respond with a clinical provider, as well as a team that comes out to make sure that you're not at risk. But the other thing I would say is separate yourself from your means of taking your life. We like to say if you have time and space in Georgia, especially with our veteran population, it is usually a firearm. If you can give that to a family member, a friend, lock it away so you have time to think about what you are contemplating. That can make a difference between somebody kind of reacting to something in the moment to truly stepping back and going, oh, wait, I don't know that I really want to die. So you can call our team. We're there. I know our number is on the website, but I can give it to you, 404-656-2300. We can get you connected to our team. And then 988. If you just want to talk to somebody, 988 option 1, the military crisis line, is a great one. But if you truly are in distress and you need help soon, our partners at the Department of Behavioral Health and their mobile crisis team, that 988 number, are the ones to call to get somebody out right away.
Wow.
So important to realize what's available, so important for families to recognize what is potentially happening. And we're glad that you're here. Colonel Patricia Trish Ross, Commissioner of Georgia's Department of Veteran Services. Great information. veterans.georgia.gov/commissioner. And you can also find her at thewarrioralliance.org. Connect that way. Veterans oftentimes are getting out of the military and they're just fine. They have incredible success. They do just fine. I know so many of them have. But then there's the others that do struggle, that do maybe fall behind a little bit. How can you help them find success after service with your department?
Okay, well, Tug, I think you bring a very important point to that. Most veterans transition well. I mean, they're successful business owners, entrepreneurs. They are able to really do great things in their communities. They're more engaged in their communities than, say, civilian counterparts. But in the event that somebody is struggling, especially post-transition, because it is difficult. You think about somebody that has spent most of their adult life in the military and then transitions to a civilian sector that's a little less structured, rigid, may not have the support structure that we're used to. They can reach out to us. We have a brand new transition and employment coordinator. That was something we thought was so important that we created that internally within our organization. They've been on the job all of 3 weeks, but that is really where we're focusing our efforts, is trying to make sure that folks don't kind of drop off the cliff once they transition out of the military, that we're here to pick them up and to connect them to whatever it is they need. And that's where the Warrior Alliance comes in. So they're a tremendous partner. They've got a vast amount of connections, as do we, and usually between the two of us working on a connected network, we can get folks what they need at the point in time where they need it.
Can you give us an example of something recently that the GDVS and the Warrior Alliance has sort of worked together on to solve?
I can give you several examples. So I know the Warrior Alliance, especially with their legal services, that's our go-to organization for anybody that may be looking to get assistance with the discharge upgrade or may have some civilian legal issues. We send them directly to the Warrior Alliance. I know we had a case when we first started collaborating. We had a young Army veteran. She had just lost her job. She was in the IT career field, but immediately got another job. Also had a young child who had some medical issues, and she was struggling to make her rent. She had another job, but of course that doesn't pay till you work for another 30 days, and she just needed some immediate financial assistance. The Warrior Alliance and their team came through, ensured that she was not evicted from her apartment, that her and her child had a roof over their head, had food in their belly. I mean, they got them, food, they got them some gift cards, and that veteran was able to continue on with her life, continue to do great things, work in her chosen career field, and just excel. And so that's really what this is all about. It's helping our veterans flourish. I mean, we want them to be successful. They should be successful. They've given everything for their country. It's up to us and the rest of our community to make sure that they truly get what they deserve, and that is a successful transition and a successful life and career after the military.
Such great information, and I think so many people can benefit so greatly from it. And we just so appreciate your time and taking the time to be here. Before we let you go and run off, tell us a little bit about you. I mean, we know what you've done. We know your successes. We know what you're passionate about. What do you do when you're not working, when you're able to focus on you and the family?
Okay, so my hobbies probably have to be I like to spend time with my family.
Sure.
So my husband and I used to kayak. We need to break those out this year. We haven't had a whole lot of time to do that. Love spending time with my daughter, who's with us now, finishing up her doctorate. So that's I'm excited and very, very proud of her. With her, we've got a combined total of 5 dogs. I know I shouldn't admit that, but they are definitely our emotional support animals.
Dogs, we don't deserve dogs.
Yeah, no, they are all wonderful. They all are unique. Enjoy spending time with the dogs, and then I've picked up the hobby of a little bit of laser wood cutting and trying to create some things. Okay. So if I've got time on the weekends, especially if I've got a project coming up, I like to do creative things, and I love to work in the yard.
There you go. That's the first that we've had laser wood cutting as a hobby. So we appreciate you sharing it. What's the coolest thing that you've laser wood cut?
So I won't tell you who I did it for. But I created, it was 4 layers of wood, but it is the state of Georgia with the American flag in the background. Has Georgia, of course, it's the Georgia's in black, because of course with the flag and the red, how about them dogs? Have to support my Georgia Bulldogs. And then I inset our organizational coin. That's then engraved the back with what the event was for, and then presented that. So it came out better than I thought it would, but it was really nice.
It's so cool.
And 4 kids. Any grandkids on the way?
No, thank goodness. Grand dogs are about all I can handle right now. I don't think any of them are that close. I think we need to wait for the right person to be their significant others.
Right. Well, keep us posted on that, but also come back and keep us posted on everything you're doing at the GDVS.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks.
So great to meet you.
There you go. Hopefully it was easy enough.
That was easy. Hopefully I didn't stumble too much. I'm telling you, they made me talk. Used all my talking downstairs, like blah, blah.
No, you didn't. It was fantastic. You nailed it. I made just a couple notes of things to quick fix, and then it'll be lickety split. No problem.
Okay, good. I appreciate the editing.
He's mainly going to have to edit out my blunders, which he does every week.
No.
This guy.
Mine. Make me sound good.
Yeah, he barely ever has.
Well, I wanted to
Well, y'all are professionals.
See, I was going to say that you successfully navigated your transitions to military life, but I said you successfully raised 4 children, and I thought that's the wrong connotation. It was just,
I mean that may be a